Chapter 228. Ling Xiao walked into the city and saw that both sides of the street were deserted. This caused him to be extremely puzzled. Could it be that this is a dead city? Ling Xiao was about to spread out his senses when he found a young man about his age running out of a house and running in one direction. Ling Xiao took 2 steps forward and pulled the young man and asked, "Brother, where are you going?" The young man looked at Ling Xiao impatiently and said, "I can tell that you are an outsider at a glance. If you want to know, follow me and we will talk on the way." "Thank you," Ling Xiao replied without hesitation, and walked side by side with the young man in a certain direction. "Brother, do you really not know what happened in Guzhai City?" the young man asked. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "I am just passing by your place. I really don't know what happened." "Then you are lucky. Today is the day when the high priest of Guzhai City sacrifices the city. At the same time, it is also the day when the high priest's granddaughter chooses her grandson-in-law. All the young masters in the city have gone to participate, and there are also many young talents from big families outside the city. They all came for the high priest's granddaughter. Everyone in the city has gathered at the priest's hall to join in the fun," the young man said proudly. Ling Xiao looked at his excited expression and said with a smile, "Brother, it seems that you have the chance to become the high priest's son-in-law." The young man looked embarrassed and said, I am just going to take a look and try my luck. It seems that the granddaughter of the high priest must be as beautiful as a fairy. Even someone as handsome as brother has been charmed by her. It is really amazing." Ling Xiao knew how to talk along the lines. Whether it was a man or a woman, being praised by others would feel like they were floating. And this young man was no exception. For a moment he took Ling Xiao as a friend and said, "Brother, your words are pleasant to hear. No matter what, I am still the most handsome man in Guzhai City, Jia Junnan. Maybe I can really get the high priest's favor." Ling Xiao continued to praise Jia Junnan. "That's for sure. Brother Jia is a talented man with extraordinary strength. It's inevitable that countless beauties will throw themselves at you. Brother, you're not bad either. How should I address you?" Hearing this, Jia Junnan was extremely happy. He immediately hugged Ling Xiao's shoulder and laughed loudly. People who didn't know better would think that Ling Xiao and Jia Junnan were good friends and brothers for many years. "This little brother is called Ling Xiao. Compared to brother Jia, I'm far inferior," Ling Xiao said modestly. Then, the two of them put their arms around each other's shoulders and walked toward the priest hall in the square. Along the way, Ling Xiao finally understood the situation of Guzhai City. According to Jia Junnan, Chuji City had been built for tens of thousands of years, and it was one of the oldest cities in the northwest. It was a city located between the Purple Sky sect and the Moon-worshipping sect, and it was an independent city. For tens of thousands of years, no one dared to invade Chuji City. Those sects that once wanted to annex Chuji City were all obliterated in the long river of history. And in Chuji City, the one with the greatest power was the high priest. No one knew the surname and origin of the high priest. They only knew that he was a mysterious figure that had been passed down since the city was built. Every generation's high priest was a terrifyingly powerful almighty, with remarkable abilities. He would always be the highest ruler of Chuji City. He was deeply respected by all the citizens of Chuji City. In Chuji City, there would be a day every year when the high priest would sacrifice the city. It was all because of the ancient legend that Chuji City had been cursed with the myriad generations' ancestral curse. Every year, the high priest had to offer sacrifices to the gods in order to ensure that Chuji City would always prosper and never decline. Otherwise, there would be a disaster of city destruction. Today was the annual day of Chuji City. Every year, this day was the most lively day in Chuji City. All the citizens would gather at the priest hall to worship the ceremony of Chuji City. And today was even more lively than in previous years. Because in addition to the priest ceremony, the high priest's granddaughter would also choose her husband after the priest ceremony. Therefore, today, not only were hundreds of thousands of citizens of Chuji City gathered in front of the priest hall, there were also young talents from great clans who rushed over from nearby cities. They all hoped to obtain the favor of the high priest's granddaughter and become the high priest's grandson-in-law. After listening to Jia Junnan's description, Ling Xiao couldn't help being secretly astonished. It seemed that Chuji City was really a mysterious place. It actually became an independent city and was not annexed by other sections. Also, that high priest sounded a bit intimidating, but he didn't know what the high priest's granddaughter looked like. Ling Xiao asked Jia Junnan. He had never seen her before, but from what he said, even if the high priest's granddaughter had a pig head, he would still be willing to marry the high priest's granddaughter, because getting the high priest's granddaughter as a wife was also getting the high priest's recognition. That was supreme glory in Chuji City. At the same time, he would also receive the high priest's grace and would have a meteoric rise. About an hour later, Ling Xiao and Jia Junnan arrived in front of the priest hall. Ling Xiao looked over and saw that the large square was already filled with kneeling people of all ages and genders. Their expressions were extremely solemn. It was a black mass that shocked Ling Xiao. Not far from the square, there was a strange sound coming from the ancient and sacred hall that seemed to be able to draw everyone's thoughts. I didn't expect the high priest to be so popular. Ling Xiao couldn't help thinking to himself. Brother Ling, quickly kneel. The priest hall ceremony is about to begin. Jia Junnan pulled on Ling Xiao's clothes. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but he still chose to kneel with Jia Junnan in a corner. Jia Junnan also entered a state of worship like everyone else. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, trying to figure out who this high priestess was. How could she be so revered by so many citizens? Following a strange sound, two groups of people wearing black robes slowly walked out of the hall. They all covered their faces, so it was impossible to tell whether they were men or women. The two groups were about the same height, and each of them held a scepter that gave off a dazzling light. Ling Xiao looked at these people and was even more shocked. These two groups of people each had around 20 people. There was a total of 40 people, and each of them had strength no lower than a spirit master. There is indeed something extraordinary about this Guzhai city. Ling Xiao became careful. Just the escort team alone was made up of spirit master experts. It could be seen that Chuji City's strength was definitely not weaker than any sect. After the two groups of people lined up on the left and right, they all raised the scepters in their hands. Their left hands were pressed against their chest, and their heads were slightly bent down. Soon after, another 8 people walked out. These 8 people and the escort team all wore black robes, but there were 2 embroidered patterns on the left and right sides of their robes that looked like dragons and snakes. Just by looking at their clothes, anyone could tell that these 8 people's statuses were much higher than those of the escort team. At the same time, these 8 people split into 4 corners, carrying a huge iron cage. Within the cage was an extremely ferocious and terrifying spirit beast. This spirit beast's head was like a snake, and its body was like a lion. It had 4 fleshy wings and a snake tail full of sharp spikes. Its 4 wings and 2 huge legs were heavily bound by metal chains. Only its bloodthirsty mouth kept letting out strange cries of unwillingness. 8 king rank spirit beasts, this is too terrifying. And that rank 4 Xiefe snake spirit beast, this is too terrifying. Ling Xiao was once again shocked by everything in front of him. Ling Xiao couldn't see through the strength of the 8 people carrying the spirit beast, so he knew that they were at least at the king rank. Moreover, the spirit beast they were carrying was clearly an extremely rare Xiefe snake spirit beast, a terrifying spirit beast that had reached the 4th rank. The 8 people carried the Xiefe snake spirit beast and placed it in the center of the square. 6 more people walked out, and the 2 people walking at the front were the most attractive. One of them was an old man with a long beard that reached his chest, long eyebrows that covered his face, and a beige crown on his head. His body was slender, and he held a scepter in his hand. His steps were light and slow. The one supporting him was a young girl with a delicate figure. Her face was covered with a silk scarf, and she wore a beautiful crown with a red feather on it. She exuded a graceful and noble temperament. She was dressed in transparent yellow satin, and her private parts that were covered by black cloth could be faintly seen. Her healthy, wheat-colored skin was a bit less smooth and delicate, but more wild and tempting. Behind the old man and the young girl were 4 old men dressed in gold, silver, yellow and gray. These old men respectfully followed behind them, holding trays in their hands. On the trays, there were some things that could not be seen clearly. As soon as these people walked out of the square, the 40 guards and the 8 protectors knelt together and said respectfully, Welcome, high priest, welcome, priestess. After this voice sounded, everyone in the square knelt on the ground and said respectfully, Welcome, high priest, welcome, priestess. The voices of hundreds of thousands of people were as loud and shocking as the morning bell of an ancient tomb. After calling out a few times, all the voices quietened down. Behind the old man and the young girl, an old man in a golden robe walked out and said loudly, The sacrificial ceremony begins. Then there was a strange sound of playing music. The 8 protectors carrying the Xiefe serpent opened the black iron cage, and the 8 of them threw the Xiefe serpent, which was more than 10 meters long, into the air. Immediately afterward, the 8 of them attacked at the same time, and 8 powerful spiritual forces attacked the Xiefe serpent like sharp blades. Ding ding. The 8 of them did not attack to kill the Xiefe serpent, but to break all the golden steel chains that locked the Xiefe serpent. Yo! The Xiefe serpent was able to escape. It let out a hissing sound and flew into the sky to escape. The old man with the yellow crown slowly rose into the air, raised the scepter in his hand, and chanted in his heart, My people, let the gods bless my Jai city and break the curse of the ancestors as soon as possible. May my Jai city prosper and enjoy eternal peace. His voice was like the sound of Sanskrit, which could intoxicate people, make them lose their minds, and make them have fantasies of yearning. After the chanting, the Xiefe serpent flew away. Unexpectedly, at this time, the old man exclaimed, Blood sacrifice my city, break the curse of the ancestors, bless my city. Swoosh. The scepter in the old man's hand emitted a dazzling light, emitting a holy light. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, emitting a thunderous explosion. Boom. Yo! A scream shocked the audience, and a pool of blood rain fell from the sky, sprinkling on the head of the crowd. Chapter 229. The rain of blood sprinkled down, dyeing half the sky red. All of the citizens raised their heads and opened their mouths wide, waiting excitedly for the blood to fall. When the drops of bright red beast blood fell, everyone indulged in the blood in their mouths. Their expressions were one of extreme desire and greed, as if the little drops of blood were not enough to satisfy their desires. Everyone continuously breathed in and out, their faces completely red. They looked like hungry ghosts picking their food, looking extremely sinister and frightening. Ling Xiao looked at Jia Junnan, who was like everyone else in shock. He was even more frightened by this strange and sinister scene. Is this the sacrificial ceremony? Why does it look a bit like the blood sacrifice of the ancient legends? Ling Xiao wondered in his heart. Ling Xiao had read about some mysterious shamans in some ancient scrolls. He felt that this kind of blood sacrifice was very similar to the shamans of some ancient race, but there were some differences. Moreover, the records in the ancient scrolls were not complete, so he did not know if his guess was correct. Ling Xiao had thought that the sacrificial ceremony was over, but who knew that this was just the beginning? The old man in midair put his palms together and closed his eyes. The light from the scepter in his hand grew brighter and brighter. Suddenly, the sky was covered by dark clouds, and it was instantly enveloped by darkness. It was as if the world had been plunged into darkness in an instant. High priest, please protect us lowly people. High priest, please protect us lowly people. All of the citizens worshipped the high priest in midair, their mouths repeatedly repeating the same request. After a long time, the scepter in the old man's hand shone brightly again. He raised it high and shouted, Break for me. Rumble. A thunderous sound rang out once again. The pitch-black sky seemed to have been split in two by the pillar of light, and it split open in an instant. The scene was spectacular. Everyone's expressions became even more frenzied as they worshipped the old man in midair. In the name of the high priest, I beseech the heavens to have mercy on our citizens. May the heavens send down sweet dew to wash away our sins. In the name of the high priest. The old man spread out his palms, his expression solemn as he murmured to the sky. His voice was like that of a god from the 9 heavens, each word shaking the hearts of the people. The sky that had been split open seemed to have heard some summons, and rain began to fall. This time it was no longer blood, but real rainwater. The rainwater soaked everyone, and at the same time washed away the bloodstains on their faces. Hundreds of thousands of citizens raised their heads and revealed peaceful and content expressions. It seemed that at this moment, they had all been cleansed of their souls, allowing them to forget all their troubles and pain, leaving only happiness and a yearning for joy. My dear citizens, let's celebrate to our heart's content. We've received the blessings of the heavens, the old man said coolly as he slowly descended from the sky. Thank you for the high priest's gift. Thank you for the high priest's gift. All the citizens began to celebrate. For a time, the square was filled with the sound of cheers. Ling Xiao's face paled as he stared at the old man. Earth sovereign rank. There's no way I'm wrong. Ling Xiao looked at the old man descending from the sky, his heart pounding. Based on his extraordinary perception, he was certain that the old man was at least an Earth sovereign rank expert. He hadn't expected such a powerful existence to exist in this city. No wonder it hadn't been annexed by the other sections. Ling Xiao felt that this place was filled with a strange atmosphere, and he had a feeling that something unimaginable was about to happen. Although Ling Xiao was curious, there were so many experts standing guard here, so he quickly curbed his curiosity. It was better to leave this place as soon as possible. If he caused trouble again, then no one would be able to save him. Brother Ling, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and thank the high priest for his gift. Jia Junnan, who was standing beside Ling Xiao, nudged him on the arm. Oh, Ling Xiao responded, but he quickly followed Jia Junnan's example and bowed a few times. After the ceremony, hundreds of believers walked out of the main hall, holding some items in their hands and throwing them at the citizens. This caused the citizens to shout excitedly and crazily scramble for it. Jia Junnan, who was standing beside Ling Xiao, couldn't care less about him. He squeezed into the crowd to grab the items. Ling Xiao had no intention of participating, but something was thrown at him. He grabbed it, and something appeared in his hand. Ling Xiao opened it and saw that it was a pill. Ling Xiao brought it close to his nose and sniffed it. After a moment of silence, he murmured, What pill is this?" Ling Xiao was already a third-grade alchemist, and he had a deep understanding of the thousands of pill formulas in the alchemy technique. He had a certain understanding of all kinds of pills, but he couldn't tell what kind of pill it was. Ling Xiao looked around and saw that the citizens who received the pill immediately swallowed it. Then, they revealed an expression of extreme enjoyment, as if the pill brought them an endless sense of comfort. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still threw the pill into his mouth. "It doesn't seem to have any effect?" Ling Xiao said doubtfully. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the medicinal effect in his stomach finally began to change. A wave of pure energy spread out. This energy seemed to contain some kind of special effect, causing his muscles to feel relaxed. His originally vigilant nerves also became relaxed, and his body seemed to have obtained some kind of sublimation, causing him to feel happy both physically and mentally, causing him to unconsciously immerse himself in this kind of feeling. Just as Ling Xiao revealed a comfortable smile like everyone else, the pure energy in his body split off a small amount of black energy and swam into his spiritual sea. Why did something like this come in? In his spiritual sea, Lu Weng discovered the abnormality and raised his hand to wrap around the black energy. Just as Lu Weng bound the black energy, Ling Xiao instantly regained his senses. What's going on? Could it be an illusion? Ling Xiao sensed his body and found nothing strange. After taking the pill, he clearly felt that his energy had increased by a lot, but now it was still the same. At this time, the golden-robed elder in the middle of the square said in a clear voice, "Children of the High Priestess, you have all received God's gift. You can go back in peace. Of course, young men under the age of 25 can stay. Next is the priestess husband selection time." After the golden emissary's announcement, the citizens didn't disperse. Instead, they cheered even more heartily and crazily, especially the young men. All of them seemed to be on steroids, as if they all wanted to become the high priestess's grandson-in-law. Under the protection of the believers, all the citizens cleared a 2-meter-wide path. The golden-robed elder said again, "All those who are above the mystic knight rank and under the age of 25 can come forward." Soon after, many young people walked out from all directions and headed for the empty space in the middle of the square. Jia Junnan appeared beside Ling Xiao at some point and shouted, Brother Ling, I'm going up. Remember to cheer for me. Don't worry, Brother Jia, I have faith in you, Ling Xiao encouraged. Thank you, brother. Jia Junnan responded and immediately squeezed out of the crowd and walked up. To be honest, Ling Xiao didn't have faith in Jia Junnan at all. Although this guy had the strength of a low-level mystic knight, all the young people who walked up had this kind of strength. There were even more than a dozen of them who were already at the spirit master rank. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Fortunately, he had left Meteorite City long ago. He, who was once called the #1 genius of Meteorite City, was just an unremarkable name in front of these people. These young geniuses were not any weaker than his fellow disciples in the Purple Sky sect. After a while, there were already hundreds of young people gathered in the middle of the square. These were not only the majority of the heroes of Chuzhai City, but also the geniuses of other cities. All of them were excited and full of fighting spirit. Among them, the most eye-catching were the dozen or so young people standing at the very front. They didn't show excited expressions like the others. Instead, they all had calm expressions, and their expressions were filled with arrogance and disdain. None of the surrounding young people dared to approach them. These were the dozen or so spirit master experts that Ling Xiao noticed from the beginning. There was only one level difference between spirit master and mystic knight, but their strength couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. They could already produce the pressure of a spirit master, so how could the surrounding mystic knight youths get close to them? After all the young people stood in place, the priestess finally appeared. She was the young girl who appeared with the elder who held the ceremony earlier. She was barefooted, and with light steps, she came to a red high platform that had already been built. All the young men looked at the priestess who appeared, and all of them revealed an extreme desire to possess her. Although the priestess wore a veil and her face couldn't be seen clearly, her faintly discernible wheat-colored skin, that snake-like waist, and the charm that emanated from her every movement, were all dazzling. Ling Xiao, who was among the crowd, also praised in his heart. This woman is really alluring. The priestess looked around at the young men below the platform, and her beautiful eyes revealed some worry. Child, you can begin. A hoarse voice reached the priestess' ears. The priestess' body trembled slightly, and something appeared in her hand. It was an embroidered ball. Ling Xiao looked at the embroidered ball in the priestess' hands and laughed in his heart. This girl also believes in karma? The priestess held the embroidered ball in front of her chest, and her beautiful eyes were tightly closed. Her jade lips moved slightly, as if she was praying for something. At this time, all the young men became even more excited, and the dozen or so young people who didn't smile all the time also revealed some light in their eyes. Whoosh! The embroidered ball was thrown high up by the priestess. Chapter 230. Whoosh! The moment the embroidered ball was thrown up, most of the youths jumped up, trying to be the first to grab the embroidered ball. The onlookers immediately cheered in unison. The first young man to grab the embroidered ball didn't even have time to rejoice before he was kicked away by one of the youths, and the embroidered ball immediately changed hands. The man who just got the embroidered ball seemed to want to immediately rush to the high platform, but he found that one of his feet was grabbed by someone, and then he was thrown out. For a moment, countless punches and kicks greeted him. Ah! A miserable scream came out, and that person was seriously injured by a dozen youths, and the embroidered ball changed hands again. Suddenly, a chaotic battle broke out in the center of the square. In order to fight for the embroidered ball, those youths all fought with all their might. Those who weren't strong enough were seriously injured one after another, and their blood splattered all over the sky, their lives hanging by a thread. Fortunately, every time a person lost the ability to fight for the embroidered ball, someone would come to his aid and drag him out, barely managing to be trampled to death by the crowd. The surrounding citizens didn't think that this scene was cruel, and instead, they all cheered and screamed even more heartily. Ling Xiao was tongue-tied by the scene. At the same time, he felt like his horizons had been broadened. Although in his previous life, he also knew that some races also used this kind of method to choose a son-in-law. But this was the first time he saw such a real scene. After a fierce battle, there were fewer and fewer youths fighting for the embroidered ball in the middle of the square. And that Jia Junnan had long been seriously injured, and no one knew where he was dragged to recuperate. When there were only a few dozen people left, among the dozen or so young experts who hadn't moved, one finally couldn't help but rush out. "You trash are not qualified to participate in the competition." That person shouted wildly, and with a wave of one hand, a ball of golden spiritual power smashed into the few youths who were fighting for the embroidered ball. Boom. Ah. In one move, the few youths who were fighting for the embroidered ball were blasted away. That young man slowly walked to the front of the embroidered ball, picked it up, and lightly tossed it a few times. He disdainfully said to those mystic disciple-rank youngsters who wanted to step forward, "Get out of my way if you don't want to die." An invisible pressure emerged from the young man's body, forcing the youths who were about to step forward to take a few steps back. They hesitated for a moment, but no one dared to take another step forward. At least you know what's good for you." The young man arrogantly snorted. Holding the embroidered ball, he was about to fly towards the priestess on the high platform. Unexpectedly, a figure covered in flames swept towards him from behind. At the same time, a gorgeous sword ray descended from the sky. "You want to plot against this young master? Dream on." The young man seemed to have sensed it long ago, and the spear on his back flew out, sweeping away the sword light. At the same time, he didn't stop and sped up. "Come down for me." The fire figure shouted angrily, and the sword light in his hand slashed out dozens of spirit energy beams towards the young man's back. The young man knew that if he continued to force his way up, he would immediately be dismembered. He had no choice but to fly to the side to defend, and the pistol in his hand took the shape of a round shield, blocking the sword light attack. At this moment, another two young experts made their move. They seized the opportunity, and while the young man holding the embroidered ball was distracted, they simultaneously attacked with all their strength. Two water-light sword shadows attacked the young man from the left and right. The young man was attacked from the front and back, and the opponent had caught him by surprise. He had no time to defend, and his body was hit by two swords. Fortunately, he had the dark protection force to block a portion of the attack, or else he would have been dismembered. The embroidered ball changed hands again, and was obtained by the fire attribute youth. At the same time, several other youths joined the battle. They were all the geniuses and elites of the large clans. They all had high-level profound weapons in their hands, and they all used high-level profound skills. For a moment, it was hard to decide who the embroidered ball would belong to. The battle between spirit master experts was much more intense than the battle between profound scholar experts. And it was even more attractive. All sorts of different attribute attacks were like brilliant fireworks that continuously blossomed. It looked extremely beautiful and moving. Currently, there were still 5 youths who hadn't joined the battle. These 5 youths all had the cultivation of intermediate spirit masters. They were the 5 with the strongest strength out of all of the youths. The youth in the middle wore a golden robe, and his face was like a crown of stars. He was in high spirits, and his figure was slender. He held a golden sword in front of his chest, and a smile that seemed to be there was on his face. It was enough to instantly kill any young girl or young woman. He was the most handsome of the 5. Not far to his right was a youth with a pale complexion. He was the youngest of the 5, but his strength wasn't any weaker than the other 4. He wore a pure white robe, and he had a refined and handsome face. He held a white paper fan in his hand, and he waved it leisurely and contentedly. He coughed lightly from time to time, as if his body was unwell. Not far to the left of the golden robe youth was a youth wearing gray martial clothes. This person looked extremely mature, and he didn't look like he was only 25 years old at all. He looked more like a 35-year-old robust man. His body was extremely tall and strong, and his muscles were exposed. Tendons that were like green snakes could be seen, and he looked extremely sinister. On his back hung a heavy broadsword, and it was extremely eye-catching. Another youth wore a fiery red defensive armor, and his entire body was emitting intense flames. He held a red long spear in his hand, and his expression was extremely arrogant and disdainful. It was as if the battle in front of him was child's play, and not worthy of his attention. The last youth wore a black cloak, and his face was covered with a black cloth. It was impossible to see his face clearly. His spiritual energy was restrained, and it was impossible to distinguish his cultivation attribute. However, he was the most solitary. Everyone was standing, and only he was sitting on the ground. He seemed to be meditating, and he wasn't affected by the outside world at all. "Brother Feng Hao, if you're not going, then I'll go first," the youth wearing the red armor said to the golden robe youth in the middle. The golden robe youth smiled faintly and said, "Brother Feng Hao, please go ahead." The youth wearing the red armor snorted lightly, and with a turn of his red long spear, a red ring of fire flew towards the few youths fighting in front of him. All of you scram. The red-armored youth jumped into the air, and his red spear smashed down once again. The few people who were fighting over the embroidered ball were not mediocre. They were all spirit master experts, so they would not be scared off by the red guard's shout. Instead, they each raised their profound level weapons and charged towards the red guard's young man to kill him. A group of people who overestimate themselves, the red-armored youth said disdainfully, and the red spear in his hand swept out continuously. Powerful fire dragons roared as they charged towards the few people who were charging towards them. Rumble. The spiritual energy collided, and the sound shook the earth. The red-armored youth's combat strength was extraordinary. With the red spear in his hand, he was like a red god of war, and with every move, he pushed one person back. With the strength of one person, he was still able to deal with 7 people with ease. For a moment, the surrounding citizens all began to praise him. As expected of the Fan clan's genius. Looks like he has a chance of becoming the High Priestess's grandson-in-law. Yeah, the Fan clan is a large clan in our city, and is worthy of the priestess. That's hard to say. The Feng clan's genius, young Master Feng Hao, hasn't even made a move yet. He became a middle spirit master before young Master Fan Dongza. That's true, but young Master Fan is of the fire attribute, while young Master Feng is of the metal attribute. Their attributes counter each other, so it's hard to say who will win. The intense battle had reached its climax, and the young experts all took out pills and consumed them, greatly increasing their strength. The young man in red armor seemed to be unable to suppress the 7 of them. Just as he was hesitating about whether or not to consume the pills, the tall and sturdy youth raised his heavy blade and entered the fray. "Hurry up and clean up this trash, so we can have a good fight." The tall youth chose to stand on the red-armored youth's side and attack the other 7 youths. "Okay." The young man in the red guard responded and increased his firepower. 2 middle spirit masters against 7 low spirit masters. Victory and defeat were quickly decided. The 7 low spirit masters were swept out by the 2 of them. The red-armored youth had expended a lot of energy, and as soon as he stopped, he took out a pill and consumed it. At this moment, a black shadow flashed like a ghost. Papa! Dozens of powerful palm strikes landed on the back of the young man in red armor. Blood splattered out as the young man in red armor was sent flying into the sea of people. "Bastard!" A shocking roar rang out, and an old man darted out from the sea of people to grab the red-armored youth who had yet to fall. Without another word, the old man immediately took out a pill and stuffed it into the red-armored youth's mouth. No one had expected that someone would launch a sneak attack, and that the timing of the sneak attack had been very precise. The person who had launched the sneak attack was the black-cloaked youth who had been sitting cross-legged. "Black Sand Print, you evil scoundrel! How dare you harm a member of my Fan family?" The old man holding the red-armored youth flew up and roared at the black-cloaked youth. Suddenly, a huge golden hand flew out from the hall and slammed heavily towards the old man from the Fan clan. The old man from the Fan clan was slammed heavily into the ground by the palm. "Fanji, stand down. If you dare interfere again, you'll be killed without mercy." A faint voice rang out from the palace. The Fan family elder crawled to his feet and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The anger on his face had completely disappeared, and instead he looked panicked. He bowed towards the palace and said, "Thank you, Gold Emissary, for sparing my life." Then, the Fan family elder carried the red-armored youth and hurriedly left the square. Ling Xiao was shocked once more. The Fan family elder had been a king-level expert, but he'd been sent flying with a single palm strike. It seemed that the Gold Emissary's strength was quite terrifying. The red-armored youth had been heavily injured, and there were only 4 young experts left. The final winner would depend on their own ability. Chapter 231. In the center of the plaza, aside from the priestess on the high platform, there were only 4 young middle spirit masters. The handsome young man in the golden robe was an expert of the younger generation from the Feng clan, one of the large clans in Guzhai City. His name was Feng Hao, and he was a middle spirit master who had just turned 25. He was even stronger than Fan Dongzi, who was also from Guzhai City. After all, he had broken through to middle spirit master a year earlier than Fan Dongzi. The pale young man with the white paper fan was called Xian Yao, and his identity was unknown. All that was known was that he was a guest invited by the high priestess, so his background must not be small. Furthermore, he was the youngest middle spirit master among the 4 on the platform, and he was only 22 years old. At such a young age, he was able to achieve such valiant strength, which could be seen in Tenbin. The tall and mature young man was a young expert from a large clan in a nearby city. His name was Luo Leihu, and he would be 26 years old in a few days. This time, he had hit the jackpot, and was able to make it in time for the priestess to choose her concubine. If he was a few days late, he would be over 25 years old, and he would lose the right to participate. As for the cloaked young man, his background was unknown. All that was known was that his name was Wei Ying, and he had a lot of battle experience. He was an expert in sneak attacks, and Fan Dongzi was wearing a defensive armor, but he was still able to seize the opportunity to heavily injure him. This was enough to show his ability. Luo Leihu, who had fought with Fan Dongzi against the 7 low spirit masters, looked at him with dissatisfaction and said, "This kind of sneak attack scoundrel is not worthy of competing with us for the priestess. Let me kick you out now." After saying that, Luo Leihu stomped on the ground with 1 foot, and his entire body was like a ferocious tiger as he pounced towards the cloaked young man. His fist was like a falling boulder as it smashed towards Wei Ying. Wei Ying looked at the incoming Luo Leihu and said with disdain, "Hee, a barbarian bull like you is not qualified for me to come out." He sneered, and unexpectedly punched Luo Leihu head-on. Boom! The 2 of them used strength against strength, and their fists collided. In just an instant, they were both pushed back. Luo Leihu had only taken 3 steps back, while Wei Ying had taken 6 steps back. The power of this punch was enough to prove whose fist was more powerful. "You dare to be so arrogant with such little spiritual energy? Scoundrels will always be scoundrels." Luo Leihu's aura surged as he prepared to gather his spiritual energy and blasted at Wei Ying. Unexpectedly, just as he took a step forward, his entire body stopped. He looked at his already pitch-black fist and said with an abnormally angry expression, You used poison? A raging bull is a raging bull. Don't you understand that all is fair in war?" Wei Ying sneered in disdain. Luo Leihu suppressed his anger, and immediately took out a pill to swallow. However, Wei Ying did not give him the chance to do so. He blasted out several streams of black mist toward Luo Leihu. It really is a dark attribute attack. Xian Yao, who had not made a move yet, was slightly surprised. Finally, he began to move. He waved the white paper fan in his hand, and a flash of white light shot out. Sizzle! The black and white spiritual energy intertwined with each other, and the 2 masses of Xian energy disappeared. Wei Ying looked at Xian Yao in surprise and said, "Light attribute spiritual energy. Are you from the Light Star Hall?" Xian Yao smiled and opened his white paper fan. A few pictures of beautiful women appeared on the paper. He coughed lightly and said, "You've guessed wrong. I'm just a wild man who doesn't dare to associate with the Light Star Palace. You, on the other hand, should be from the Spectre sect, right?" Wei Ying narrowed his eyes and said, "You really are not from the Light Star Hall? Is that really that important?" Xian Yao said lightly. "Since you're not, then go to hell." Wei Ying took advantage of the moment Xian Yao waved his fan, and rushed toward Xian Yao like a ghost. His palms once again blasted out with all his strength. Facing this move, Xian Yao still had a faint smile on his face. The white paper fan in his hand was still as light as before, as if he did not care about this move at all. "Scoundrel, your opponent is me." Luo Leihu, who was at the side, roared and instantly unsheathed the heavy saber on his back. A thunderous saber light flashed with thin arcs of electricity as it blasted toward Wei Ying. Lightning attributes spiritual energy. Ling Xiao, who had been paying attention to the battle, revealed a surprised expression. He clearly saw that Luo Lehu had used an earth attribute attack, but in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a lightning attribute attack. It seemed that Luo Lehu was a dual cultivator of lightning and earth. Wei Ying did not expect Luo Lehu to be so fierce even after being poisoned. He immediately gave up on attacking Xian Yao, and flipped a few times in the air before dodging Luo Lehu's fierce attack. However, Luo Lehu did not give up, and continued to attack Wei Ying with the heavy saber in his hand. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of thunder rang out in the middle of the square. The marble on the square was struck by the power of the lightning, causing rocks to fly everywhere and dust to rise. Lightning attacks are worthy of being called the strongest attribute. It's too terrifying. I didn't expect this big guy to be so fierce. It seems that it won't be easy for the young master of the Feng clan to obtain the embroidered ball. That's hard to say. Young Master Feng Hao still hasn't made a move. It looks like he's waiting until the end to reap the benefits. That's possible. I hope that young Master Feng Hao can obtain the embroidered ball. The Feng clan is still the #1 clan in Guzhai City, and it would be a match made in heaven for him to marry the priestess. The citizens began to discuss in low voices. In the middle of the square, Wei Ying still did not fight head-on with Luo Lehu. He only used strange footwork to dodge Luo Lehu's attacks, causing him to return empty-handed. Scoundrel, don't dodge if you have the guts. I, Luo Lehu, will chop you into pieces. Luo Lehu angrily shouted. Although his attacks were powerful, he was not fast enough, and he could not lock onto Wei Ying's strange movements. Wei Ying ignored Luo Lehu and sneered inwardly, "Barbarian bull, increase your attacks. The blackness will spread even faster. You forced me to do this. Today, I'll definitely cut off your dog head." Luo Lehu cursed when he was at his wit's end. He leaped high into the air and gathered lightning attribute spiritual energy around his body. His heavy saber pointed to the sky as a purple light enveloped his body. Rumble. Up in the sky, a bolt of lightning seemed to have been summoned and actually broke through the air. He can actually attract lightning from the heavens to his body. Even a high-ranked spirit master would not dare to take this move head-on. This guy is really strong. Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he looked at Luo Lehu. At the same time, he was secretly comparing himself to Luo Lehu. If he used his full strength to take on Luo Lehu's move, he would most likely be the one to lose. Xian Yao looked at Luo Lehu and shook his head. Forcing yourself to use this move will only make you suffer. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Lehu, who had yet to make his move, swayed a few times in the air and then fell to the ground. Finally acting up, Wei Ying sneered and once again moved towards the falling Luo Lehu. Xian Yao once again blocked Wei Ying and said, "He has already been defeated. Why must you be so ruthless? Hateful guy. Since you want to stop me from killing him, then I'll kill you." Wei Ying looked at Xian Yao with extreme disgust, and a pair of black gloves appeared on his palms. This was his true Xian artifact, the one he had used to sneak attack Fan Dongzi. It was a high-grade third-stage Xian artifact. This time, he was planning to use his real Xian artifact. Black Sand Palm. Wei Ying shouted, and in an instant, dozens of black palm shadows were sent out. Xian Yao circulated his dark protection force and waved the white paper fan in his hand casually. The dozens of fan shadows were like butterflies, all blocking Wei Ying's black palm shadows. Wei Ying's move was just a ruse. His strange footwork appeared again, and he circled to Xian Yao's side. A thin black needle appeared in his hand, and he shot it towards Xian Yao. Be careful of hidden weapons. Luo Lehu couldn't help but remind Wei Ying from the ground. Xian Yao quickly leaped away, and at the same time, he closed the white paper fan in his hand and pointed at Wei Ying a few times. Several white lights intertwined and shot towards Wei Ying like stars. Wei Ying's sneak attack had failed, and he continuously retreated to avoid Xian Yao's attack. In his heart, he was extremely angry at Luo Lehu. If Luo Lehu hadn't helped him just now, he would have immediately defeated Xian Yao. He thought to himself, I can't let this go on. Otherwise, it will only benefit that brat who hasn't made a move yet. Wei Ying was very cautious. He knew that if he continued to fight with Xian Yao, it wouldn't be beneficial to him. Thus, he changed his direction and attacked Feng Hao, who was watching the show. Feng Hao revealed a confident smile and muttered, "It seems that I can't even take advantage of her. If that's the case, then let me quickly end this game." Feng Hao didn't meet Wei Ying's attack head-on. Instead, he avoided his direction and rushed towards the embroidered ball that had fallen in the middle of the arena. In order to become the High Priestess son-in-law, one didn't just have to fight to the end. Instead, one had to obtain the embroidered ball, rush to the High Priestess on the platform, and present it to her. Then that person would become the priestess son-in-law. In your dreams. Wei Ying saw through Feng Hao's intentions with a glance. He increased his speed again and attacked Feng Hao's back with both palms. If Feng Hao insisted on picking up the embroidered ball, he would be seriously injured by his palms. Feng Hao naturally didn't dare to take the risk. However, he was also quite skilled. He waved his hand and a golden light blocked Wei Ying's attack. At the same time, he flipped his body and landed in front of the embroidered ball. When his feet landed, he picked up the embroidered ball and threw it into the air. Using the momentum of his toes, he leaped up and the embroidered ball was about to fall into his hands. Xianyao watched from the side and smiled. "You're not the fated person. You'd better take the embroidered ball later." As he spoke, he waved his white paper fan. His spiritual energy brought about a strong gust of wind and blew the embroidered ball to the other side. Feng Hao glared at Xianyao with dissatisfaction. However, he didn't have time to ask for the embroidered ball anymore. He immediately returned to defend against Wei Ying. Xianyao took the opportunity to run towards the embroidered ball. Feng Hao was determined to win this battle, so he wasn't willing to let Xianyao get it so easily. "Extreme Metal Slash!" Feng Hao shouted. His whole body shone with a golden light and spiritual energy spread out from his body. The golden sword in his hand instantly swung out countless sharp golden blades. Wei Ying, who was closest to Feng Hao, was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. There was no way for him to avoid it. He could only continuously send out black palm shadows to shatter the golden blades. However, Feng Hao's move was a top green stair sword technique. It was extremely powerful. There was still a gap between Wei Ying's strength and Feng Hao's. After defending for a long time, the golden blades cut through his dark protection force. Blood trickled out from the gaps between his flesh. If Feng Hao took the opportunity to attack again, Wei Ying might not be able to block it. However, Feng Hao didn't want to fight to the death with Wei Ying. His target was still the embroidered ball. Feng Hao's attack changed direction and swept towards Xianyao. There were only golden sword shadows left in the middle of the square. Chapter 232. Xianyao didn't expect Feng Hao to be so powerful, and his relaxed demeanor disappeared. He spun the white paper fan in his hand, and a dazzling white light appeared in front of him, forming a multi-shaped shield that blocked the incoming golden blade. Clang! 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 The sharp weapons clashed, producing a series of ear-piercing sounds. The citizens retreated, and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. On the high platform, the priestess' beautiful eyes were still calm, as if it had nothing to do with her who obtained the embroidered ball. Xianyao couldn't block Feng Hao's powerful attack in the end, and his body was sent flying more than 10 meters away, a stream of blood spurting out of his mouth. He knelt on one knee and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with one hand. He smiled. "It's fate. It seems that I have no part in this fate, and I can't force it." Xianyao stood up, not a trace of resentment on his face, and retreated to the side with his white paper fan, no longer participating in the fight. Ling Xiao looked at Xianyao, who didn't seem disappointed at all, and praised. "This guy is quite interesting. At least you know what's good for you," Feng Hao said to the retreating Xianyao. He immediately took out a pill and popped it into his mouth, then walked towards the embroidered ball. At this moment, all the citizens cheered, as if they all believed that Feng Hao would definitely win the favor of the priestess. Feng Hao picked up the embroidered ball, smiled charmingly at the priestess on the high platform, and leaped up. At this moment, a small black poisonous needle shot towards Feng Hao without a sound. No one expected the injured Wei Ying to launch another sneak attack. Feng Hao was also dizzy from his victory, and he didn't even have the slightest bit of vigilance. The poisonous needle sank into his abdomen, and the strong poison numbed his movements, causing him to fall down in an instant. Wei Ying took the opportunity to get up again and tried to snatch the embroidered ball from Feng Hao's hand. Haha, I finally got it. Wei Ying snatched the embroidered ball and laughed proudly, then leaped up to the high platform. Feng Hao stared wide-eyed at Wei Ying snatching away the fruit of his victory. He was enraged. Ignoring the poison in his body, he struggled again and shouted, "Despicable man, don't even think about succeeding." Feng Hao shouted. He grabbed Wei Ying's cloak with one hand and pulled him down. Wei Ying's cloak was pulled off by Feng Hao. The black cloth covering him fell off too, revealing an extremely ugly face. There were only a few strands of hair on his head, which made him look extremely disgusting. Ah, this is simply a monster, too disgusting. This is too unsightly. This guy has no shame at all in trying to fight for the priestess. He doesn't know his place at all. That's right, we can't let this guy get the embroidered ball. Young Master Feng Hao, you must stop him. When the surrounding citizens saw Wei Ying's disgusting and ferocious appearance, they all spoke indignantly. Wei Ying had always been self-conscious about her appearance. Now that it had been exposed, she was enraged. I'll kill you. Wei Ying turned around, his murderous intent clear. He launched several palm strikes at Feng Hao's chest, each strike containing powerful spiritual energy. Feng Hao stubbornly resisted, barely circulating his spiritual energy to resist. Feng Hao was like a broken kite as he was sent flying dozens of meters by Wei Ying. Wei Ying didn't stop there. He once again chased after Feng Hao. He raised one hand, and a thick black mist gathered in the center of his palm. Go to hell. Wei Ying slammed his palm heavily towards Feng Hao's forehead. Wei Ying's actions showed that he was determined to kill Feng Hao. Unexpectedly, Luo Leihu, who had been poisoned and had lost his ability to fight, suddenly sprang up. Bang bang. Luo Leihu's fist struck Wei Ying's back, catching him off guard. Wei Ying didn't expect Luo Leihu to launch an attack at this moment. The powerful spiritual energy sent him flying, and the embroidered ball in his hand was also thrown high. Luo Leihu had only condensed the power of one move. He forced a smile as he watched Wei Ying fly away. This is called giving him a taste of his own medicine. After saying that, he completely fainted. The citizens were all dumbfounded. Everyone could only stare blankly in the direction that the embroidered ball had flown in. Finally, the embroidered ball steadily landed in the hands of a young man. For a moment, that young man became the focus of everyone's attention. What is this? Ling Xiao asked in a daze as he looked at the embroidered ball in his hands. He then looked at the citizens staring at him, and couldn't react for a moment. Silence. The scene became silent. Ling Xiao was very scared by everyone's gazes. He couldn't help but shake the embroidered ball in his hand. It flew over on its own. It's none of my business. I'll give it back to her. After saying that, Ling Xiao quickly used his strength to throw the embroidered ball back into the hands of the priestess on the high platform not far away. All right, it's none of my business. Don't look at me like that. Although this young master is very handsome, I'm not a casual person. Ling Xiao looked at the townspeople who were still staring at him, slowly retreating as he spoke. Why did he feel as if something bad was about to happen? Xian Yao looked at Ling Xiao from not far away and said with a bitter smile, "It's fated. He can't escape. What a lucky guy. The priestess has been decided. Everyone cheer as much as you want." A vast voice rang out from the hall. Oh! All the citizens cried out in surprise. Before Ling Xiao could retreat from the crowd, he was lifted up by the citizens around him. Hey! What are you doing? Ling Xiao's body trembled as he immediately broke free from the citizens' hands and feet. Priestess, of course we're asking you to go to the priestess side. A citizen replied with a cheer. That's right, we'll all carry you up. For a moment, the citizens all rushed towards Ling Xiao one after another. Oh my God! How could this young master be your vassal? This is a misunderstanding. Ling Xiao let out a strange cry and immediately jumped up. He grabbed the citizen's shoulders and quickly left. Catch the vassal. The priestess on the platform finally stood up and shouted. Just as she finished speaking, a shadow dashed out from a corner. In a flash, it was on top of Ling Xiao's head. Vassal, come back with me. That person single-handedly grabbed Ling Xiao and dragged him back to the platform. Sir, what's going on? I didn't participate in the fight. How could I be a vassal? Is there a mistake? Ling Xiao struggled to speak. This was the first time Ling Xiao had faced such a situation. How did he become a vassal for no reason? That person didn't reply and only brought him back to the platform before disappearing again. Congratulations, priestess. Congratulations, vassal. Congratulations, priestess. Congratulations, vassal. All the citizens knelt to the priestess and Ling Xiao on the platform and gave their blessings. What's going on? Ling Xiao anxiously looked at the citizens and murmured. He didn't dare to run anymore. With a king-level powerhouse by his side, he had no chance of escaping. The priestess gracefully walked over to Ling Xiao and looked at Ling Xiao with a helpless and resigned expression. She faintly said, "Vassal, please help me take off my silk scarf. From now on, you will be my husband." The priestess' voice was very sweet and pleasant to listen to, but there was a hint of resentment in it. Ling Xiao looked at the priestess and said, "I say, girl, are you mistaken? I didn't fight for the embroidered ball at all. It fell into my hands by itself. I'm just returning it to you. Is that wrong?" "That's enough. Because of this, you will be my vassal. If you aren't willing to marry me, then I can only commit suicide in front of you, or..." The priestess said. "Or what?" Ling Xiao impatiently asked. "Or you can die from the blood sacrifice of 10,000 gu," the priestess said lightly. In an instant, Ling Xiao's body felt extremely cold. The blood sacrifice of 10,000 gu sounded sinister and frightening, and it was definitely an extremely cruel way to die. What should I do?" Ling Xiao asked worriedly. "Vassal, hurry up and take off my scarf," the priestess urged. "If I die, then I die. If you're like Sister Ruhua, then this young master's illustrious reputation will be buried here." Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and roughly tore off the priestess' scarf. Immediately, a pure and flawless face fell into Ling Xiao's eyes, causing him to freeze. Looking at the priestess in front of him, Ling Xiao couldn't help but lightly praise, So beautiful." She had a beautiful mole in the center of her eyebrows. Not only did this mole not affect her appearance, it gave her a wild sense of beauty. Her thin, jade-like lips exuded a translucent luster, and a pair of pearl earrings hung from them, giving her a liveliness. Although her beauty couldn't compare to Yun Mingqi's, it was more gentle than Yun Mingqi's. Although her beauty couldn't compare to Ji Beixin's, it was even more alluring than Ji Beixin's. All men couldn't help but have the urge to conquer her. The priestess could definitely be called a peerless beauty. In response to Ling Xiao's praise, the priestess couldn't help but lightly tremble and say, "Vassal, we're about to carry out the wedding ceremony." After saying this, the priestess's cheeks flushed a few times. "Wedding ceremony? Are we going to bow to heaven and earth?" Ling Xiao came back to his senses and asked in surprise. The priestess didn't use words to reply, but instead hooked her delicate hand around Ling Xiao's neck and kissed Ling Xiao's thick lips. Ling Xiao's body stiffened, and his mind went blank. This young master was forcefully kissed. Then the hundreds of thousands of people below the high platform all shouted in unison, "Congratulations, Your Highness, and congratulations, vassal! Congratulations, Your Highness, and congratulations, vassal!" Among the citizens, Jia Junnan, who came with Ling Xiao, looked at Ling Xiao, who was forcefully kissed, and said to himself, "This guy is really a dog's luck. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have brought him here." Chapter 233. A sweet taste entered Ling Xiao's mouth, and a faint virgin fragrance assailed his nostrils. All of Ling Xiao's defenses had collapsed. No matter when, Ling Xiao's greatest weakness was that when he met a beautiful woman, especially such a peerless beauty, he couldn't control himself. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to counterattack, something seemed to enter his mouth and drill into it. Ling Xiao pushed the priestess away and asked, "What did you put in there?" "Love parasite. From now on, you are my husband," the priestess said indifferently. "Love parasite? What's that?" Ling Xiao murmured in confusion. Then an old voice sounded out. "My people, cheer as much as you like. Let us send the priestess and the priestess into the bridal chamber." The citizens of the city cheered again, and the scene became extremely lively. Subsequently, 8 king rank experts flew out while carrying a large lotus-shaped bed that seemed like a mobile palace. For a moment, more than 10 spirit master women carried flower baskets that emitted bright and delicious flower petals. Ling Xiao stared at the pink bed in front of him. There was a faint floral fragrance coming from it, and he was completely stunned. A flower bed carried by king stage experts? Ling Xiao rubbed his eyes in disbelief. However, before he could come back to his senses, he was carried into the flower bed. Ling Xiao's eyes widened as he watched the priestess carry him into the flower bed. And his expression became even more shocked. You've already reached the king's stage? Ling Xiao asked in disbelief. The priestess from before was probably a year or two younger than him, but she was already a king stage expert at such a young age. This Tenbin was even more terrifying than Yun Mingqi, who had received the inheritance. The priestess didn't answer Ling Xiao's question. Instead, she sat quietly and allowed the 8 king stage experts to carry the flower bed into a quiet and secluded courtyard within the main hall. The courtyard was extremely wide, and all sorts of unknown flowers and plants were planted around it. Looking at these flowers and plants, Ling Xiao was once again shocked to the point of numbness. Ling Xiao had read the catalog of magic herbs in depth, but he still didn't know much about the flowers and plants here. However, he did recognize 2 stalks of poisonous grass. One was a Tier 3 high-tier black snow silkworm vine, and the other was a Tier 4 low-tier thousand-year black widow. There were also a few other stalks of poisonous grass between Tier 3 and Tier 4 low-tier. Ling Xiao glanced at a corner, and was attracted by a blooming flower with blue patterns. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Deep star blue!" Ling Xiao jumped down from the flower bed, and ran towards the stalk of spirit herb. It really is serene star blue. Wonderful! Wonderful! Ling Xiao seemed to have forgotten his own situation. Looking at the flower in front of him, he shouted, "It really is serene star blue. This servant also knows about the star blue?" The priestess walked over from behind and asked calmly. According to the customs of Guji City, the priestess was already Ling Xiao's wife. Regardless of whether she truly liked him or not, she had already accepted her fate. Fortunately, this guy's strength wasn't any worse than those people who were easy to fight over, and he didn't look lazy either. At least he was a bit better than that ugly freak, and could barely be considered a match for her. If Ling Xiao knew that he, the most handsome man in the Northwest, was only a bit better than that ugly freak Wei Ying, he would probably vomit blood on the spot. Of course I know. A mid-tier Tier 4 poisonous grass. Any little bit can poison a Tier 3 spiritual herb to death. Ling Xiao didn't notice how the priestess addressed him and nodded in response. The priestess's beautiful eyes revealed a bit of a strange expression, and then she asked, "Is this star blue useful to you?" "Useful, very useful." Before Ling Xiao could finish, he immediately closed his mouth and smiled awkwardly, just casually looking around. How could he forget that this was someone else's territory? This star serene flower was a mid-tier Tier 4 poisonous grass, and it was very valuable. Even if he wanted it, he wouldn't dare to snatch it from someone else. "Oh, in any case, this place will belong to you in the future. You can look however you want," the priestess said calmly. At this time, Ling Xiao suddenly remembered that he had been inexplicably treated as someone else's servant. From the looks of it, she wasn't joking. If he didn't make things clear, he really wouldn't know what to do this time. "How about we discuss something?" Ling Xiao looked at the priestess seriously and said. The priestess said, "Sure, but first into the room." Oh my, could it be that this girl is a tyrant? Then is this young master's illustrious reputation going to end here? Ling Xiao thought in fear. However, at this point he could only bite the bullet and follow the priestess into the room. The interior of the room was decorated in an extremely festive and elegant manner. The screen and curtains were extremely hazy and ethereal. At one end of the room was a large soft couch that was more than 2 meters wide. On the desk was a carving of a dragon and a phoenix intertwining with each other. It looked very lifelike. Beside the bed was a dressing table carved from 1,000-year-old sandalwood. When Ling Xiao entered the room, he couldn't help but feel flustered. Could it be that we're really going to the bridal room? Isn't it a little too fast? The priestess brought a sandalwood table, took out a wine jug, and poured wine into 2 cups. A different kind of wine fragrance filled the entire room. Medicinal wine? Ling Xiao also drank often. Just by smelling the wine fragrance, he could guess that what the priestess was pouring was not ordinary wine, but medicinal wine. He just didn't know what effect this medicinal wine had. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think. Could it be used to strengthen one's sex drive? Isn't this looking down on this young master's ability? Really, in a bit, I'll definitely let you know how powerful this young master is. Fu Ma, come over and have a cup of wine, the priestess called out to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sat next to the priestess but didn't take her wine. He said very seriously, I feel that I need to explain things clearly. Although Ling Xiao was extremely interested in beautiful women, he didn't want to lose his virginity at this critical moment. At the very least, he wanted everyone to be honest first. This was also a kind of respect for him and the priestess. The priestess put down the wine in her hand and said, I know what you want to say, but this has already become the truth. Even if you don't want to face it, you have to face it. Otherwise, only death awaits you or me. But if I don't explain things clearly, even if I die, I won't be able to rest in peace. Ling Xiao said bluntly. He had to understand what was going on. Was he going to sell himself just because of an embroidered ball? What's more, the position of his main wife was going to be left for Yun Mingqi. How could he suddenly give it to a woman whose name he didn't even know? Just as Ling Xiao was about to open his mouth to speak, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Ah! Ling Xiao only felt that his hidden heart was being bitten by something. That feeling was so painful that he couldn't help but scream. Ling Xiao clutched his chest and kept rolling on the ground. This kind of pain was even more unbearable than when the fire poison entered his body. One had to know that the hidden heart was the weakest part of anyone, and it was also the foundation of a person's survival. The priestess frowned and leaned down to look at Ling Xiao. Don't think about other women. This way your pain will disappear. You. What did you do to me? Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words, but he still kept rolling on the ground. He did his best to circulate his spiritual qi in an attempt to reduce his pain, but it was to no avail. However, he remembered the priestess' words just now and quickly forced himself to not think about any other women. Sure enough, the pain in Ling Xiao's chest gradually lessened until he didn't feel any pain at all. He crawled up from the ground and wiped away his cold sweat. He gloomily said to the priestess, What did you do to me? The love gu is our gu clan's sacred object of love. You and I are already husband and wife, and neither of us can think about other members of the opposite sex. Otherwise, we will suffer from heart-devouring pain. Just now, you must have been thinking about other women, and that's why you were bitten by the gu. The priestess explained indifferently. Her tone was indifferent, as if no emotions could be heard. Is that what you put in my mouth? Ling Xiao asked. Just now, outside the square, the priestess had kissed him forcefully and put something in his mouth for him to swallow. That's right. The priestess didn't deny it. Is there any way to get it out? Ling Xiao asked with a dark expression. Once it enters your body, it will accompany you for the rest of your life. As long as you treat me wholeheartedly, it won't hurt you. Instead, it will be very beneficial to you, the priestess replied. When Ling Xiao heard the priestess' words, he took a deep breath and said faintly, I'll ask you again. Is there any way to get it out for me? There is. You can ask my grandfather to help you force it out, the priestess said very honestly. Your grandfather, the high priestess? Ling Xiao asked with a dispirited expression. No, I definitely can't let it control me, Ling Xiao said unwillingly in his heart. Then he ignored the priestess and sat down cross-legged. He planned to use his own spiritual energy to expel the love gu from his body, or to destroy it within his body. Don't waste your effort. Even I can't force it out. It's residing in your heart. Once you drive it out or kill it, it'll be the end of your path, the priestess said again. Impossible, Ling Xiao said in disbelief. He then immediately mobilized 30% of his returning energy, and all of his spiritual energy surged towards his heart. After 15 minutes, Ling Xiao became dispirited again. Ling Xiao looked at the priestess unwillingly and said, Since you already know that I have a woman I love, do you still insist on making me your man? This isn't fair to you at all, is it? No matter how many women you have had in the past, you will forget them from today onwards, the priestess said faintly. Don't you think this is very cruel to you or to me? Will we be happy if we force ourselves to be together? Furthermore, we don't even know each other's names. Are we really going to be together like this? Ling Xiao said in an attempt to persuade the priestess. He knew that as long as he could persuade the priestess, she would definitely plead for him to the high priestess. This is the will of the heavens. I can't change it. The priestess' expression was still indifferent. Ling Xiao gnashed his teeth in hatred. It was a pity that he couldn't make a move against the priestess. After all, she was a king-level expert. She could toy with him with just one hand. Was this young master going to die here? Chapter 234. In the most majestic hall of Goose Sacrifice City, the Jade Building was simple and unadorned, and its imposing manner was magnificent and extraordinary. An invisible evil aura enveloped the hall, and from afar, it looked as deep and terrifying as an ancient beast. This was the Goose Sacrifice Hall, and it was also the place where the high priest usually lived. In a place so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers, an old man sat cross-legged at the very center. This old man was the high priest of the city and Goose Sacrifice City. At this time, there was a terrifying insect beast wriggling behind him. This insect beast looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. Its round and fat body was covered with black thorns, making it look like a hedgehog. Its pair of blue bell-like eyes emitted a terrifying and gloomy color, and there were two antennae on its forehead that kept swaying. It let out a strange hissing sound, and its mood seemed to be a little impatient. The high priest slowly opened his old eyes and stood up. He placed the scepter in his hand on the ground and gently stroked the insect beast's forehead, saying, "Old man, I know you can't bear to part with little Feng. But the child has grown up and already has a home that belongs to her. Let's wish her happiness together." The insect beast seemed to be able to hear the high priest's words. Its antennae swayed a few times, and finally retreated into the darkness and disappeared. The high priest sighed softly, stroked his white beard and said, "I hope that kid is really as Xiao Xuanzi said, the true son of Goose Sacrifice City." In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. On the wood flag peak of the Purple Sky Sect, an extremely fast figure flew to the cultivation place of the Peak Lord Mu Huai. "Senior brother, you're back. Do you have any news of Ling Xiao?" Mu Huai flew out of a cave residence and asked. The person who came was Mu Huai's senior brother, Mu En. He shook his head and said, "I searched the vicinity of Flame Valley, but I couldn't find any trace of that kid. I don't know where he went." "Was he harmed by the people of the Moon Worship sect?" Mu Huai said with a serious expression. "It shouldn't be. When we were in Flame Valley, I saw with my own eyes that the kid rode a flying mount that was very similar to the divine beast Qilin. Its flying speed was even faster than ours, so he should be fine," Muan said clearly. "If that's the case, why hasn't the little guy come back yet?" Mu Huai said with a sigh. To be honest, ever since he took Ling Xiao in as his disciple, he had placed all his hopes on Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao had not returned for half a year, he was very anxious, so he asked his senior brother to go out on his behalf to look for Ling Xiao. However, there was still no trace of Ling Xiao, and he could not help but worry in his heart. "I think it might be related to Zhu Ruchang," Muan guessed. Mu Huai frowned and said, "Senior brother thinks that Zhu Ruchang doesn't want Ling Xiao to come back, so he sent someone to." Mu Huai shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. Maybe Ling Xiao doesn't want to stay in the sect anymore." For a moment, Mu Huai's expression darkened. "In another half a year, it will be the sect pledge assembly. I wonder if that boy will be able to make it back in time." Mu Huai thought in his heart with anticipation. Above the Purple Heaven sect, where Herb Peak was located, Hua Xiaogui was bowing to Nangong Chengal and pleading with him. Nangong Chengal sighed and said, "Xiaogui, your strength is low. Before you reach the spirit master level, I will not let you take even half a step out of the sect." "Master, Grandpa Nangong, I beg you, let me go out and look for senior brother. I believe that nothing will happen to him." Hua Xiaogui knelt on the ground and pleaded. "You child, get up first. I heard that Mu Huai has already sent Elder Mu En out to look for Ling Xiao. If he finds him, he will naturally bring your senior brother back. If he doesn't find him, what's the point of you going out? Nangong Chengal said. Elder Mu-un is going to look for him personally? Hua Xiaogui asked in astonishment. Nangong Chengal nodded and said, That's right. Mu Huai treats your senior brother like a treasure. How could he see something happen to him? You should just wait here quietly. Hua Xiaogui stood up from the ground. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, she suddenly thought of something. She turned her head towards Nangong Chengal and said, Grandpa Nangong, have you decided to expel senior brother from Herb Peak? This was unanimously agreed upon by the sex elders. They feel that it is not suitable for your senior brother to have one disciple and two masters, so. Nangong Chengal replied, Haha, alright. I knew that senior brother is overflowing with talent, and is not favored by some people. However, Grandpa Nangong, do you think that senior brother should not stay in our Herb Peak? Hua Xiaogui smiled bitterly. Of course not. Ling Zhao's alchemy Tenbin is extraordinary. As long as he steps into the Spirit Master realm, he will definitely be able to become a third-rank alchemist. Think about how old he is only 20 years old. I'm afraid that even in the entire continent, he is as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. Of course, I don't want to let such an outstanding disciple go. But your senior brother has offended your martial uncle Zhu. Your martial uncle Zhu is determined to force your senior brother to leave. Otherwise he will leave Herb Peak. This is something that I don't want to see. Nangong Chengal sighed lightly. Nangong Chengal knew about Ling Zhao's alchemy Tenbin. Although he wanted Ling Xiao to stay in Herb Peak, his junior brother strongly opposed it. Moreover, Wood Flag Peak had also spread the word that as long as Ling Xiao was not expelled from the sect, he would definitely be a disciple of Wood Flag Peak. Because of this, the sect's elders had always believed that Ling Xiao should leave Herb Peak and only become a disciple of Wood Flag Peak. Of course, Ling Xiao himself did not know about this yet. Grandpa Nangong, in the future, you will know how big of a mistake you made, Hua Xiaogui said before walking out without looking back. Nangong Chengal looked at Hua Xiaogui's back and smacked his lips. Stinking brat, I'm still your grandfather. How dare you speak to me like that? No one knew that Nangong Chengal was actually Hua Xiaogui's grandfather. Of course, he was not Hua Xiaogui's biological grandfather, but their relationship was not much worse than a biological grandfather's. 20 years ago, Nangong Chengal had entered deep into the mountain range to search for spirit herbs. Unexpectedly, he had encountered an attack from a high-grade spirit beast, and had almost lost his life in the beast's stomach. Fortunately, Hua Xiaogui's grandfather had saved him. Because of this, the two of them became friends despite the difference in age, and became sworn brothers. Originally, Nangong Chengal had wanted to bring Hua Xiaogui's grandfather to the Purple Sky sect to settle down, but Hua Xiaogui's grandfather had refused. So not many people knew about the relationship between the two. Hua Xiaogui had only found out before coming to the Purple Sky sect that the Peak Lord of Herb Peak, Nangong Chengal, was his other grandfather. On the main peak of the Purple Sky sect, in a quiet and secluded courtyard, two elegant and refined women were constantly dancing. The two of them were like fluttering butterflies, a sight that was pleasing to the eye and exceptionally lively and carefree. The swords in their hands intertwined with each other. Every time their swords clashed, they would immediately separate. The two of them did not use any spiritual energy. They were just exchanging pointers. Not long after, the two of them stopped sparring at the same time. These two girls were the fairy-like Yin Mingqi and the ice-cold Bing Ruoshui. During the sex test, Bing Ruoshui's attribute purity was extremely high, and she was accepted as an inner disciple by Yin Mingqi's father, Yin Xiong. However, the two of them had become close friends after participating in the flame volcano operation half a year ago. Junior sister, your state of mind isn't good. Yin Mingqi looked at Bing Ruoshui. Bing Ruoshui smiled and said, Senior sister, aren't you the same? Bing Ruoshui had entered the sect late, and her strength was below Yin Mingqi's. Although Yin Mingqi was younger than her by a year, Bing Ruoshui had no choice but to call her senior sister. Isn't it all because of that bastard? I don't even know where he died, Yin Mingqi said indignantly as she swung the sword in her hand. Bing Ruoshue's eyes flashed with imperceptible worry as she said, "He should be fine." "Junior sister, do you think he'll leave the sect and never come back?" Yin Mingqi asked worriedly. "I don't think so. Since he came for you, he probably won't leave before he obtains you," Bing Ruoshue indifferently replied. She didn't know why, but her heart was somewhat sour. Who knows what he's thinking? Maybe he's already been seduced by another woman, Yin Mingqi said with a pout. Since he's such an unresolute man, why would junior sister be so worried about him? Why don't senior sister just forget about him? In any case, there are so many senior brothers who have feelings for you, Bing Ruoshue said to Yin Mingqi. Yin Mingqi was rendered speechless by Bing Ruoshue's words. She immediately looked at Bing Ruoshue and said, "Junior sister, don't tell me you also have designs on him? I remember you once said you hated him to the bone." Of course I won't let him off so easily. At that time, senior sister, don't stop me," Bing Ruoshue said insincerely. "Haha, don't worry, I definitely won't stop you. I'll let you properly beat up that fellow to vent your anger." Yin Mingqi seemed to have forgotten about her unhappiness. "I'm just afraid junior sister won't be willing to do that," Bing Ruoshue said with a smile. "Who said that?" "That heartless fellow. Even if you beat him to death, I wouldn't mind," Yin Mingqi said insincerely. However, just as Bing Ruoshue was about to say something, Yin Mingqi pouted. "That annoying fellow has come again." Just as she finished speaking, a female disciple walked in and reported, "Miss Senior Brother Su requests an audience." No, let him go," Yin Mingqi impatiently said. Who knew that at this moment, a young man around 28 years of age would walk into the courtyard. This man was quite handsome. Although he wasn't as handsome as the dead Huang Yifeng, his aura was many times stronger than Huang Yifeng's. He was tall and mighty, and his aura was dignified. He could be considered a dragon in human life. The only unfortunate thing was that there was a mole near his lower lip. There were even a few hairs growing out of that mole. Anyone who looked at him would feel disgusted, and their impression of him would drop a few notches. This young man was called Su Yi, and he was the son of Golden Tree Peak's Peak Lord, Su Jiannan. He was already a high-stage spirit master, and was one of the top 3 true disciples in the sect. "Mingqi, why do you have to be like this? Could it be that senior brother really makes you hate him so much?" Sui said with a smile. He wasn't the slightest bit angry at Yin Mingqi's words. Yin Mingqi impatiently waved her hand for the female disciple to leave. She then coldly said to Su Yi, "Senior brother Su, my name isn't something you can call." Chapter 235. Sui had liked Yin Mingqi for a long time. The two of them could be said to have grown up like childhood sweethearts. When they were young, Yin Mingqi would always follow behind him like a shadow, playing with him. And he would also take care of Yin Mingqi like a big brother. At that time, the two of them were still young. Of course they didn't know what love was. Later on, the two of them gradually grew up. Yin Mingqi also became more and more beautiful. Sui was gradually captivated by his younger sister who was a few years younger than him. Therefore, every time the two of them sparred, Sui would unobtrusively touch Yin Mingqi. At that time, although Yin Mingqi was naturally brilliant, she wasn't stupid. On the contrary, she was very smart. When Sui took advantage of her, her impression of this big brother Sui rapidly took a turn for the worse. Later on, the two of them met less for cultivation. Moreover, Yin Mingqi always had the intention to avoid Sui. She originally thought that this would make Sui give up. She didn't think that Sui would often come to find her and confess his feelings. Yin Mingqi naturally rejected Suyi's confession. However, she didn't think that Sui wouldn't give up, and continued to pester her. Later on, she was forced to pretend to have a trace of affection for the new disciple, Huang Yifeng. As expected, Sui didn't come to pester her anymore. Yin Mingqi thought that Sui had given up. Who would have thought that Sui didn't retreat in the face of difficulties, but rather he had already seen through Yin Mingqi's tricks. He knew that Yin Mingqi didn't like Huang Yifeng at all, and Suyi's disappearance was because he was in closed-door cultivation. Sui came out half a year ago and actually broke through from middle stage to high stage spirit master. This was enough to show that his cultivation tenbin wasn't weak. Of course, It also had to do with his father Su Jiannan's painstaking nurturing. Su Yi came out of closed-door cultivation, and naturally came to pester Yun Mingqi again. Moreover, Yun Mingqi's father Yun Xiong was also quite satisfied with Su Yi's tenbin, and didn't interfere in young people's matters. Coincidentally, Huang Yifeng died in Fire Valley. Su Yi was overjoyed. With Huang Yifeng's death, his junior sister had no excuse to reject him. Therefore, Su Yi often came to Yun Mingqi's residence to please her, hoping to capture her heart. Yun Mingqi naturally wouldn't give Su Yi any face. However, Su Yi's skin was really thick enough. He actually put on a pestering attitude, hoping that Jin Cheng would be able to move metal and stone. "Senior apprentice brother Su, my name isn't something you can call me," Yun Mingqi said, as if she was 1,000 miles away from him. Originally, the two of them had known each other since they were young, so Yun Mingqi shouldn't be so heartless. But thinking of Su Yi's dirty tricks, Yun Mingqi couldn't help but feel disgusted. Not to mention, there was already a figure buried deep within her heart. There was no room for anyone else. Su Yi did not mind and smiled. He then glanced at Bing Ruoshui, who was standing at the side. His gaze seemed to be telling Bing Ruoshui to leave tactfully. Unexpectedly, Bing Ruoshui ignored his gaze and continued to sit there without any intention of leaving. Su Yi was slightly unhappy, but he still smiled at Yun Mingqi and said, "Mingqi, we grew up together. I've always called you little sister Mingqi, and you call me big brother Su. There's nothing wrong with that, right? If you were still the little brother Su, I would naturally call you that. But the current you, I don't want to say anymore. In any case, it's impossible for us to dual cultivate. You should give up on that thought," said Yun Mingqi very straightforwardly. Su Yi's face twitched slightly, and then he lightly sighed and said, "Mengqi in the sect, do you think there's anyone else besides me who's worthy of you? Don't tell me you plan on staying alone for the rest of your life? You don't need to worry about that. I have my own plans. If you were still the little brother Su, I think we would still be as good as when we were young." Yun Mingqi also knew that she had gone a bit overboard, so she softened her tone a bit. After all, Su Yi was elder Su's son, so she had to give him some face. A look of displeasure flashed past Su Yi's eyes, and then he shook his head and said, "Mingqi, if you were still that naughty little girl from back then, perhaps we would still be the same as before. But now that you and I have both grown up, it's impossible for us to return to the past. However, if we dual cultivate, I believe that everyone in the sect would be willing to see it. Perhaps you haven't thought it through, but I can wait. After the sect oath assembly, I will definitely propose to the sect master." After Su Yi finished speaking, he directly turned and left. However, the moment he left, he had already made up his mind. He would definitely obtain the sect master's approval during the sect oath assembly, and let Yun Mingqi marry him. At that time, Yun Mingqi would have no choice but to agree. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know about everything that had happened in the Purple Sky sect. At this moment he was in Guzhai City, acting as a lord. Most people who became a lord would live a carefree and happy life, but Ling Xiao was an exception. Not only did he not enjoy the happiness of being alone in the bridal chamber, but he also had to constantly feel that heart-wrenching pain. After 3 months, he had become thinner than before. His former elegance had disappeared, and instead he had become as sloppy as a beggar. Every time the priestess saw Ling Xiao, who slept in the same room as her, she would always feel guilty. She must have already known that Ling Xiao was really just an outsider who was passing by, and did not know the customs of their Guzhai city. That day, Ling Xiao accidentally obtained the embroidered ball. If he had thrown the embroidered ball to someone else at that time, he wouldn't have become a lord of the priestess. However, Ling Xiao threw the embroidered ball back to the priestess. That was why there was today's karma. According to the customs of Guzhai city, the embroidered ball was a token of love between a man and a woman. If the woman threw it out, and it fell into the hands of any man, and the man returned it to the woman, the two of them would be a couple bestowed by the heavens. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know these customs and customs of Guzhai city, so under a freak combination of factors, he very innocently became a lord of the vassal. Even though the priestess knew all about Ling Xiao and sympathized with him, she would never let Ling Xiao leave because of this. After all, The tens of thousands of years of customs left behind in Guzhai City could not be changed because of her. Although the two became husband and wife because of this, they had not done it yet. The priestess was very concerned about this. As a priestess, she could be said to be a person above tens of thousands of people in Guzhai City. Moreover, she was proud of her unparalleled beauty. Her grandfather and several protector grandfathers all praised her for being able to charm any man in the world. However, Ling Xiao would rather endure the heart-wrenching pain than acknowledge her as his wife, nor was he willing to consummate his marriage with her. This made her feel both hate and joy in her heart. What she hated was that Ling Xiao didn't take her because of her status and beauty, which made her feel very frustrated. What she was happy about was that she still didn't have her holy body taken by this strange man, which allowed her to keep her virginity as a young girl. Once, like any other girl, she fantasized that one day she would be able to live together with the man she loved and be united with him. During this period of time, she had thought a lot, and she had also tried to change her unrealistic thoughts. However, when she invited Ling Xiao to sleep with her on the bed many times, Ling Xiao refused. This made her gradually look at Ling Xiao in a new light, and she couldn't help but think, am I really not as good as the woman in his heart? I don't believe that I, Feng Xianyan, will lose to anyone else. Needless to say, once a woman had the heart to compare, the things she would do would definitely be even crazier than a man. Ever since the priestess had that thought, her attitude towards Ling Xiao had changed from being cold and indifferent to being gentle, considerate and attentive. Even if the infatuated wife tried to please Ling Xiao in every possible way, Ling Xiao could naturally feel it, but he also believed that his extraordinary handsomeness must have captivated the priestess, which was why she had changed her attitude. It had to be said that Ling Xiao had always been a very arrogant and narcissistic person. However, he was not in the mood to enjoy this gentleness right now. One must know that it was often the grave of a hero. If he did not have the love goo in his body, he would not mind taking in another priestess. After all, the charm of the priestess was not inferior to the few girls he knew, and the power behind the priestess was not inferior to the Purple Heaven sect at all, and was even slightly stronger. Any man would not be able to resist the urge to possess such a beautiful woman with a powerful background. That was an extremely flashy, glorious and beautiful thing. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao still did not have the fortune to enjoy all of this for the time being. He did not like to be manipulated and interfered with by anyone. Therefore, he had to get rid of the love goo in his body as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would really only be able to stay in Guzhai City for the rest of his life. The priestess had once said that only her grandfather, the high priest, had the ability to get rid of the love goo in his body. There was no other way. However, on the second day after Ling Xiao was infected with the love goo, he had already thought of a way to eliminate the love goo in his body. He had at least an 80% chance of success with this method, and that was to cultivate the third form of the Vajra 5 transformation technique, refinement of organs, to the large success stage. In Flame Valley, Ling Xiao had already cultivated the third form to the intermediate stage, and was only a step away from the large success stage. Ling Xiao knew that in order to reach the large success stage, he had to refine a grade 4 Dan, the internal organ restoration Dan. As long as the Dan was formed, he could destroy his internal organs, and consume the internal organ restoration Dan to rebuild his internal organs. The love goo was left in his heart, and his internal organs also included his heart. When he destroyed his internal organs, his heart would naturally be destroyed as well. At that time, the love goo in his body would definitely not be able to survive. In this way, when the Dan took effect and rebuilt his internal organs, he would be fine. This was a way to come back from the dead, and it was also the only way to cultivate the third form of the Vajra 5 transformation technique. Ling Xiao knew the method, so of course he wanted to conceive of refining the internal organ restoration Dan. He originally thought that it would not be difficult for him to refine a grade 4 Dan when he reached the Spirit Master level. However, when he really started to refine it, it was not the case. The process and requirements of refining a grade 4 Dan was more than 10 times harder than refining a grade 3 Dan. Every time Ling Xiao reached a crucial point in his refinement, he would more or less make a small mistake. As a result, he would not be able to refine the pill, and instead, he would waste a lot of spiritual herbs. Fortunately, the most important grade 4 spiritual herb, the live spotted bamboo, was not wasted. Otherwise, if he lost this main ingredient, he would not be able to refine the internal organ restoration Dan. He finally understood why only his master, Nangong Changal, was a grade 4 alchemist on the medicine peak. Even Chang He and Yang An were not at this level. It was probably because the difficulty was not something an ordinary person could easily overcome. However, after 3 months of continuous attempts to refine a grade 4 Dan, Ling Xiao had gained a lot. Tonight, he must refine the internal organ restoration Dan successfully before he would stop. Chapter 236. In a quiet and secluded courtyard, Ling Xiao sat on a stone platform. Wisps of different elemental Ling Qi covered his Tianling acupoint. Among them, the wood, wind, and fire Ling Qi were the fastest. In his consciousness, the 3 foreign species were glowing and seemed to be growing stronger. In Ling Zhao's dantian, the thumb-sized multicolored profound qi was also glowing. At the same time, a large portion of his acupoints were already radiating a dazzling radiance, as vast and flawless as the stars. Although Ling Xiao was poisoned by the love goo, it didn't affect the realm of his strength. At the same time, after 3 months of cultivation, the speed at which the Ling Qi in his body condensed was so fast that it made him speechless. He originally thought that his cultivation speed before was already very fast. He didn't think that when he reached the spiritual master level, his absorption speed would be many times faster than before. One had to know that the higher a fighter went, the longer the process of accumulation would be. Without a fortuitous encounter or miraculous medicine, it would be very difficult to break through to the next level. Ling Xiao had just broken through to the intermediate spiritual master level not long ago, but his Ling Qi was already very stable. He felt that if this continued, he could reach the peak of the intermediate spiritual master level in less than half a year. Breaking through to the high spiritual master level in a year wouldn't be difficult. If others were to find out about this speed, they would probably be extremely jealous of him. The realm that others couldn't reach after years or decades was achieved by a young man who wasn't even 20 yet. How could they not be jealous and envious? In reality, Ling Xiao also knew that the reason why he could absorb Ling Qi so quickly was because of the 3 foreign species in his consciousness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do this with just the 3 parts returning Qi. After a period of meditation, all of Ling Xiao's essence Qi reached the unity realm. This was his preparation for refining a 4th level pill. Ling Xiao had just stood up when a different kind of fragrance wafted into his nose. Without needing to look, Ling Xiao knew it was his so-called wife. The priestess walked over. Although Ling Xiao didn't consummate with the priestess in these 3 months, the 2 of them had been together for so long and slept in the same room. One slept on the bed while the other slept on the ground. They didn't interfere with each other's business, so naturally, he was very familiar with the priestess's scent. This wasn't to say that Ling Xiao was the legendary Lu Xiaohui. It was just that he was desperate to find a way to get rid of the love goo. Otherwise, the love goo would be like a bomb buried in his body, making him unable to eat or sleep in peace. Fu Ma, you still won't give up. The priestess looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated gaze. Ling Xiao noticed that the priestess seemed a little different than usual, but he didn't know what was going on. I'm not used to being controlled by others, and I can't forget them. So, as long as I don't get rid of the love goo, I won't be able to have peace, Ling Xiao said honestly. The priestess hesitated for a moment before saying, there's actually another way to get rid of the love goo. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Ling Xiao asked anxiously. Although he felt that there was an 80% chance of eliminating the love parasite in his body after cultivating the 3rd transformation of the Vajra technique to the Great Completion realm, he didn't dare to guarantee a 100% success rate. Now that the priestess said that there was another way to get rid of the love goo, how could he not be excited and nervous? The priestess pursed her lips and said, come into my room with me and I'll tell you. Could it be that I have to consummate my marriage to get rid of the love goo? Impossible. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he gazed at the alluring figure of the priestess walking in front of him. After the 2 entered the bridal chamber, the priestess turned to Ling Xiao and said, The love parasite is a sacred object of my tribe's husband and wife. It can bind two people to each other for the rest of their lives. The only way to break it is to kill either one of them. That way, the parasite will lose its effect, and will no longer be a threat to the other party. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao replied in realization. A complicated look flashed through his eyes and he said, "You don't think that I have the strength to kill a king-level expert like you, do you?" Since the priestess said that as long as he killed either one of them, the love goo would naturally be cured. However, the priestess said that Ling Xiao had to kill her to get rid of the love goo. He didn't think that he could kill the priestess with his strength as a mid-stage soul master. The priestess took a step closer to Ling Xiao and said softly, "I know that you have unforgettable feelings for your woman, and you aren't willing to stay by my side. Why don't you let me help you? As long as I kill myself, you will be free." Ling Xiao frowned and looked at the priestess. He suddenly laughed and said, "Haha, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? A dignified king-level expert would kill himself for me? Ridiculous." Was what the priestess said even possible? She was a dignified king-level expert, and a genius of Guzhai City. How could she kill herself for a nominal husband like him? No one would believe it if he said it. The priestess was unmoved. She gritted her teeth and said, "Actually, you don't know that I can't live past 20 years old." "What? How is that possible?" Ling Xiao was surprised. A dignified king-level expert had a lifespan of at least 300 to 500 years, but the priestess said that she couldn't live past 20 years old. Ling Xiao felt that the priestess' lies were getting more and more outrageous. The priestess sat in front of the dressing table and looked at her face in the bronze mirror. She said faintly, "Can you come and help me comb my hair?" Ling Xiao didn't understand what the priestess meant, but he still followed her wishes. Stroking the beautiful black hair of the beauty in front of him, and smelling the tempting light fragrance, Ling Xiao's mind calmed down. He picked up a special wooden comb made of millennium sandalwood, and gently combed the priestess' hair. The priestess said indifferently, "What I said just now was all true. In fact, I was born with the heaven goo body." The heaven goo body? Ling Xiao was startled, and the wooden comb in his hand trembled for no reason. "You know about the heaven goo body?" The priestess was puzzled. "I've only heard of it, but I don't know the specifics," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Oh, since you know, then it's easy to explain," the priestess replied. She then said, "The heaven goo body is an extremely rare constitution in my goo tribe. It can be said that it's rare to see one even in 1,000 years. It's dozens of times faster than an ordinary person. Although it can speed up one's cultivation, without my tribe's heaven goo divine art, anyone with the heaven goo body won't live past 20 years old." "You're saying that you're not cultivating the heaven goo divine art right now, so you only have 2 years left to live?" Ling Xiao asked in surprise. "That's right. The heaven goo divine art has been lost for many years. My grandfather has been searching everywhere for many years, but he hasn't found any news, so," the priestess said indifferently. There was no sadness on her face, but her eyes revealed a desolate look that fell into Ling Xiao's eyes. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for her, and in his heart, he already believed the priestess' words. It looks like she's already resigned to her fate. For some reason, Ling Xiao suddenly felt pity for her, and at the same time, an idea popped up in his mind. Help her find the heaven goo divine art. At that moment, the priestess stood up, turned around and stared at Ling Xiao. "Although we are husband and wife in name, we are not husband and wife in reality. Take me today, let me become a real woman, and after today, I will return your freedom." After saying that, the priestess' body trembled slightly, and a wave of spiritual energy spread out, forcing Ling Xiao to take 2 steps back. Then a flawless and delicate body appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao forgot to breathe, and looking at that perfect body, his throat became dry. Under the dim light, the perfect size of the holy maiden stood proudly, and the 2 bright red spots were like delicate flower buds, so beautiful that it was suffocating. That flat and delicate belly did not have a trace of fat, and that skin exuded a lustrous color. The mysterious black grass was even more alluring. The priestess walked in front of Ling Xiao, lightly hooked her arms around Ling Xiao's neck, and exhaled like orchids. Take me. At that moment, the priestess put down her high and mighty status, put down her pride as a young lady, in order to completely transform herself into a real woman. In this way, even if she committed suicide, it could be considered that she had tasted the taste of being a woman. Looking at the priestess's flushed skin, Ling Xiao couldn't help but want to climb up that firm holy maiden peak. The priestess closed her eyes slightly, and her curled eyelashes kept trembling, showing how nervous she was at the moment. Just as Ling Xiao was about to grasp that firm spot, he stopped and gently pushed the priestess away. The priestess felt a slight pain in her heart. She did not understand why Ling Xiao still did not want her until now. I have found a way to remove the love goo. You should cherish the remaining 2 years, Ling Xiao said, and then left the room without looking back. The priestess looked at the leaving Ling Xiao with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. After leaving the room, Ling Xiao walked into another room and sat down cross-legged again. The state that he had adjusted before was disrupted by the priestess, and now he had to adjust it again. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Xiao woke up again, and the obsidian cauldron flew out of his space ring and landed in front of him. Then Ling Xiao took out a lot of third-grade spirit grasses one by one. These spirit grasses were the auxiliary spirit grasses for refining the internal organ restoring pill. Ling Xiao used the flame shadow palm, and spirit grasses were constantly thrown into the medicine cauldron. The extracted essence did not need Ling Xiao to imprison it, as the obsidian cauldron could imprison it inside the medicine cauldron, not letting it waste even a little bit of medicinal power. In order to refine a 4th-grade medicinal pill, not only were the auxiliary spirit herbs of a high grade, but there were also a lot of them. The spiritual power consumed was also very large. Otherwise, Ling Xiao wouldn't have failed. This time, Ling Xiao was very well prepared. Every time his spiritual power was exhausted, he would grab a few pills and throw them into his mouth. Now Ling Xiao could cast 48 flame shadow palms, and his speed was so fast that it made people speechless. After 2 hours, the essence of nearly 100 1st-grade to 3rd-grade spirit grasses had been extracted. Not long after, even the essence of a few main 4th-grade spirit grasses had been extracted. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, I only lost 2 or 3 spirit grasses." At this time, a water attribute high-grade 4th-grade beast core appeared in his hand, and he threw it into the medicine cauldron without thinking. Success or failure depended on the results this time. Chapter 237. Concocting a rank 4 pill required a rank 4 beast core, and the one Ling Xiao threw in was a high rank 4 beast core. The energy it contained was more than 10 times that of a rank 3 beast core. Naturally, it took more time. If Ling Xiao did not have the help of his mental strength, it would be extremely difficult for him to dissect and refine the beast core with his spirit master strength. He would need a lot of time, and he would not be able to confine the spreading spiritual energy. This would only waste the energy of the beast core. Now Ling Xiao's mental strength was not the same as before. Liquefaction of his mental strength allowed his mental strength to have a qualitative leap. Therefore, his mental strength split into 10 invisible knives to dissect the beast core. The blue demon flame in his hand displayed the advantage of the heavenly fire. Using both methods simultaneously, the beast core was dissected by Ling Xiao in no time. However, Ling Xiao's mental strength also showed signs of exhaustion at this time. His mental strength immediately showed signs of not being able to continue, and the spiritual energy of the beast core that was dissected quickly dispersed. Ling Xiao panicked. Fortunately, the obsidian cauldron still retained a large portion of the spiritual energy. If it was a normal medicine cauldron, everything Ling Xiao did would have been for naught. Ling Xiao let out a breath of relief and immediately swallowed a few medicinal pills to recover. The next step was the most crucial one, which was also the most difficult one. Ling Xiao mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body, including the innate Yin Wind Pearl and the Blue Demon Flame Pearl, which provided him with an endless supply of innate spiritual energy. When Ling Xiao reached his peak condition, his face tightened and he pressed down with both palms, quickly drawing out the spiritual energy in his body. Condense. Xiao. All the spiritual energy in his body pressed towards the obsidian cauldron, and the surrounding air produced a slight friction sound. Bang! The strong spiritual energy was all concentrated in the medicine cauldron, giving off a shocking explosion. No, the spiritual energy is not enough. Ling Xiao suppressed his surging blood and looked at the medicinal pill that was only half formed and panicked. I'll give it my all. Seeing that the last step was going to be fruitless, Ling Xiao was very unwilling. Therefore, he once again mobilized the remaining spiritual energy in his body and ordered the 2 spiritual pearls in his sea of consciousness to exert more power. Condense. Bang. 2 consecutive earth-shattering explosions alarmed the priestess in the room. Her heart tightened, and she immediately rushed out of the room. The guards guarding the priestess in the courtyard immediately rushed over, afraid that the priestess and Fu Ma would have an accident. At the same time, a few protectors flew over from different directions. Is Her Highness the priestess all right? A protector asked immediately after seeing the priestess. I'm fine. You can all leave now. The priestess waved her hand and went into the room where Ling Xiao was. As soon as he entered the house, a strong smell of pills assailed his nostrils. Fu the 222222 Xiao 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 had beast 2452 pill core. At this moment, Ling Xiao took a few steps back. His face was very pale, but there was a strong smile on his face. I'm fine. Ling Xiao did not take the medicinal pill. He immediately walked to the undamaged cauldron and took out a medicinal pill. Haha, I've finally succeeded. Although the quality is a little poor, it's enough. Ling Xiao looked at the medicinal pill in his hand and laughed a few times. Then he put away the cauldron and took the vitalizing viscera pill. The priestess did not expect that Ling Xiao was also a medicinal pill core. Although Ling Xiao had stayed here for 3 months, the priestess did not restrict his freedom and let him do whatever he wanted. However, Ling Xiao did not go out and often came to this room. She once wanted to find out, but she thought that he was her Fu Ma and she should not peep at him. Therefore, she did not know that Ling Xiao was actually staying here to refine medicinal pills. Could the medicinal pill in his hand really be able to expel the love goo? The priestess thought to herself as she looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. For some reason at this moment, she suddenly didn't want Ling Xiao to be able to get rid of the love goo. He must have already known her secret, and she could be considered to have opened her heart to him. In her heart, she had already accepted the reality that Ling Xiao was her husband. Ling Xiao had never treated her as his wife. If she let him expel the love goo, Ling Xiao would have even less scruples and he would definitely leave her. For a moment, she was confused. In fact, she had forgotten that her grandfather, the high priest, would let Ling Xiao leave so easily. The priestess saw that Ling Xiao was meditating, so she quietly left the room and closed the door. As soon as the priestess turned around, she found that there was someone standing behind her. Grandpa! The priestess exclaimed. Silly girl, come here. Let's have a good talk. The person who had come was the priestess' grandfather, the high priest. The priestess nodded obediently and went forward to help the high priest to a courtyard not far away. The high priest sat on a stone bench and asked faintly, You haven't consummated your marriage with your husband? The priestess blushed slightly and did not dare to hide anything. She nodded obediently. Child, you are still too kind. The high priest sighed softly. He still has concerns in his heart. He would rather endure the heart-devouring pain than touch me. He feels that it is unfair to him, to me, and to the concerns in his heart, the priestess replied. This kid's temperament is not bad, the high priest praised in his heart. He then said, I believe that you have not used the love goo before, right? The priestess did not know how to answer, and was momentarily speechless. If you use the love goo to consummate your marriage with him, he will only be your husband for the rest of his life, the high priest said. But grandfather, I really don't want to hurt him. He is innocent, and there is no need to sacrifice his life for a short-lived person like me. It is unfair to him. The priestess shook her head. Your relationship is fated by the heavens. To be able to accompany you for 2 years is his honor. The high priest snorted. Hearing this, the priestess fell silent. The high priest did not continue to pester her, and instead changed the topic. What was that kid doing inside just now? Why was he so emotional? He seemed to be refining pills, the priestess replied. Refining pills? That kid is an alchemist? First grade or second grade? The high priest was slightly stunned. Probably neither. The priestess shook her head. She was about to continue speaking when the high priest smiled and said, "That's right. That kid is only in his 20s. It is already not bad for him to have the strength of a middle spirit master. How could he be a standard grade alchemist?" "No, grandfather, he might be a third grade alchemist or even a fourth grade," the priestess immediately corrected from the side. "A third grade alchemist? How is that possible?" When the high priest heard this, he immediately stood up and shouted, "There's no doubt about it. That medicinal power is definitely not something a first or second grade pill can release. Even a third grade pill doesn't seem to have that much medicinal power," the priestess said with certainty. When the priestess said this, the high priest's expression changed. If Ling Xiao was already a third or fourth grade alchemist, then this was too monstrous. Could he be a disciple from that place? The high priest thought with a serious expression. "Grandfather, what's wrong?" the priestess asked. The high priest shook his head and said, "Grandfather is fine." "Oh right, do you know what pill he's refining?" "I don't know," the priestess replied. She then said, "However, he previously said that he had already found a way to restrain the love goo. I think it's the pill he's refining." "Humph, if the love goo was so easy to restrain, our Guji clan would have gone extinct a long time ago," the high priest said disapprovingly. The priestess nodded her head lightly, seeming to agree with the high priest's words. The love goo was a mystical secret technique of the Guji clan. Only those who truly had the bloodline of the Guji clan could use this technique. The love goo was also known as the yin yang goo. It was a female and a male goo that the Guji clan fed with their own blood since they were young. If it was a female goo that was fed by a female, then the female goo would be the primary goo, and the male goo would be the secondary goo. If it was a male goo that was fed by a male goo, then the male goo would be the primary goo and the female goo would be the secondary goo. Any goo that was the primary goo could control the goo that was the secondary goo. The love goo that the priestess fed was the female goo and Ling Xiao's male goo was the secondary goo. As long as Ling Xiao thought about another member of the opposite sex, he would be bitten by the goo, which would cause heart-wrenching pain. Ling Xiao had already experienced this deeply. However, he did not know that the love goo had another fatal flaw. The main goo could command the secondary goo to attack at any time, causing torment to the person who was affected by the goo. In other words, the priestess could use the love goo to make Ling Xiao suffer heart-wrenching pain at any time. The pain would be 10 times more painful than usual, even if he did not think about other women. At the same time, it would also stimulate Ling Xiao's desire and cause him to lose his mind. At that time, it would be easy for the priestess to consummate her marriage with Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao would completely forget all the women he liked and would only be infatuated with the priestess. He would no longer have any other thoughts. Moreover, if the priestess died one day, Ling Xiao would follow in her footsteps. When the main goo died, the secondary goo would die. This was the true terror of the love goo and also its mysterious function. The Guji clan had always used the love goo to extend the loyalty of a husband and wife. The Guji clan had also used this love goo to keep many experts in the Guji clan as their clansmen. At that time, the Guji clan had been very powerful. If not for the fact that they had offended a powerful force because of this method, the clan would have almost been destroyed. As a result, they could only live in a remote corner of the land now. Therefore, Ling Xiao should be glad that the priestess did not use the love goo. Otherwise, he would have completely become the priestess's servant. At the same time, when the priestess's heaven goo body exploded and died, he would be buried with her. Right, since this kid is an alchemist, you can't let him go. Girl, when he comes out, you have to use the love goo to control him no matter what, understand? The high priestess said after thinking for a moment. What's the use of controlling him? It's only for 2 years, the priestess replied. She then pleaded. Grandpa, why don't you use the love goo on him? Girl, are you stupid? That's impossible, the high priestess shouted. The priestess knelt on the ground and said, Grandpa, I know you've always loved me, but this time, I beg you to let him go. I don't want him to die with me. He's innocent. Chapter 238. What was the reason for the priestess to make up her mind to beg her grandfather to expel the love goo for Ling Xiao? Apart from the priestess' kindness, there was also another important reason, and that was because Ling Xiao was able to control his desire and did not want the priestess. If Ling Xiao had been unable to control his desire and consummated his marriage with the priestess, then the love goo in Ling Xiao's body would have taken effect, making him forget his previous woman and only love the priestess wholeheartedly. If that was the case, the priestess also planned to accompany Ling Xiao for the rest of his 2 years. She must have been very benevolent towards Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was not bewitched by the priestess, which allowed him to escape this calamity. At the same time, the priestess also believed that Ling Xiao had a loyal heart towards his woman, which was why she was moved and begged her grandfather to help Ling Xiao get rid of the love goo. Girl, why do you have to do this for an insensible brat? The high priest doted on the priestess, and the priestess had always been filial and sensible to him. Since she was young, she had never begged him. Now she was begging him for the sake of a nominal follower. This made him feel very upset, and at the same time he felt that his granddaughter was too kind. Grandpa, just think of it as doing a good deed for Shaoran so he can go to heaven in the future. Help him get rid of the love goo, and let him leave Goo Sacrifice City. He's really innocent, the priestess begged. Sigh. The high priest sighed heavily, then helped the priestess up and said, Girl, get up and listen to grandfather. After the priestess stood up, the high priest said, Do you know that if grandfather really does expel the love goo for him, grandfather will have to use up 1/3 of his blood essence? At that time, grandfather will probably go to see the gods before you. Avis, what should we do? For a moment, the priestess' face turned pale. She really wanted to expel the path love goo for Ling Xiao. But now that her grandfather said so, she naturally didn't want her grandfather to get into trouble because of Ling Xiao. After all, her grandfather was the person closest to her. The high priestess patted the back of the priestess' hand and said, Girl, this is his fate, and he can't blame anyone. However, Xianjizi once said that your vassal will be the true son of heaven of our Guji tribe. I believe that he will bring you and our Guji tribe a pleasant surprise. He really said that? The priestess was stunned for a moment before asking. No. Before the high priest could finish his sentence, his pupils suddenly shrank and he stared blankly at a direction in surprise. The priestess sensed the high priest's abnormality and followed his gaze. Her eyes also froze. The alchemy room Ling Xiao was in was actually emitting a dazzling light, appearing so dazzling and unusually noble. At the same time, the surrounding metal attribute spiritual energy frantically surged towards Ling Xiao's room. What's going on? What is that kid doing inside? The high priest asked in confusion. Did he really expel the path love goo? The priestess thought doubtfully in her heart. At this time, the protectors who were hiding or cultivating nearby all noticed the abnormality here. They originally wanted to rush over to investigate, but when they felt the high priest's aura, they could only stay in place and watch. Inside the room, Ling Xiao didn't know about the abnormality he had caused. Just now, after he took the vitalizing internal organ restoring pill, he sat down cross-legged and channeled the Vajra 5 transformation technique. At the same time, he also used spiritual energy to destroy his internal organs. Once his internal organs were destroyed, Ling Xiao's life was cut off. At the same time, the vitalizing internal organ restoring pill began to display its medicinal effects and began to rebuild Ling Xiao's internal organs. The vitalizing internal organ restoring pill was worthy of being a 4th-grade elixir. At the same time, it was also an elixir developed specifically for the Vajra 5 transformation technique, so its medicinal effects were very abundant. After the Vajra 5 transformation technique absorbed the medicinal effects, it began to regenerate Ling Xiao's internal organs. Not long after, Ling Xiao's internal organs were once again restored, and his vitality was restored. However, Ling Xiao still underestimated the effects of the Vajra 5 transformation technique. After his internal organs were regenerated, He actually continued to absorb the metal attribute spiritual energy from the outside world to temper his skin, meridians, and internal organs. Ling Xiao cultivated the three major mysterious techniques mainly with the 3 parts restoration technique, followed by the Vajra 5 transformation technique. He no longer needed to cultivate the hidden wood technique. He originally thought that the 3 parts restoration technique was the most powerful of the 3 mysterious techniques, but now that the Vajra 5 transformation technique had displayed its power, he had a new understanding of the Vajra 5 transformation technique. Now that he had completed it, he was sure that the Vajra 5 transformation technique was not just a simple external defensive cultivation technique. Perhaps it was a mysterious technique that was not inferior to the 3 parts restoration technique. The metal attribute spiritual energy was like swallows returning to their nest, constantly surging towards Ling Xiao. The Vajra 5 transformation technique was operating at an extreme speed, and the spiritual energy in Ling Xiao's body was tempered and channeled into his muscles again and again. Ling Xiao only felt comfortable and calm. This feeling was very wonderful. It was as if he had become a powerful Vajra body. No matter how powerful the attack was, he was confident that he would not be injured in the slightest. Ling Xiao did not know that the golden energy that was being emitted from his body was many times stronger than before, and a noble aura was beginning to appear. At this moment, if there was a martial artist weaker than Ling Xiao, it was likely that they would be intimidated by his noble aura and would kneel on the ground in worship. Martial artists of the same level as him would also be shaken. This was the other magical ability of the Vajra 5 transformation technique. As the large amount of spiritual energy gathered, Ling Xiao's organs had already recovered to their original state, and they were even more perfect than before. Through this rebirth of his organs, the muscles in his body had become more energetic, which unknowingly added 50 years to Ling Xiao's lifespan. Ling Xiao examined the condition of his body and saw that all his meridians had turned into a golden color, like thick chains cast from gold. They looked extraordinarily tough. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were also suffused with a golden color, appearing extremely noble and full of vitality. Not only that, but the large amount of metal attribute spiritual energy he had just absorbed had allowed his spiritual energy to reach the middle level of a middle-level soul master. He could reach the peak of the middle-level soul master at any time, and the 3 parts returning technique had also greatly benefited. He only needed a dozen or so of his 365 acupoints to be completely filled. At that time, he would have successfully cultivated the 3rd level of wide acupoints, and could enter the 4th level of spirit strengthening. Ling Xiao really did not think that cultivating the 3rd transformation would bring him so many surprises. He couldn't help but cry out in pleasant surprise. Good. This is great. With my current defense, it should be comparable to a grade 4 armor. I can even withstand the attack of a king stage expert. When he first obtained the Vajra 5 transformation technique, Ling Xiao thought that with each transformation, he would have an additional layer of defense. However, it seemed that the current situation was not that simple. Back when he had cultivated to the initial level of organs refinement, he could block an attack from a low-level soul master. Now that he had cultivated it to the large level, he could not only block an attack from a high-level soul master, he felt that even a low-level king stage expert would not be able to harm him. Perhaps only a middle-level king stage expert would be able to break through his defense. It seemed that with the success of each transformation, the strength of his defense would also increase. Ling Xiao couldn't help but fantasize that if he cultivated the 5th transformation to the large level of blood refinement, would it mean that he would reach a level where even spirit weapons and treasures could not harm him? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and cast aside this unrealistic thought. He had only just cultivated the 3rd transformation, organs refinement, and he had not even started on the 4th transformation, bones refinement. How could he think so far ahead? Moreover, the difficulty and pain of cultivating each transformation was not something a normal person could imagine, so whether or not he could cultivate the 4th transformation was still unknown. Right, let's see if I can get rid of the love goo. Ling Xiao withdrew his excited thoughts and immediately returned to reality. He immediately thought of his former women by Yuxi and Wei Dai. Haha, it's really fine. I can finally be free again. Ling Xiao shouted with joy. It had been 3 months, and he had finally escaped his passive fate. How could he not be happy? The high priestess pushed open the door and walked in. Kid, don't be too happy. Even if you get rid of the love goo, you can't leave this place. Otherwise, the high priestess also walked in behind him. Her gaze towards Ling Xiao became even more complicated. In fact, she had just felt that the female goo in her body was acting strangely, so she knew that the love goo in Ling Xiao's body had been successfully expelled. She had not expected that the love goo, which no one had ever successfully expelled with their own strength, would be expelled by Ling Xiao. It was truly inconceivable. How could the high priestess not think so? She had thought that other than the members of the Guji tribe, no one else would be able to get rid of the love goo. This was recorded in the tribe's history. Of course, that was excluding the accident that happened tens of thousands of years ago. It seemed that everything was fated. The rise and fall of the Guji tribe depended on this young man in front of him. Ling Xiao had seen the high priestess's strength, so he naturally did not dare to go against the high priestess. Otherwise, he would be courting death. Greetings, high priestess. Ling Xiao bowed respectfully. The high priest did not expect Ling Xiao to be so flexible. Even after being threatened by him, he was still able to endure it. He thought to himself, this kid is really not ordinary. Even though you've gotten rid of the love goo, you are still my good granddaughter's servant. You can call me grandpa like she does. The high priestess softened her attitude. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still called out, Grandpa. The high priestess smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. Since you admit it, go consummate with Xiaoyan now. From now on, take care of Xiaoyan with all your heart. The Xiaoyan the high priestess mentioned was naturally the priestess. Her name was Feng Xianyan, which Ling Xiao also knew. As long as Yin Er agrees, I can do it anytime, but I won't stay in Guji City forever. Please forgive me, Grandpa, Ling Xiao replied. The priestess was both happy and worried. She was happy that Ling Xiao's attitude had changed, but she was worried that the latter half of his words would anger her grandpa. The high priestess narrowed her eyes, and an aura pressed down on Ling Xiao. If you have the guts, say it again. The high priestess's strength exceeded the scope of Ling Xiao's understanding. Even with Ling Xiao's current strength as a middle-stage spirit master, coupled with his powerful mental strength, he still felt suffocated under the high priestess's pressure. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him, leaving him no room to resist. High priestess. I can extend Yin Er's life. Ling Xiao bit his lip and said with difficulty. Chapter 239. Since ancient times, the Heaven Gu body had been a unique body. This was due to the Gu worms residing in the Gu tribe's bodies all year round, causing their blood to mutate. This allowed their descendants to have innate control over the Gu worms. At the same time, as the concentration of the bloodline increased, the ability to control the Gu worms would become stronger. Their cultivation speed would also be much faster than ordinary people. This was the benefit of the bloodline. The higher the concentration of the bloodline, the faster the cultivation speed. When the bloodline reached 100% concentration, it was called the Heaven Gu body. The cultivation speed was insane. However, this Heaven Gu body was extremely rare. It was rare to see one in 1,000 or even 10,000 years. But every time such a body appeared, the Gu tribe would usher in a new round of prosperity. Although the Heaven Gu body was insanely powerful, there were conditions. It was necessary to cultivate the heavenly Gu divine art created by the ancestors of the Gu tribe in order to display its miraculous effects. Otherwise, a martial artist with a heavenly Gu body would not be able to live past the age of 20. After death, a martial artist would mutate and evolve into a powerful Gu king that would harm the world. Therefore, martial artists with the Heaven Gu body would kill those who did not cultivate the Heaven Gu divine technique before they reached the age of 20. They could not allow them to become the Gu worm king. Otherwise, even a heavenly venerable or even a mystic Tharch would not be able to destroy it. Only a saint-level expert would be able to do so. This showed how terrifying the Heaven Gu body was. As the Heaven Gu divine technique had long been lost, and the priestess had the heaven goo body, she would not be able to escape the fate of death. All these years, the high priest had never given up on tracking the heaven goo divine technique. After all, although the heaven goo divine technique was powerful, those who did not have the goo tribe's bloodline could not cultivate it. Even if they obtained it, it would be useless. Unfortunately, after many years of investigation, they still could not find the heaven goo divine technique. Without the heaven goo divine technique, the priestess' fate was obvious. But now Ling Xiao said that he could prolong the priestess' life. Although the high priest did not believe it, for the sake of his granddaughter he released his pressure on Ling Xiao and asked softly, "Can you really prolong little Yun's life?" The priestess also looked at Ling Xiao in confusion, but she didn't think Ling Xiao could do it. Of course. Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief as he thought to himself, an Earth Sovereign stage powerhouse is too terrifying. Ling Xiao felt that if the high priest wanted his life, he would only need a second to make him disappear from this world. Then tell me how you can extend Xiaoyan's life. How long can it prolong your life? The high priest stared at Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Xiao glanced at the high priest, then at the priestess and said, "Although I can't change her sky goo body, I can delay her outbreak for a year." Only 1 year? Isn't that as good as nothing? The high priest frowned and said unhappily. He had thought that Ling Xiao would say 10 or 20 years. Who knew that he would only say 1 year? It seemed too short. The priestess smiled faintly. Waiting for a year is good enough. At least I can stay with Grandpa for another year. Looking at the priestess smile, Ling Xiao felt his heart ache for no reason. Although he hadn't consummated his marriage with the priestess, she was still his first wife in name. How could he bear to let her die at the age of 20? 1 more year means a little more time to find the sky goo divine art. As long as I find it, Yin can live, Ling Xiao said with a lack of confidence. He knew that the world was boundless, and finding the sky goo divine art was like a dream. First, tell me how you can make little Yin live a year longer. The high priest asked. Pills, Ling Xiao answered with certainty. What pills? 5th grade life-prolonging pill. 5th grade life-prolonging pill. Both the high priest and the priestess were puzzled. Yes, the life-prolonging pill can increase anyone's lifespan by 100 years. It has the effect of gathering essence, consolidating one's foundation, and bringing the dead back to life. Although it can't restrain the sky goo body, it can use the essence of the pill to resist the poison. It can definitely increase Yin-er's lifespan by 1 year, Ling Xiao said with certainty. He had memorized all the prescriptions in the elixir refining tactics, including the one for the soul-strengthening elixir. At the same time, there was a special note stating that this elixir could resist the poison of the goo poison. It could even resist the poison of the goo poison body. That was why Ling Xiao had answered the high priest so confidently. The high priest asked, "Do you have the life-prolonging pill on you?" Ling Xiao shook his head, indicating that he didn't have it. The high priest was displeased. "You dare lie to me? Although I don't have it, I can definitely refine the life-prolonging pill within 2 years, Ling Xiao said with certainty. Now that he was a 4th grade alchemist, it wouldn't be a problem for him to advance to the 5th grade realm in 2 years. Haha, you brat, you actually dare to speak such nonsense. In the vast Northwest, as far as I know, the number of 5th grade alchemists can be counted on one hand. Do you think I'm easy to fool? The high priest laughed. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to explain any further. He looked at the priestess and said, Yin, my love parasite has been cured. Do you still want me to be your vassal? Before the priestess could reply, the high priest said, You don't know how to appreciate favors. So many people want to be the companion of my goo sacrifice city, but you're still so reluctant. Do you believe that I won't kill you right now? The priestess hurriedly said, Grandpa, let him go. Since he has already gotten rid of the love goo, it must be the will of the heavens. Why should we force him? As the priestess spoke, her gaze fell on Ling Xiao. Her heart was filled with incomparable disappointment. She had thought that before the end of her life, she would be able to feel what it would be like to be someone's wife. Unfortunately, she was fated to die alone. The high priest couldn't bear to look at the priestess and said, Girl, if you let him go, your reputation will be completely ruined. I'm about to lose my life, so what's the point of my reputation? Why don't you let me spend more time with Grandpa? Consider it as yin or being filial to you. The priestess said with a forced smile. Ling Xiao looked at the priestess and felt very uncomfortable. No matter what, this was the first nominal wife that he had held a ceremony with. Was he really going to just watch her leave like this? Forget it, let him go. The high priest doted on his granddaughter, and immediately gave up on the idea of forcing Ling Xiao. He shook his head and left. Fu Ma, I'll go get some water for you. Look at how dirty and ugly your body is. Take a bath first before you leave. Grandpa won't make things difficult for you. The priestess seemed to have let go of her state of mind. She smiled at Ling Xiao and walked out. Ling Xiao looked at the back of the priestess as she left, and a sense of melancholy shrouded his heart. Ling Xiao stood still for a while and sighed silently in his heart. The heavens are jealous of my beauty. How can the heavens be so cruel? The priestess returned and prepared a bath water and a change of clothes for Ling Xiao. Fu Ma, let me help you bathe and change your clothes. The priestess walked to Ling Xiao's side and said softly. Ling Xiao took a light breath and stepped forward to hold the priestess's slender waist. He lowered his head and kissed her jade lips. The priestess's body trembled slightly, and a strange feeling came over her. Immediately after, she closed her eyes tightly and held onto Ling Xiao's tiger waist, twisting her body passionately, breathing in the priestess's sweet scent. The fire of lust that had been suppressed in Ling Xiao's body for a long time suddenly soared. As he kissed the jade person in his arms to his heart's content, his hands began to rub the firm and erect peaks of the virgin roughly. Ah! The priestess's body began to soften after being teased by Ling Xiao like this. She could not help but moan, and her delicate and beautiful face instantly became completely red. The priestess's soft moans were like a spell, and it completely made Ling Xiao lose his mind. His big hands violently tore apart her veil, revealing that perfect and alluring body. Ling Xiao looked at the devilish body in front of him that was suffused with a flush, and the blood vessels in his body surged rapidly. The priestess shyly said softly, Fu Ma wants me. Ling Xiao no longer hesitated. The spiritual energy in his body shook, and all the clothes on his body were shaken off. In the next moment, he tightly hugged the clean and flawless body of lust, and tightly joined together. Ah! A shameful scream pierced through the sky. Ling Xiao was like a beast that had lost its mind. He did not care about the pain of the jade person in his arms at all, and continued to launch the fiercest attacks on that mysterious bush. The priestess tightly hugged Ling Xiao's tiger body, and 2 lines of tears slowly flowed down. In her heart she thought, I'm already a woman, no longer a young girl. Ah! The screams of pain gradually turned into soft cries of joy. It was unknown how many hours had passed, but after a series of screams, all the sounds in the room finally stopped. Inside the room, in the bathtub, the 2 naked people were hugging each other. The priestess had changed from a young girl to a woman, and her whole person became more and more delicate and alluring, and it also added a bit of seductive charm. Ling Xiao gently caressed the priestess's face and said softly, Do you regret it? The priestess buried her head in Ling Xiao's chest and said, You are my Fu Ma, and I am your wife. What is there to regret? Why don't you come with me? Even if I have to travel to the ends of the earth, I will find the Heaven Gu divine art for you, Ling Xiao said softly. No. I will stay by Grandpa's side and serve him. Moreover, even before I die, I want to give birth to a child that belongs to us. After I die, I want the child to stay by Grandpa's side and not let him be too lonely. Can you promise me that? The priestess had already accepted Ling Xiao, and wholeheartedly treated him as her husband. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, All right, but I will definitely refine the vitality-prolonging pill for you within 2 years. Trust me. Of course I trust you. Since ancient times, only 2 people have been able to expel the poison of our love goo, and you are the second. I also believe that you can do it, but I don't want you to force yourself, the priestess replied. Don't worry. I will definitely not abandon you. There is still a bit of time, so let's make more people. Ling Xiao nodded lightly, and then his lower body went straight into the deep alley of the sea. Ah! The priestess's lower body was filled, and her face was full of shyness and satisfaction. Her mouth could not help but let out a moan again. The room was once again intertwined with the moving sound of rhythm. Chapter 240. For several days in a row, Ling Xiao and the priestess did not leave the room, working day and night on their plan to make a human. On this day, the two of them finally walked out of the room. After dressing up, the priestess fully displayed the charm of a married woman. She was like a blooming orchid, even more charming and beautiful. Ling Xiao had also swept away his sloppy appearance, and his thin face was full of resolute and handsome features. He wore a dark blue robe embroidered with dazzling gold edges, looking extremely noble and magnificent, especially like a noble prince in the palace. The two of them held hands and once again sat in the moving palace on the day of the wedding. A few protectors rushed out from their hiding places and respectfully greeted the two of them on one knee. "Greetings to your highness the priestess, greetings to your highness." The two of them nodded slightly and landed on the bed of the moving palace. The priestess said softly, "Enter the hall." The protectors responded at the same time, and together they lifted the moving palace and flew up. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. This feeling of being high up in my hands is really good. If I had a few more beauties by my side, what more could I ask for in life? The priestess picked up the 1,000-year-old grape from the fruit plate and placed it in front of Ling Xiao's mouth. "Please." Ling Xiao smiled slightly and gently embraced the priestess's slender waist. He opened his mouth wide and let the priestess throw the grape into his mouth. The priestess's beautiful eyes were full of affection, and she smiled widely, completely immersed in the joy of being a married woman for the first time. Not long after, the moving palace landed in the grand hall's inner hall. When all the guards saw the palace, they immediately knelt on one knee and respectfully welcomed them. The priestess led Ling Xiao straight into the hall, and arrived at the high priestess's usual meditation place. The high priestess saw the arrival of the two of them without the slightest surprise, as if she had already expected it. "Kid, are you sure you want to leave?" The high priestess did not wait for the two of them to speak, and looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stepped forward and replied, "Yes, Grandpa Shower has left the sect for a long time. I have to go back and report. The Purple Sky sect is only a rank 8 sect. As far as I know, only Nangong is a rank 4 alchemist. Now that you have reached rank 4, why do you still stay in such a small sect? Why not stay with little Yin and let her spend the rest of her time well?" The high priestess asked bluntly. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day, a teacher for life. Purple Sky sect is Ling Xiao's sect, and I dare not to casually leave the sect, otherwise I would be a disloyal and unjust. Moreover, after returning to the sect to report, I want to travel around to see if there is a chance to find the Heaven Gu technique. Whether or not there is any news in 2 years, I will to and so. Ling I shall dare, I and in blood to prove, and that I yin. I and will I and in will. Then he bit his bloody finger and swore to the heavens to show his determination. Good, since you have this intention. Don't let little Yun plead for you, otherwise I will definitely let you suffer the punishment of the 10,000 gu. The high priestess nodded and said to the priestess, "Girl, you go out first, I have something to say to him alone." "Grandpa." The priestess looked at her grandpa worriedly, as if she was afraid that he would harm Ling Xiao after she left. When a girl is grown, she can't be kept at home. If I want to kill this kid, it's as easy as turning my hand, why hide? The high priestess waved her hand. The priestess blushed slightly and left the room. As soon as the priestess left, the high priestess raised her hand, and a light screen isolated everything from the outside world. The high priestess said to Ling Xiao, "Since you have consummated your marriage with little Yun, you are a true follower of my Guji city. Our Guji city has always followed monogamy. If others know that you have another woman outside, even I can't protect you. So when you go outside, you must not announce your identity, or I will definitely kill you first." Ling Xiao nodded. Ling Xiao obeys. Even if the high priestess didn't say it, Ling Xiao wasn't the kind of person who would gossip. Moreover, He also knew the strange rules of the Guji clan. Even if he didn't care about himself, he didn't want the priestess to be humiliated because of him. The high priestess continued, "After you leave this time, you must refine the spirit-prolonging pill for little Yun within 2 years. Even if you let her live one more day, you must do it. Since little Yin has approved of you, I won't make it difficult for you. There are a lot of spirit herbs here. I believe you can use them in the future. Consider it a little gift from me as a grandfather." Ling Xiao took the space ring from the high priestess and put it away without looking at it. He respectfully thanked. "Thank you, grandfather. Ling Xiao will definitely live up to grandfather Gu and Yin Er's expectations. Remember every word I say," the high priestess reminded him seriously. "In these 2 years, you must go to our Guji clan's ancestral land to see if you can find the whereabouts of the Heaven Gu divine art. In addition, you must find our clan's sacred object, the Heaven Gu cauldron. These 2 tasks are not easy, but I hope you can complete them. This is not only related to little Yun's life, but also the future of our clan." Next, the high priestess told Ling Xiao the location of the Guji clan's ancestral land, and the appearance of the Heaven Gu cauldron before sending Ling Xiao away. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that the ruins of the Guji clan would be in the most remote place of the southern wilderness. It was a legendary forbidden place. The environment was very harsh, and the spirit beasts were powerful. It was difficult for ordinary people to survive. He really didn't know how the Guji clan could survive in such a dangerous place. However, since it was possible to inquire about the Heaven Gu divine art, Ling Xiao naturally had to find a way to go there. In addition, what surprised Ling Xiao was that the sacred object of the Guji clan was actually the Heaven-rank God Cauldron, ranked 8th among the 9 Heaven-rank God Cauldron. Every Heaven-rank God Cauldron was a divine artifact. What kind of existence was a family that could use a divine artifact as the clan's treasure? Ling Xiao couldn't help but imagine that the Guji clan in its heyday might be powerful and terrifying, but he didn't know why it fell into such a predicament. After listening to the high priest's teachings, Ling Xiao was sent away. Just as he was about to leave the room, the high priest stopped him again and took out a jade tube. "If you can find the Heaven Gu divine art or the Heaven Gu cauldron but can't get it, crush it. I will rush over as soon as possible." Ling Xiao took the jade tube, put it away, and left the room. After seeing Ling Xiao leave, the high priest sighed and said, "I hope you don't let little Yun down." Ling Xiao stayed in Guji City for another 3 days. In these 3 days, he spent the whole night with the priestess, enjoying the joy before leaving. 3 days later, Ling Xiao put on a set of clothes sewn for him by the priestess and left Guji City. As soon as he left the boundary of Guzhai City, Ling Xiao summoned the Golden Wolf King and sprinted in the direction of Purple Heaven Sect. Ling Xiao didn't know that there was a woman silently chasing him in the sky. She only gave up after flying for thousands of miles. "Fu Ma, you have to take care of yourself. The next time you come, you will definitely be able to see our child," the woman murmured with tears in her eyes. Ling Xiao thought that leaving Guji City would be much more relaxed and refreshed, but he found that he couldn't be happy. He only felt that these 3 months were like a dream, like a flash in the pan, but it left a deep impression on him. Now he had an extra worry in his heart and a heavy mission. If he didn't resolve this worry and mission for a day, it would be difficult for him to truly be happy. "Yinner, don't worry. Even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I will definitely find the Heaven Gu divine art for you." Ling Xiao silently made up his mind. Ling Xiao rode the Golden Wolf King for half a month, and was finally getting closer and closer to the sect. On this day, Ling Xiao arrived at Burning Ground City, which was the closest city to Purple Heaven Sect. This was a place he had to pass to get to Purple Heaven Sect. Burning Earth City was close to Purple Heaven City, so it was a prosperous city that was only second to Purple Heaven City. The largest family in Burning Ground City was the Lao clan. The 2 ancestors of the Lao clan were both king-level experts, so no one dared to provoke the Lao clan. Otherwise, they would definitely disappear from Burning Ground City the next day. Now Ling Xiao was a middle-stage spirit master, and the Golden Wolf King was high-stage 3rd stage. In order to hurry, Ling Xiao didn't put away the Golden Wolf King. With his current strength, There weren't many people who dared to have any ideas about the Golden Wolf King. Moreover, he was an inner sect disciple of Purple Heaven sect. Within Purple Heaven sect's territory, no one dared to provoke him. As soon as Ling Xiao rode the Golden Wolf King into the city, it caused countless citizens to panic. Who is this? He actually dares to ride a spirit beast in the city. Does he not know the Lao clan's rules? One look and you can tell that he's someone from outside the city. This young man from outside is going to suffer. Isn't that so? I just saw someone report to the nurse team. There will definitely be a good show to watch later. Some of the bold citizens pointed at Ling Xiao and discussed in low voices. As for those young girls, when they saw how handsome Ling Xiao was and how he was riding a powerful spirit beast, they couldn't help but secretly send him flirtatious glances. Ling Xiao didn't have time to pay attention to what the citizens were saying. He continued to ride the Golden Wolf King through the city. At this moment, a group of guards ran out from both sides of the street and blocked Ling Xiao's path. There were a total of 10 people in this group of guards, and they were all wearing the same martial attire. One of the high-level mystic cultivators stood out and said timidly, "You, who are you? You actually dare to cause trouble in Burning Ground City?" The leader of the guards couldn't see through Ling Xiao's cultivation, but he could tell that the spirit beast in front of him was definitely a strong rank 3 wolf spirit beast. He was afraid that if the spirit beast suddenly pounced on him, he would lose his life. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, "Big brother, I had urgent matters to attend to and was passing by this place. Please forgive me if I was alarmed." With that, Ling Xiao took out a bag of gold coins and threw it at the leader of the guards, hoping that he would let him pass. Ling Xiao's strength was above these guards, but he also knew that he was being a bit rude. Moreover, this was someone else's territory, and he wasn't the kind of person to bully others. Thus, he planned to resolve this matter peacefully. The leader of the guards weighed the gold coins in his hand and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Hurry up and leave. Don't let your spirit beast run around. Otherwise, we won't be able to bear the consequences." "Thank you, big brother." Ling Xiao thanked the guard and was about to leave again. Unexpectedly, an arrogant voice rang out from behind. "Which wild kid dares to ride a spirit beast in the city? Hurry up and come down. I'll slaughter the spirit beast and drink it with wine." Chapter 241. When the guard captain heard that voice, his body trembled and he hurriedly hid the gold coin in his hand. He immediately ran over and knelt on one knee in front of that person. "Greetings, 14th young master." When Ling Xiao turned around, he saw a young man who looked to be in his early 20s glaring at him. This young man's appearance was quite pretentious. He wore a luxurious robe, and his head was raised high. His 2 nostrils were like his eyes as he looked at people. He looked quite flashy, and when he strode forward, he had the demeanor of a young master. However, in Ling Xiao's eyes he looked like a wretch who deserved a beating. Beside this young man, there was also a good-looking young woman. She had the figure of Anna and a full figure. Just based on these 2 points, she really was the type of mature woman that Ling Xiao liked. However, when he looked at her face covered in rouge, Ling Xiao felt like vomiting. She was clearly quite good-looking, so why did she have to put so much on? She was practically like a monster. The young man in front of him was a direct descendant of the Lao family. He was ranked 14th and was known as the 14th young master, Lao Feiyang. Lao Feiyang arrived 5 meters away from Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King. He used his 2 nostrils to look at Ling Xiao and pointed at the Golden Wolf King. "You over there. Why haven't you come down after seeing this young master? This spirit beast looks quite sturdy. Bring it to the strange fragrance pavilion, and have the chef cook it. It should taste quite good." "Young master, you definitely have to let me have a taste," the woman coquettishly said to Lao Feiyang. "Darling, don't worry. This young master will definitely leave you a big and fat piece of wolf meat to enjoy. At night, this young master will reward you with another night. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied to death." Lao Feiyang patted the woman's hand with a smile. "Young master, you're so annoying," the woman rebuked as she leaned into Lao Feiyang's embrace. Hee. Lao Feiyang laughed, but he found that Ling Xiao had already left on the Golden Wolf King. There were many people in the city, so Ling Xiao didn't dare to recklessly ride the Golden Wolf King like he did just now. He could only move forward slowly. Bastard, he dares ignore my words. Captain Zhou, why aren't you going to stop him? If he gets away, your position as captain will be over, shouted Lao Feiyang unhappily. Yes, young master, I'll immediately stop him. The captain of the guards hurriedly responded, but in his heart, he was cursing. Are you blind? You actually want me to stop a third-rank spirit beast? God bless me so that I don't get eaten by it. The captain of the guards and his group hurriedly ran over and stopped Ling Xiao once again, shouting, This brother, you should stop. If you anger my young master, it will be difficult to deal with. The guard captain had just received some benefits from Ling Xiao, so he naturally didn't dare to speak ill of him. Moreover, the Golden Wolf King in front of him was giving him a lot of pressure. Oh, could it be that this city is managed by your family's young master? Ling Xiao asked lightly. This, of course not. However, there are many things in Blazing City that our Lao family has the final say, replied the guard captain. Ling Xiao was just about to say something when Lao Feiyang caught up to him and shouted, Why are you talking so much to him? Captain Zhou, kill this spirit beast. I don't have time to waste with him. Ling Xiao glanced at Lao Feiyang, and then gently rubbed the Golden Wolf King's forehead. Xiao Jin, someone said that he wants to eat you. What do you think we should do? Then I'll eat him first, replied the Golden Wolf King. The third-rank spirit beast had already gained intelligence, and could sense that Lao Feiyang was hostile towards it. Then what are you waiting for? Asked Ling Xiao faintly. In the next moment, the Golden Wolf King's body trembled, and its body began to shine with a golden light as it pounced forward like lightning. Oh! The Golden Wolf King opened its bloody mouth, and revealed its sinister fangs as it bit towards Lao Feiyang. Don't come over. Lao Feiyang was so frightened by the Golden Wolf King that he stumbled and fell to the ground. His face was pale as he waved his hands and called out. Lao Feiyang was only a low-level profound practitioner. Only when the Golden Wolf King displayed its strength did he realize just how terrifying this enormous spirit beast was. Don't! The guard captain immediately cried out in alarm as the long sword in his hand slashed towards the Golden Wolf King. The guards behind the guard captain also made their move, and dozens of swords flew towards Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The powerful attack produced an earth-shattering explosion, and the surrounding people were so frightened that they scattered in all directions. The guard captain originally thought that Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King would disappear under this wave of attacks. However, when the smoke dissipated, they saw that the man and beast weren't injured at all. Fortunately, their young master hadn't been eaten by the spirit beast, and was still sitting on the ground. Even the woman had fallen to the ground, and her face had turned pale from fright. The front of their young master's pants was completely drenched. It turned out that yellow and white matter had come out from the fright, and the stench was abnormally disgusting. Ling Xiao pinched his nose and looked at Lao Feiyang with disdain. He caressed the Golden Wolf King's head and said, It stinks. Xiao Jin, let's go. Master, why didn't you let me eat him? The Golden Wolf King asked. That guy is as skinny as a match, and he won't even be enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. Forget it, replied Ling Xiao. The man and beast didn't care about anything else and slowly walked towards the east gate. The guard captain didn't dare to stop them. The wolf spirit beast was clearly a rank 3 spirit beast, and that youth seemed to be an expert spirit master as well. Otherwise, how could he have withstood their full power attack and be fine? Too scary. It's good that we didn't anger him, or else we'd be in trouble. The guard captain wiped his cold sweat. At this time, the guard captain remembered that their 14th young master was still sitting on the ground, trembling. The guard captain endured the soaring stench and helped Lao Feiyang up before timidly asking, 14th young master, are you all right? Lao Feiyang quivered before coming back to his senses. He raised his hand and viciously slapped the guard captain's face. Pow! Immediately, a bright red palm imprinted itself on the guard captain's face. He was furious, but he still pretended to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. I'm sorry, young master. Useless trash, you can't even stop a man and a beast with a dozen people. You motherfucker, go die. Lao Feiyang flew into a rage out of humiliation and started punching and kicking the guard captain. After venting his anger, Lao Feiyang turned to the other guards and yelled, "You bunch of trash, what are you still doing? Go back to the clan and call the consecrated elders out." Burning City was the Lao family's territory, and they were the biggest family here. They had absolute authority, and most of the rules were set by the Lao family. As a direct descendant of the Lao family, Lao Feiyang had always been arrogant and conceited in Burning City. His own strength wasn't something to be scoffed at. If it weren't for his family's influence, he would have long since been thrown to the dogs. Lao Feiyang had never been bullied like this before, and he had even been scared shitless in front of everyone. This had completely destroyed the wisdom he had accumulated over the years. He swore that he would definitely make that man and beast disappear from Burning City. Ling Xiao naturally didn't care about this small matter, and continued riding the Golden Wolf King. The hidden guards in the surroundings were constantly watching Ling Xiao's tracks. Ling Xiao didn't care at all. Even if the head of the Lao family personally came, he wouldn't be afraid of him. Although his strength hadn't reached the king level yet, he already had a life-saving technique that could make a king-level expert suffer. What was there for him to be afraid of? Ling Xiao had always adhered to the principle of, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll pay them back tenfold. Just as Ling Xiao passed by a restaurant, he saw a man on the second floor raise a glass of wine towards him and say in a clear voice, "Old Ma, would you do me the honor of drinking with me?" Ling Xiao really didn't expect to meet someone who knew him in Burning City. Moreover, this person called him Old Ma. Presumably, this person had been to Guzhai City or was originally from there. Before Ling Xiao left Guzhai City, the priest had instructed him not to reveal his identity. Now that he had been recognized not long after leaving, a trace of killing intent couldn't help but rise in his heart. When Ling Xiao raised his head and saw who this person was, he couldn't help but be stunned. He directly smiled and replied, "Brother, I dare not refuse your invitation." As Ling Xiao spoke, he gently stepped on the wolf's back and went to the second floor. At the same time, he put away the Golden Wolf King with the Spirit Beast Bracer. The person who invited Ling Xiao up to drink was an elegant young man with a slightly pale face. He had a warm smile on his face and kept waving the white paper fan in his hand. He looked more or less like Zhuge Liang's feather fan and silk towel style. Coupled with the wine cup in his hand, he looked even more carefree. This young man was Xian Yao, who had participated in the fight for the priest's horse in Guzhai City. Before Ling Xiao could sit down, he was attracted by the white paper fan in Xian Yao's hand. "Brother, can I have a look at the beautiful woman's fan in your hand?" Ling Xiao asked with a fawning expression. Xian Yao chuckled and said, "Old Ma, feel free to take it." Ling Xiao smiled and took the fan. He saw that there were 8 women drawn in the fan. Each woman seemed to be lifelike, making people feel amazed. The lifelike drawing was not the reason why Ling Xiao was attracted to it. The most important thing was that each of the women in the painting had a peerless beauty, making people want to fall in love. However, among the 8 beauties, there was a portrait of his wife, the priest's daughter. In the portrait, the priest's daughter was squatting down and picking spirit herbs. She looked very indifferent, and her whole person was lifelike, making her look extremely beautiful. However, Ling Xiao still felt that something was missing. Xian Yao laughed dryly from the side and said, "Old Ma, please don't blame me for being rude. I secretly drew a portrait of Her Highness the priest's daughter. I couldn't help it. Why would I blame you? However, I'll accept this fan. Just treat it as a greeting gift from brother." Ling Xiao responded and put away the white paper fan. "Old Ma, you don't have to be so ruthless. This is my favorite weapon," Xian Yao said with a bitter face. However, he was thinking in his heart, "I knew that something would be missing today. Sigh, I can't go against heaven's will. How much is this broken weapon worth? It seems that brother isn't a stingy person. Come, it's fate that we can meet here. Don't call me Old Ma, just call me Ling Xiao. In order to thank brother for giving me the fan, I'll drink first," Ling Xiao said to Xian Yao in a very familiar manner. After that he picked up a pot of wine and drank it. Chapter 242. Xian Yao smiled bitterly and shrugged his shoulders. Brother Ling is indeed forthright. If I continue to ask for more, it would make me seem petty. Today, I've met Brother Ling, and we should drink until we're drunk. Waiter, bring me another 5 jugs of wine. Ling Xiao laughed and sat down. Since Brother Yao is in such a good mood, Ling Xiao will naturally serve you to the end. Good. To be able to make a friend like Brother Ling is a great fortune for me. Brother Yao, you're wrong. I don't like men. Haha, I only like women. While Ling Xiao and Xian Yao were drinking to their heart's content, the restaurant was surrounded by a large number of Lao's guards. None of them dared to enter the restaurant because there was a young spirit master there. They had to wait for their young master and elders to arrive before they dared to move. They were just guarding and not letting the young man leave. Otherwise, their fates would be miserable. At this moment, Lao Feiyang, who had changed into a new set of clothes, angrily ran over with 2 elders following behind him. One of the elders was dressed in black and the other in gray, and their expressions were fierce. A guard walked up to Lao Feiyang and the 2 elders and respectfully said, "Greetings, 14th young master and elders." Cut the crap. Where did that brat and that wolf run off to? Lao Feiyang impatiently waved his hand. Young master, he's drinking up there, the guard replied. Brat, you actually dare to look down on our Lao family? Too hateful and too arrogant. Lao Feiyang clenched his fists as he spoke. He then turned to the 2 elders behind him and said, Elders, that bastard is up there. Hurry up and take care of him. The 2 elders nodded and were about to go up when they saw that Lao Feiyang hadn't moved. They couldn't help but say, 14th young master, let's go up together. With us here, he can't do anything to you. These 2 elders were the Lao clan's consecrated elders. One was a middle-stage spirit master called Chai Xiao, and the other was a low-stage spirit master called Hu Qiao. Although the 2 of them were not from the Lao clan, they were extremely famous in Burning Ground City. Because the 2 of them were the founders of the #1 mercenary group in Burning Ground City, they had made a name for themselves in Burning Ground City. Later on, they returned to the Lao family and faded from the public's sight. Hearing Chai Xiao's words, Lao Feiyang mustered up his courage and said, Fine, I'll watch the 2 elders show off our Lao family's might. In his heart, he thought to himself, You dare to make a fool of me? Watch how this young master plays you to death. Everyone saw that the Lao family had come in an aggressive manner. Without waiting for the Lao family's order, the customers immediately dispersed. Xian Yao, who was drinking, smiled at Ling Xiao and said, Brother Ling, you're in trouble. These flies are so annoying. Even when I drink a cup of wine, they keep buzzing in my ears. Ling Xiao drank a mouthful of wine and shouted unhappily. Haha, Brother Ling is right. Do you need my help? Xian Yao laughed. There's no need to bother Brother Yao to chase away a few flies. Ling Xiao replied disapprovingly. At this moment, Lao Feiyang had already brought Chai Xiao and Hu Qiao to the 2nd floor. Elders, it's this stinking brat. He actually told a spirit beast to eat me. If it weren't for my strength, I'm afraid I would have died. Lao Feiyang said shamelessly. When Ling Xiao called out Lao Feiyang's words, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. I've seen many shameless people, but this is the first time I've seen someone so shameless. He's scared to the point of pissing himself. Yet he still says his strength is not bad. This bastard is too talented. Chai Xiao looked at Ling Xiao and Xian Yao and couldn't help but be shocked. What a young spirit master, and they've already reached the middle stage. Could they be true disciples of the Purple Sky sect? Chai Xiao saw through Ling Xiao and Xian Yao's strength and guessed their identities. He didn't dare to act rashly and instead went up to Ling Xiao and Xian Yao and cupped his hands. How should I address you 2 brothers? Ling Xiao glanced at Chai Xiao and replied. This lowly one is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, from now on, you can change your name to Ling Qiao. In a bit, I'll make you cry and beg for mercy. This young master will make you wish you were dead. Lao Feiyang said through gritted teeth. Hu Qiao, who was standing to the side, could naturally see through Ling Xiao and Xian Yao's strength. He immediately pulled on Lao Feiyang, hinting for him to not be rash. Who would have thought that Lao Feiyang would be so simple-minded and not understand Hu Qiao's meaning at all? Elder Hu, why are you pulling on my clothes? Hurry up and get rid of this bastard for me, Lao Feiyang urged. Ling Xiao hated being scolded by others the most. If it was someone else scolding him behind his back, he wouldn't care if he didn't hear it. However, someone was right in front of him, pointing at his nose and calling him a bastard. No one would be able to take it, especially Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao abruptly stood up and released a wave of pressure towards Lao Feiyang. You want to kill me? Ling Xiao asked in a low voice. Immediately, Lao Feiyang was sent flying by Ling Xiao's pressure, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Stop! Chai Xiao reacted just in time, and at the same time he also released his own aura in an attempt to counteract Ling Xiao's pressure. Unfortunately, he found that as soon as he faced off against Ling Xiao, he felt as if he had smashed into a rock. He couldn't move at all, and instead, he was being suppressed to the point where he couldn't even breathe. Take this brat and leave immediately. Don't disturb this young master's drinking. If you dare provoke me again, I'll definitely kill you. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and arrogantly said, You're too savage. This old man wants to see just how you're going to kill me. Chai Xiao had once been a mercenary group leader, and his previous life as a mercenary had filled him with a murderous and berserk aura. Although he had restrained it in the past few years, he had been infuriated by a brat today. He decided that if he didn't take down this brat, it would damage his reputation. Chai Xiao roared, and his two palms slammed towards Ling Xiao. Two balls of blue palm images were ferocious, and the surrounding tables and chairs were all sent flying. Chai Xiao had used his full strength from the start. After all, the two youths in front of him were both middle-stage spirit masters, and he had to kill them in one blow. Otherwise, if the two of them joined hands, it would be troublesome. Damn, I hate it when people disturb my drinking. Ling Xiao cursed unhappily, and he directly met the two palms that were flying towards him. Papa! Chai Xiao's entire body was sent flying, while Ling Xiao still stood in his original spot. He even leisurely picked up his wine jug and continued to drink. To the side, Xian Yao's eyes flashed with an imperceptible light. He raised his cup towards Ling Xiao and said, Brother Ling's strength is indeed extraordinary. Brother Yao, you flatter me. I can handle a few flies, but against an opponent like Brother Yao, Ling Xiao can only hope to run away, said Ling Xiao modestly. However, his tone didn't have the slightest trace of modesty, but rather a bit of pride. Chai Xiao and Hu Qiao's faces alternated between red and green. They had never been scolded like this before, and they immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. Since you want to die, I'll help you, said Chai Xiao with a malevolent expression. At the same time, he took out his famous longsword and swung it at Ling Xiao a few times. Hu Qiao didn't stay idle either. He had just seen his boss being sent flying by this youth, and it could be seen that this youth's strength wasn't ordinary. Thus, he didn't care about face and immediately took out his long spear to stab at Ling Xiao a few times. The two spirit masters appeared at the same time, and an enormous sword chi and spear light blossomed. The restaurant was instantly shaken to the point of collapse. The injured Lao Feiyang was so frightened that he hurriedly jumped out of the window. Although this fellow was a middle-level profound practitioner, he had just suffered internal injuries from Ling Xiao's attack. He didn't have the ability to circulate his profound energy, and was no different from a normal person. Jumping from such a high place obviously wasn't easy. Lao Feiyang fell heavily to the ground, and one of his feet fell down, causing him to cry out in pain. Coincidentally, the restaurant collapsed at this time, and it was also falling towards him. My mother, someone come and save me, save me. Lao Feiyang roared with all his might. It was a pity that the nurses only cared about running for their lives and couldn't hear his screams. The pitiful Lao Feiyang could only watch as the wooden wall of the restaurant heavily smashed towards him. After the restaurant collapsed, 4 figures flew out. Xian Yao was still holding a jar of wine and a cup as he stood on top of a collapsed wooden pillar. As he poured the wine, he said, If there's anything, we can talk it out. There's no need to use swords and spears. We almost wasted this jar of good wine. The other person, Chai Xiao and Hu Qiao, continuously attacked Ling Xiao. The two of them were worthy of being old partners, and their coordination was very good. One sword and one spear attacked from two different directions, causing Ling Xiao to dodge in all directions. However, people with good eyesight could tell that although Ling Xiao was defending, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Is that all you have? You disappoint me too much. Ling Xiao did a somersault and dodged Hu Qiao's spear as he said disdainfully, "Bastard." Chai Xiao cursed, and then shouted to Hu Qiao, "Second brother, use your full strength." Hu Qiao seemed to know what Chai Xiao was referring to, and immediately nodded his head as he began to gather energy. Chai Xiao loudly shouted, "Sword defense for defense." Immediately, his hands slashed out dozens of times, and the water attribute sword light formed a circle, trapping Ling Xiao in one place, making it impossible for him to struggle. Courageous and courageous. Hu Qiao took this opportunity, and the spear in his hand shone brightly, and a huge spear shadow pierced towards the trapped Ling Xiao. Xian Yao, who was not far away, tightened his grip, and the jar of wine immediately exploded. The wine spilled onto the ground, and a strong fragrance filled the air. Xian Yao shook his head and muttered to himself, "What a waste of good wine." Rumble. Hu Qiao's stab with all his strength caused an earth-shattering explosion. Chai Xiao was just about to breathe a sigh of relief, but in the next moment, he once again waved the sword in his hand, and countless sword shadows once again flew towards the center of the billowing smoke. "Now you're dead," Chai Xiao said as he stabbed his sword into the ground. He really didn't think that dealing with a young man would exhaust almost all of his spiritual energy, and immediately sighed in his heart. "I'm really old and useless." Hu Qiao also relaxed, but his eyes were still fixed on the gradually dissipating smoke. Suddenly, a shadow flashed out, and Hu Qiao's pupils shrank as he hurriedly shouted, "Boss, be careful." However, he was still a second too late. Chai Xiao didn't know what was going on, but his body was heavily hit by a hard object, and a tyrannical force directly shattered his dark protection force, and his whole body flew out like a cannonball, always forcing this young master to hit a fly. Chapter 243. Ling Xiao gripped the iron rod in his hand and cursed unhappily. "He's completely fine?" Xian Yao looked at the completely unharmed Ling Xiao. Just now, Chai Xiao and Hu Qiao had used all their strength to kill Ling Xiao, and every move was incomparably ferocious. Even if Ling Xiao was a mid-stage spirit master, even if he didn't die, he would at least be heavily injured. But now, not only was Ling Xiao not injured at all, he had even viciously struck Chai Xiao with his rod. This was simply too valiant. Xian Yao thought to himself, "Brother Ling is indeed a fated subordinate. If he had come up to fight for it that day, he would have definitely taken it. This really is fate, and it can't be forced." "Boss, how are you?" Hu Qiao ran over to Chai Xiao. Chai Xiao crawled out of the ruined restaurant. One of his arms was bent, and there was still blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He looked to be in a sorry state. From this, it could be seen how ferocious Ling Xiao's attack had been. Chai Xiao endured the pain and said in a low voice, "My arm is broken, and I need to return to the clan to ask for reinforcements. We aren't a match for this brat. He might be a high-stage spirit master." "What?" Hu Qiao quivered. He saw that Ling Xiao was only around 20 years old, so how could he be a high-stage spirit master? Even if he was a true disciple of the Purple Sky sect, Tenbin shouldn't be this monstrous. Ling Xiao held the iron rod in his hand and walked towards Chai Xiao, and Hu Qiao step by step. Hu Qiao supported Chai Xiao as he retreated. What else do you want? Don't forget that this is Blazing City. No matter how strong you are, you can't beat our Lao family. I advise you not to act recklessly." I haven't acted recklessly. It's all because you guys have gone too far," Ling Xiao said disdainfully as he waved the iron rod in his hand. "Then, let's forget about this matter. As long as you leave Blazing City immediately, we won't cause any more trouble for you," Chai Xiao said in a compromising manner. He knew that the young man in front of him was very powerful, so he must have a very strong background. If they provoked a crazy revenge, then even the Lao family would not be able to protect them. "I didn't want to stay here for long in the first place, but you guys insisted on keeping me here," Ling Xiao said disdainfully. He then added, Next time be more observant. Don't think that you're the emperor here. Ling Xiao did not plan to kill Chai Xiao and Hu Qiao. After all, these two people were also other people's dogs. They would bite whoever their master told them to bite. He could not blame them. Just as Ling Xiao was about to turn around and say something to Xian Yao, a few powerful auras rushed towards him. Who said that our Lao family isn't the emperor here? A loud voice came from afar. Just as he finished speaking, a figure had already landed in front of Ling Xiao. Following that, there were a few more whooshing sounds as a few more people rushed over. The middle-aged man who had rushed over first glanced at Chai Xiao and Hu Qiao. Then his gaze landed on Ling Xiao. His eyes narrowed as he coldly said, "Were you the one who spoke arrogantly just now?" As the middle-aged man spoke, a powerful pressure pressed towards Ling Xiao. Peak Spirit Master. Ling Xiao's aura tightened as he hurriedly circulated his spiritual power to resist. Ling Xiao was already an intermediate spirit master, and he was many times stronger than an ordinary intermediate spirit master. He also had a powerful mental strength to rely on. Although the middle-aged man in front of him was a peak spirit master and had an incomparably powerful aura, Ling Xiao was not afraid. But Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. The middle-aged man had a plan and released his aura. The surrounding air seemed to be compressed and deformed as it pressed towards Ling Xiao. The pressure of a peak spirit master could instantly kill anyone below the spirit master rank. Let's see how long you can last. The pressure of a peak spirit master could instantly kill anyone below the spirit master rank. Even low and intermediate spirit masters would be injured. However, Ling Xiao was still unperturbed and his expression was as calm as water. However, the mental strength in his sea of consciousness slowly spread out and resisted the pressure of the middle-aged man without revealing any openings. Unless you're a king rank expert, don't even think of suppressing me. Ling Xiao snorted coldly in his heart. Xian Yao, who wasn't far away, also revealed a shocked expression. The four elders who came with the middle-aged man were also shocked. This middle-aged man was the third brother of the Lao family's leader, Lao Langchong. He was the strongest person in the 21st generation of the Lao family. He was only 53 years old this year, but he was already a peak spirit master. He was known as the genius of the Lao family who had the highest chance of stepping into the king rank. However, the strongest person in the 21st generation of the Lao family couldn't suppress a youth who wasn't even 20 years old. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they probably wouldn't have believed it. As expected, you have some skill. No wonder you're so arrogant. Lao Langchong roared and no longer used his aura to suppress Ling Xiao. Instead, he threw a punch at Ling Xiao's chest. Good. Ling Xiao yelled. The metal rod in his hand met Lao Langchong's heavy punch and pierced forward. This metal rod was a Xian artifact. Each move it made was no weaker than a spirit master's attack. Lao Langchong naturally didn't dare to meet the Xian artifact head-on. Instead, he turned his fist into a claw and directly grabbed at the rod. Ling Xiao realized Lao Langchong's intentions, and immediately changed from a stab to a horizontal move. Lao Langchong didn't expect Ling Xiao to change his move so quickly. He once again turned his claw into a palm and slapped the rod. His other fist once again flew towards Ling Xiao's left shoulder. The fist's momentum hadn't even arrived when the spirit chi attribute had already landed on Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao actually didn't shrink back, and took Lao Langchong's punch head-on. Just as Lao Langchong was about to be proud, Ling Xiao's metal rod had already landed firmly between his waist and abdomen. Pooh! Both of them retreated. Ling Xiao was forced back more than 10 steps, while Lao Langchong wasn't much better off. He was forced back 5 steps by Ling Xiao's full force strike. His body felt a little churning and he almost vomited blood, but he forcefully suppressed it. In terms of strength, Ling Xiao was obviously at a disadvantage. However, he had the upper hand in this move. Why? Who asked Ling Xiao to have already cultivated the Vajra 5 transformation technique to the great success stage of the 3rd transformation. Although his body hadn't reached the invincible realm, attacks below the king stage couldn't cause too much damage to him. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao wanted to meet force with Lao Langchong. Who exactly are you? Although your strength isn't bad, You're far from qualified to cause trouble in our burning ground city. Lao Langchong asked coldly. He didn't continue to attack, but first treated the internal injuries in his body. Ling Xiao didn't speak, but instead took out a token from his spatial ring. The front of this token was engraved with a simple purple character, and the back was engraved with the word medicine. This was the token used by the inner court disciples of Medicine Peak, and it also represented one's status in the sect. This was because outer court disciples didn't have the qualifications to obtain a token. You're a disciple of the Purple Sky sect? Lao Langchong asked in surprise. Ling Xiao showed Lao Langchong exactly the side with the purple character engraved. Could it be that this token is fake? Ling Xiao said coldly, and then said in a displeased tone. I'm Ling Xiao, an inner court disciple of the Purple Sky sect's Medicine Peak. I've been ordered by the sect to go out to handle some matters. And now I'm about to rush back to the sect to report, but I've been repeatedly obstructed by your Lao clan. What exactly is the meaning of this? Originally, Ling Xiao didn't want to use the sect's token to scare people, but they were outnumbered, and he didn't want to stay here for too long, so he could only reluctantly use the token once. You're Ling Xiao? Lao Langchong asked in surprise again. That's right, I'm Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao raised his head slightly and replied, feeling proud in his heart. I didn't expect this young master to be so famous that there are actually people here who know me. Looks like you're holding the profound azure rod in your hand, Lao Langchong said. And then his entire face became completely cold, and his whole body's aura rose again, and a strong killing intent appeared. What profound azure rod? Ling Xiao asked in confusion, and at the same time, he was already on guard. Humph, you still dare to quibble. Wait for me to capture you first to avenge my son. Lao Langchong entered his strongest state, and his whole body glowed with a green light. A long rod similar to the one in Ling Xiao's hand appeared in his hand. Then the long rod in his hand began to sweep towards Ling Xiao. Whoosh whoosh. Several incomparably tyrannical green lights greeted Ling Xiao from several directions. Ling Xiao didn't dare to face it head-on, and he immediately activated his wind attribute and retreated continuously. At the same time he shouted, You even dare to kill me? Aren't you afraid that my sect will destroy your Lao family? Ling Xiao faintly felt that the iron rod in his hand had been recognized, and he now faintly guessed that the Lao Fanqing he had injured on Wooden Flag Peak was this person's son. Who would know if I killed you? Elders, quickly stop the other kid. Don't let him escape. Lao Langchong kept sweeping the long rod in his hand, and at the same time he ordered the others to attack Xian Yao. Xian Yao smiled bitterly and shook his head. He pinched his fingers a few times and said, As expected, there will be an unexpected disaster today, but it should be just a scare without any real danger. Then he said to the elders of the Lao family, Hey, this has nothing to do with me, I just met him. A spirit master ignored Xian Yao's explanation and said, It doesn't matter when you met him, just obediently surrender and avoid suffering. No, if I surrender, then I will really suffer. Xian Yao waved his hand in response. Then go die. The spirit master didn't waste any more words and attacked Xian Yao. The other three also surrounded Xian Yao and attacked together. Hey Ling Xiao, quickly come and save me. Xian Yao screamed and actually ran away. This couldn't be blamed on him. Who told his famous Xian artifact, the white paper fan, to be taken by Ling Xiao? Was he supposed to fight 1 against 4? That didn't seem too realistic. When Ling Xiao heard Xian Yao's call, he dodged Lao Langchong's attack and shouted, Hurry up and stop, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Haha. Let's see how you're going to be impolite. Lao Langchong laughed sinisterly. Then, the long rod in his hand formed a circle and surrounded Ling Xiao. Lao Langchong wanted to capture Ling Xiao alive, and then slowly torture Ling Xiao until he died. Fuck, you forced me to do this. Ling Xiao cursed. He didn't continue to run and raised his speed to the limit as he charged towards Lao Langchong. Lao Langchong lost track of Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye. He was stunned for a moment, and immediately became vigilant. He really didn't think that Ling Xiao would actually disappear under his eyes. At this time, Hu Qiao shouted from not far away, Third elder, behind you. Suddenly, Lao Langchong's killing intent surged behind him. He wanted to quickly dodge, but he found that his mind tightened. Ah! Chapter 244. Ling Xiao didn't show any mercy and struck Lao Longqiang's head with a rod. Although Lao Longqiang had the dark protection force to offset half of Ling Xiao's strength, he still let out a blood-curdling scream, and was knocked to the ground. Ling Xiao didn't show any mercy and took the opportunity to strike Lao Longqiang's limbs. Kacha-kacha. Ah! The ear-piercing sound of bones breaking and painful cries rang out. For a moment, everyone looked in Ling Xiao's direction. The Lao clan elders were all dumbfounded. Lao Longqiang was the strongest in the 21st generation of the Lao clan, and was already a peak spirit master. However, he was crippled by a young man who wasn't even 20, and was only a middle-stage spirit master. Ling Xiao stepped on Lao Longqiang and pointed the rod at his head. He said to the Lao clan elders, "If anyone dares to move again, I'll kill him immediately." Ling Xiao displayed an imposing aura filled with killing intent, suppressing the Lao clan elders to the point that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Although Lao Longqiang wasn't the current clan leader of the Lao clan, he was deeply loved by the two ancestors of the Lao clan. This was because the two ancestors firmly believed that Lao Longqiang would be their future successor. He was the fastest genius to break through to the king level in the 21st generation of the Lao clan. He was only in his early 50s, but he was already a peak spirit master. Breaking through to the king level was a sure thing. As long as Lao Longqiang broke through to the king level, the Lao clan would still be in charge of Burning Ground City for the next few hundred years. The Lao clan would continue to flourish like this. However, the future king-level expert of the Lao clan had his limbs broken and stepped on by a young man. This was simply a slap to the Lao clan's face. An elder of the Lao clan stood up and said faintly, "Although you are a disciple of the Purple Sky sect, it seems that you've gone too far to treat an elder of the Lao clan like this. Our Lao clan and the Purple Sky sect are close neighbors, and our relationship has been good for 1,000 years. As long as our clan leader asks your sect leader, I'm afraid that your position as an inner disciple will come to an end." I'm going too far? As soon as I entered the city, people from your Lao clan came to find trouble with me one after another. It is already merciful of me to not kill him. Since you said that your Lao clan has been on good terms with the sect for thousands of years, I will definitely report the truth when I return to the sect. Your Lao clan is so awe-inspiring. Ling Xiao sneered. The Lao family is on good terms with Qianyan? What a joke. The Purple Sky sect was in charge of dozens of cities, including the current Burning Ground City. It could be said that all of them were under the jurisdiction of the Purple Sky sect. However, the Lao family was closest to the Purple Sky sect, and every year, they gave a lot of things to the Purple Sky sect, so every time the Purple Sky sect recruited outer sect disciples, they would give the Lao family one more spot. How could a big sect be on equal footing with the Lao family? Wouldn't that be a loss of face for the Purple Sky sect? The Lao family elder had only said that to scare Ling Xiao. However, how smart was Ling Xiao? How could he be fooled? The Lao family elder's expression was somewhat ugly as he said, "Then what do you want for you to let him go?" "Simple, let him go first," Ling Xiao said as he pointed at Xian Yao. "No problem," the Lao family elder replied. Xian Yao wasn't delicate at all. He cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and said, "Brother Ling, take care. This time, we haven't drunk to our heart's content. The next time we meet, we must drink to our heart's content." "Of course, Brother Yao, you go first," Ling Xiao replied. Xian Yao nodded, and with a few leaps he disappeared in front of everyone. "All right, he's already been released. You can let him go now," the Lao family elder said. "Although he left, I haven't," Ling Xiao said. "You want to go back on your word?" The Lao family elder immediately became alert, as if he would immediately pounce on Ling Xiao the moment he moved. "Of course not. I, Ling Xiao, am a man of my words. I naturally won't go back on my word." Ling Xiao waved his hand, then grabbed the unconscious Lao Longqiang, and threw him towards the Lao family elder. At the same time, the other Lao family elders moved. Each of them pounced towards Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, when they pounced over, Ling Xiao only left behind an afterimage. His real body was already 1,000 meters away. What a fast speed. Qianli, quickly catch up to him. Don't let him escape. I'll go back and report to the patriarch and have him ask the patriarch to come out and make a decision. The Lao family elder who caught Lao Longqiang said to another elder. That elder responded with a yes, and his entire body turned into an afterimage as he disappeared. Everyone go back, the Lao family elder said to everyone, then carried Lao Longqiang back in the direction they came from. The others knew that they couldn't catch up to the other party's speed, so they could only nod and return in the direction they came from. Only Chai Xiao and Hu Qiao went to save 14th young master Lao Feiyang from the ruins. Lao Feiyang had been smashed quite badly. There were many injuries on his body, and his aura was extremely weak. Chai Xiao sighed and said, "Second brother, feed 14th young master 2 pills first." Hu Qiao nodded and forced 2 pills into Lao Feiyang's hands. At this time, the two of them carried Lao Feiyang back to the Lao family. Ling Xiao had the wind attribute, so his running speed was extremely fast. However, the person chasing him wasn't any slower than him. This was because he was also a high-stage spirit master, and one with the wind attribute at that. You have some skill. Let's see how long you can chase me for. Ling Xiao could naturally sense that someone was chasing him, so he increased his speed. The Lao family elder, who was chasing after Ling Xiao, cursed in his heart. How can this kid run so fast? His strength was a level higher than Ling Xiao's, but he still couldn't close the distance between him and Ling Xiao. The two of them raced on the official road like 2 bolts of lightning. With a whoosh, they disappeared without a trace. This caused the passers-by on the official road to be astonished. They only heard the sound of the wind, but they didn't see anything pass by. They all muttered in their hearts. What the F***ck, the two of them, one in front and one behind, rushed for 6 hours. They had already left Burning Ground City far behind them. Ling Xiao arrived in front of a barren mountain, and without a second thought, plunged into it. The Lao family elder didn't hesitate and followed Ling Xiao's footsteps into the barren mountain. Unexpectedly, just as he entered the barren mountain, Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks. He looked at the approaching Lao family elder and sneered. You really have guts to dare come here alone. When the Lao family elder saw that Ling Xiao had stopped, he didn't dare to chase too closely and stopped 100 meters behind Ling Xiao. He could even cripple Lao Longqiang, so what right did he have to fight with him? Moreover, his mission was only to chase after this young man, and not let him escape. There was no need for him to risk his life. Ling Xiao slowly walked towards the Lao family elder and said, I'm not running anymore, why aren't you coming over? The Lao family elder couldn't help but take a few steps back when he saw Ling Xiao walking over. He couldn't help but feel timid in his heart. I say, old man, you must be tired after accompanying me for such a long journey. Why don't we sit down and rest first, and then we can run together later? Ling Xiao said with a twist of the topic. As the Lao family elder retreated, he laughed dryly and said, all right, then let's rest for a while. At this moment, Ling Xiao dashed towards him from where he stood. The Lao family elder was already prepared, and immediately turned around to escape. However, all of a sudden, he felt a pain in his head and his entire body fell to the ground. He saw that there were no wounds on his body, but his aura was completely cut off. Ling Xiao went forward and took out all the valuable items on his body. Then he ran out with the Golden Wolf King, and began to run towards the sect with all his might. In the cabinet of the Lao family in Burning Earth City, all the direct descendants of the elders were present. The dignified old man sitting at the head of the table looked at Lao Longqiang, who was lying in the hall, and said with a hoarse voice, Who did it? This person was the current patriarch of the Lao family, Lao Langhua. He had the strength of a middle-stage spirit master. In the Lao family, the patriarch was just a steward. It wasn't just because he was strong that he could become the patriarch. The reason why he was able to become the current patriarch of the Lao family was because he was the boss of the 21st generation of the Lao family. The other reason was because his management ability and adaptability were the best. Although Lao Longqiang was stronger than him, he was too impulsive and wasn't suited to be the patriarch. The elder who carried Lao Longqiang back respectfully said. The third elder was injured by an inner disciple of the Purple Sky sect. I have already sent Elder Qianli to chase after him. Tell me the whole story first. Lao Langhua didn't immediately send people to chase after the culprit, but he first understood the situation. It could be seen that he was a very cautious person. Following that, the guard captain who had received Ling Zhao's gold coins was brought over. The guard captain knelt in the hall, his body trembling as he told the whole story. After that, Hu Qiao briefly explained what happened to Lao Langhua. Lao Langhua, who was sitting at the head of the table, slammed the table and said angrily, "Bastard! Men, expel this trash Lao Feiyang from the family." Patriarch, please calm your anger. Feiyang, he's just a child. He doesn't understand anything. Please ask him. An elder immediately knelt down and spoke on behalf of Lao Feiyang. This person was Lao Feiyang's grandfather, and also Lao Longhua's younger brother, Lao Qiangmin. Seventh elder, look at how the third elder has become. This is all your grandson's fault. If the ancestor were to find out, I'm afraid it wouldn't be as simple as expelling him from the sect. Lao Langhua coldly said. Clan. Patriarch is right. I'll expel that unfilial son from the family. When Lao Qiangmin heard the words ancestor, his body couldn't help but shiver, and he no longer dared to speak up for his grandson. Lao Langhua responded, then said, Elder Tan, please examine the third elder's injuries. An old man sitting on Lao Langhua's left slowly stood up. He responded softly and walked toward Lao Langchang. This person was called Tan Quan, and he was a third-rank alchemist in Burning Ground City. At the same time, he was also a consecrated elder of the Lao family, and his authority in the Lao family was no less than that of a direct descendant elder. Tan Quan seriously examined Lao Longqiang's body, then lightly said, The third elder has been crippled. Chapter 245. Third elder has been crippled. Tan Quan said indifferently. Elder Tan, can you explain it more clearly? Lao Langhua asked. Everyone despised. Even a blind person knows that the third elder has been crippled. Tan Quan ignored the disdainful gazes of the crowd and explained. The third elder's 4 limbs are all broken. This old man can refine a bone-growing pill to help the third elder recover, but the third elder is still heavily injured in one place. I can't do anything about it. There's another serious injury? Everyone was astonished. Lao Chong hurriedly asked, Elder Tan, please finish your words. Tan Quan pointed at Lao Langchong's head and said, The third elder's spiritual sea is severely injured. This old man can't do anything about it. What, the third elder's spiritual sea is injured? Lao Langhua could no longer calm down and exclaimed loudly. All of the elders' expressions changed as well. The spiritual sea was the key to everyone's thinking, and it was related to a person's intelligence and the foundation of their life. If the spiritual sea was injured, it would cause their mind to be in a trance, and if it was serious, they would become mentally retarded and die. That's right, the third elder's head must have been severely injured by the opponent, which caused the spiritual sea to become chaotic. And the only thing that can heal the spiritual sea is a high-grade medicinal pill. This old man can't do anything about it. Tan Quan said with certainty. Tan Quan didn't think that Lao Langchong was heavily injured by Ling Zhao's spiritual force attack, and only thought that it was because of Ling Zhao's rod attack. In this world, those who could use spiritual force to attack the spiritual sea were all super experts, or 5th grade or above alchemy grand masters. And Ling Xiao was only a young man who wasn't even 20 years old. So he naturally wouldn't be considered a super expert or a 5th grade alchemist. Lao Langhua's expression darkened as he said, First, carry the third elder down to recuperate. Everyone else disperse. Lao Langhua and Lao Langchong had a deep relationship, so he naturally couldn't let Ling Xiao go. He cursed in his heart, Damn bastard, no matter if you're a disciple of the Purple Sky sect or not, you must pay with your life for my third brother. Lao Langhua left the cabinet and rushed towards the back of the mountain. Who are you? Just as Lao Langhua was about to arrive at the back of the mountain, 2 figures quickly blocked his path and asked. Lao Langhua took out the patriarch's token and said, I need to see the ancestor. The two of them bowed to Lao Langhua and immediately let him pass. Lao Langhua started walking again, and soon arrived at a mountainous area with abundant spiritual qi. Lao Langhua knelt down heavily on the ground and called out to the entrance of a cave. Huar, I request to see the two ancestors. Lawrence's voice echoed endlessly between the mountains. Following that, a hoarse and aged voice faintly rang out. Huar, what's the matter? Quan Lu Lao, Lao Lao, Lu, Lang is, Lang Langshan, the everyone immediately. The two said. Lao, Lan Yen, Shan Lang Tian. Then two gusts of strong wind broke through and blew towards Lao Langhua. Needless to say, the two ancestors of the Lao clan had appeared. Both of them had snow-white hair. Although they looked old, their straight bodies showed that they were very strong, and their eyes were filled with anger. These two people were the Lao clan's reliance. The eldest, Lao Yueran, and the second, Lao Yuefan, were both king stage experts. Both of them were already over 250 years old. Originally, the Lao clan was only a second-rate clan in Burning City. Later on, because of the encounter between Lao Yueran and Lao Yuefan, the two of them broke through to the king stage, and the Lao clan gradually became stronger. Later on, they became the most powerful clan in Burning City in one fell swoop. The Lao brothers were even more diligent, advocating to pay tribute to the Purple Sky sect every year, building a good relationship with the Purple Sky sect, making the Lao family's position in the Burning Land City more stable. After 100 years of development, the Lao clan had completely controlled Burning City, and everything in Burning City was done according to the rules set by the Lao clan. What's going on? The eldest, Lao Yueran, frowned and asked. Thus, Lao Langhua repeated what had happened today. After Lao Yueran and Lao Yuefan heard this, they both emitted a cold killing intent, and the pressure made it difficult for Lao Langhua to breathe. Hua, get up first, Lao Yueran said, and then said to Lao Yuefan, second brother, I'll leave that bastard from the Purple Sky sect to you. Capture him alive, and I'll definitely let him have a taste of being bitten to death by 10,000 snakes. Lao Yuefan nodded lightly, rose into the air, and shot in the direction of the Purple Sky sect. Hua, immediately have someone bring Chong here for me to see, Lao Yueran ordered, and then returned to the cave. Yes, ancestor, Lao Langhua said respectfully, and then retreated. Ling Xiao sat on the Golden Wolf King and sped along the official road. After running for an entire day, he finally left Burning City far behind. Then he found a quiet place to sit down and recover his mental strength. Previously in Burning City, his consumption was not small. The reason why he was able to cripple Lao Longxiang in a short period of time was naturally because of the help of his mental strength. If he only used his spiritual strength to fight with Lao Longxiang, although Ling Xiao was confident that he could kill him, it would take a lot of time, and he did not want to reveal too much information to others. In order to save Xian Yao, he could only use his mental strength to attack Lao Longxiang's spiritual sea, temporarily making him lose his fighting strength, and then capture him in one fell swoop. He did not use his mental strength to directly obliterate Lao Longxiang, in order to make the elders of the Lao family hesitate. If he directly used his mental strength to kill Lao Longxiang, he was afraid that he and Xian Yao would suffer crazy revenge. At that time, he could still escape, but he had to consider Xian Yao's safety. Although he had only met Xian Yao for the second time, he felt that the other was not bad, and should be a friend worth making. For someone like Ling Xiao who valued friendship and righteousness, it was impossible for him to disregard the safety of a friend. Using mental strength to injure Lao Longxiang's spiritual sea was an easy thing for the current Ling Xiao. However, when he used his mental strength again to kill the wind attribute Lao family elder, this was where Ling Xiao was truly exhausted. Although his spiritual sea was different from before, to kill someone of a higher level than him in an instant, he naturally felt a little weak. Therefore, after running for a day, Ling Xiao felt that there would not be any danger, so he stopped to rest and recover his mental strength. Now that his spiritual sea had been expanded by the innate sinister wind pearl and the blue demon fireball, he only needed to expand the mental strength in his spiritual sea, and he would probably be able to kill a king-level expert in an instant. Ling Xiao had this confidence. After all, He had killed a high-level spirit master in an instant half a day ago. In just an hour, Ling Xiao's mental strength had recovered again, and there were signs of it becoming stronger. Ling Xiao was overjoyed, thinking that the next time he encountered a middle-level martial artist, he would be able to kill him in an instant. That would definitely be a very refreshing thing. Now he was even more reliant on the soul-controlling art. The soul-controlling art was a mystical spiritual attack profound skill, and Ling Xiao had only touched on 1/10 of its magic. Now he was thinking that if he could gather the remaining 2 parts of the remnant scroll one day, it would definitely not be a problem for him to dominate a region. Ling Xiao jumped on the back of the Golden Wolf King again, and prepared to set off in the direction of the sect. According to the Golden Wolf King's speed, they would reach Zitian City in less than 3 days. However, just as the Golden Wolf King was about to leave, a sense of danger gathered behind Ling Xiao's head. "Xiaojin, don't move." Ling Xiao immediately transmitted his voice to the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King responded, and didn't even dare to move. At this time, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to have been pulled by something, and actually pressed down on Ling Xiao's surroundings. King Stage Expert. Ling Xiao's whole body was tense to the extreme. The pressure that could be produced by using spiritual energy was definitely something that could only be produced by a King Stage Expert. Ling Xiao only felt a heavy aura smashing him from all directions, making him unable to move. His back was covered in cold sweat, and the Golden Wolf King's limbs gradually knelt on the ground. Ling Xiao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, silently channeling his mental strength to sense the existence of his opponent. Above, Ling Xiao's mental strength could already expand to a range of 2 kilometers, and in an instant he should be above the pressure coming from him. However, even if he knew that his opponent was above, he could do nothing about it. Just when Ling Xiao was at his wit's end, he had a flash of inspiration, and immediately closed his eyes to get in touch with the foreign object in his sea of consciousness. Suddenly, the spiritual energy from all directions formed a vortex and poured into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Lao Yuefan, who was above Ling Xiao, was shocked when he saw this and murmured, How is this possible?" Under the pressure of a King Stage Expert, it was impossible for a cultivator below the King Stage to use a mysterious technique to absorb this spiritual energy. After all, this spiritual energy was controlled by a King Stage Expert. But now, Lao Yuefan's spiritual energy was no longer under his control, and it was all pouring into Ling Xiao's body. How could he not be shocked? Lao Yuefan furrowed his brows and murmured, "No wonder he could make Chang'er suffer. He really does have some skill." He withdrew his pressure and began to descend. Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King felt their bodies and minds relax. They had finally made it through. However, Ling Xiao knew that the real danger had only just begun. Ling Xiao looked at Lao Yuefan, who was floating in the air, and asked, "May I ask why this lord suddenly attacked me?" At the same time, he was already prepared to escape. This was because he could feel that this person wasn't an ordinary low-level King Stage cultivator. He was at least a mid-level King Stage cultivator, or else he wouldn't be able to emit such a terrifying pressure. Although Ling Xiao had an invisible mental strength to rely on, he knew that it was impossible for him to instantly kill the old man in front of him. If he was killed before he could even injure the old man, then it would be terrible. "Why did I attack you?" "Because you deserve to die," Lao Yuefan said sinisterly. Chapter 246. Lao Longqiang was the successor to the future pillar of the Lao family. He was the disciple that Lao Yueran and Lao Yuefan had high hopes for. However, Lao Longqiang had already become a cripple. All of this was caused by this damned brat in front of him. Lao Yuefan naturally wanted to skin Ling Xiao alive. However, he wanted to see this damned brat being bitten by 10,000 snakes even more. The situation must be very beautiful, and only then would they be able to vent the hatred in their hearts. He had to capture Ling Xiao alive. Otherwise, when he caught up to Ling Xiao just now, he could have killed him while Ling Xiao was unaware. Ling Xiao was lucky enough to escape this calamity. After hearing Lao Yueran's words, Ling Xiao knew that this person was from the Lao family. This is bad. Ling Xiao felt as if he had fallen into an icehouse, and his mood was extremely bad. He never thought that the Lao family would actually send a king-level expert to kill him. Even if the Golden Wolf King was extremely fast, it couldn't be faster than a king-level expert. Ling Xiao knew that this time, there was no way he could be kind. "Why aren't you running anymore?" Lao Yuefan said playfully, then continued. "You know you can't escape, right? Since that's the case, let this old man break your limbs first, then bring you back to my clan, and let you have a taste of being bitten by 10,000 snakes. I believe you will definitely like it." Lao Yuefan couldn't remember how many years it had been since he last fought. Today he had to teach this arrogant brat a good lesson. Ling Xiao jumped off the wolf, and with his back facing Lao Yuefan he said, "You guys provoked me first, not to mention that you should know that I am an inner disciple of the Purple Sky sect, and Nangong Changle is my master." No matter what, Ling Xiao had to bring out his sect to make this old fellow fear him. Unfortunately, Lao Yuefan seemed to be certain of Ling Xiao. He said coldly, "Even if you are a true disciple of the Purple Sky sect, you will still die." After saying that, Lao Yuefan gently raised a finger. The hair on Ling Xiao's body stood on end. Swoosh! Whoosh! A golden light shot out at an extremely fast speed, and a stream of blood-red liquid splattered out. The one bleeding wasn't Ling Xiao, because Ling Xiao didn't feel any pain. The Golden Wolf King was no longer by Ling Xiao's side. The golden light had pierced through its body, and sent it flying more than 10 meters away. "Little Jean!" Ling Xiao shouted and quickly ran towards the Golden Wolf King. Whoosh! Another ray of golden light shot out. Ling Xiao stumbled and fell to the ground. There was a small hole on one of his calves, and blood was trickling out of it. "Run! Why aren't you running anymore?" Lao Yuefan sneered. Ling Xiao ignored Lao Yuefan, and began to use the Vajra 5 transformation technique to heal his injuries. At the same time, he sent a sound transmission to the Golden Wolf King. "Xiao Jin, are you alright?" Ling Xiao ignored Lao Yuefan, and began to use the Vajra 5 transformation technique to heal his injuries. At the same time he sent a message to the Golden Wolf King. "Little Jean, are you alright? Bastard, immediately lie down and play dead, or else he'll kill you." Ling Xiao cursed. Ling Xiao knew that the Golden Wolf King would definitely teach him a lesson, so he didn't want it to stand up. Otherwise, the Golden Wolf King would kill it first. Ling Xiao didn't want his beloved mount to die just like that. Just as the Golden Wolf King was obediently listening to Ling Xiao's instructions, Lao Yuefan shot another attack at it. The Golden Wolf King let out a howl, and was once again sent flying. This time it really couldn't get up. "Little Jean!" Ling Xiao shouted. The Vajra 5 transformation technique was once again activated, and the wound that had been pierced through quickly healed. Ling Xiao had just stood up when his other leg was struck. This attack caused Ling Xiao to kneel once more, but he also managed to calm down. He couldn't stand up, so he had to take advantage of the Golden Wolf King's weakness. At the same time, the Vajra 5 transformation technique quickly healed his wounds. "Kill me if you dare!" Ling Xiao roared at Lao Yuefan. "Don't worry, I'll let you die, but not now," Lao Yuefan said sinisterly. At the same time, he slowly walked towards Ling Xiao. Just as Lao Yuefan was 2 meters away from Ling Xiao, the kneeling Ling Xiao suddenly sent 2 palm strikes at Lao Yuefan. Bang! Bang! Ling Xiao solidly struck Lao Yuefan's body and immediately rejoiced. Unexpectedly, before he had time to rejoice, his chest was slapped by a withered old palm. Ling Xiao immediately felt his blood churn, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body flew back dozens of meters. "Heh, you want to play dirty with me? You're not even home yet." Lao Yuefan sneered. This time, he was sure that Ling Xiao had suffered internal injuries. He immediately rushed towards Ling Xiao. However, just as he got close to Ling Xiao actually turned around and attacked him again. This time, Ling Xiao didn't use his palms to attack, but instead used his legs to attack. The withered grass and trees around him were all blown away by Ling Xiao. Countless shadows of feet fell on Lao Yuefan's body like a tornado. Among the shadows, there were also sharp blades that were extremely cold, which made people feel cold when they cut their faces. This was the 4th form of the wind god's legs, destruction of the whirlwind. Lao Yuefan relied on the defense of the Dark Protection Force and was not afraid of Ling Xiao's attacks. You have some skill. With your current strength, it should be rare for you to meet a worthy opponent within the Spirit Master level. However, you are destined to die young. Lao Yuefan sighed and raised his palm again, sending the resisting Ling Xiao flying. Ling Xiao landed heavily on the ground and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He was in a sorry state. Luckily, he had already practiced the third form of the 5 changes of the Vajra secret art. Otherwise, he would probably be going to see Yama right now. Lao Yuefan didn't think that Ling Xiao would be able to take a beating like this and climb back up with difficulty. Could it be that this brat is wearing high-level armor? Lao Yuefan thought suspiciously. He had used 30% of his strength in those 2 palms. Even a high-level spirit master would die on the spot. However, this brat was clearly only an intermediate spirit master. Yet he was still able to take it. This was hard for him to understand. Come, old dog. If you don't kill me today, I will definitely bathe your Lao clan in blood in the future. Ling Xiao stood up straight and cursed at Lao Yuefan. Lao Yuefan's expression darkened. His body was like a ghost as he once again appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Grabbing Ling Xiao's neck, he fiercely smashed him into the nearby rock wall. Bang! Ling Xiao heavily smashed into the rock wall. He felt like his bones were about to fall apart. Little bastard, I won't give you the chance. Lao Yuefan said as he pointed out a few times. Xiao xiao. 4 bloody holes appeared on Ling Xiao's forelimbs in an instant. Fresh blood flowed non-stop. Ling Xiao lay on the ground without moving. It seemed that he really had no way of fighting back this time. Lao Yuefan wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao's next move. He flew over and grabbed the back of Ling Xiao's neck. Die for me. Ling Xiao suddenly raised his head and frowned. An invisible wave of psychic energy blasted towards Lao Yuefan. Although Lao Yuefan was vigilant and had the Dark Protection Force protecting his body, he was still unable to block the invisible wave of psychic energy. The psychic energy directly penetrated his Dark Protection Force and directly reached his spiritual sea, heavily injuring him. Ling Xiao could already condense his psychic energy into attacks. It was no longer a simple form of attack. Just now he had used his psychic energy to condense the 4th form of the firmament palm, toppling mountains and overturning seas, to attack Lao Yuefan. The power of a condensed psychic energy attack was many times stronger than a simple form of attack. Even though Lao Yuefan was a king stage powerhouse and his spiritual sea had a certain level of defense, he was still caught off guard by Ling Xiao's attack. Just as Lao Yuefan was holding his head and retreating, Ling Xiao jumped up again. Instead of attacking at close range, Yang Kai took out the obsidian cauldron from his space ring. Watch as this young master smashes you into mincemeat. The obsidian cauldron in Ling Xiao's hand continued to grow until it was the size of a house. Then Ling Xiao used all his strength to smash the obsidian cauldron towards Lao Yuefan. Lao Yuefan's spiritual sea had been damaged and his mind was in a state of chaos, so he had no way to counterattack or dodge. Boom! The huge medicine cauldron was like a small mountain as it smashed into Lao Yuefan. Although Lao Yuefan was a king stage powerhouse, he was unfortunately in a defenseless state, and could only be smashed several dozen meters away. Ling Xiao gasped for breath as he swallowed a few pills in quick succession. Then he once again urged the medicine cauldron to smash the unconscious Lao Yuefan. How dare you be so arrogant? How dare you be so arrogant? Ling Xiao repeatedly urged the medicine cauldron to smash Lao Yuefan, who had already sunk into the ground. After an unknown number of times, Ling Xiao finally stopped, and he sat limply on the ground while gasping for breath. Lao Yuefan had been smashed into the bottomless pit by Ling Xiao, and his entire body had turned into a bloody pile of mud. He couldn't act arrogantly any longer. A dignified mid-level king stage powerhouse had fallen. Lao Yuefan had never looked down on Ling Xiao from the beginning until the end. It was only because his big brother had ordered him to capture Ling Xiao alive that he wanted to slowly torture Ling Xiao before capturing him. Otherwise, he could have easily annihilated Ling Xiao a long time ago. However, it was precisely because of this that Ling Xiao had seized the opportunity to turn defeat into victory. Ling Xiao swallowed another 2 pills and put the medicine cauldron away. He was just about to go check on the Golden Wolf King when he suddenly thought of something and jumped into the pit. It wasn't long before he jumped up again. And then he casually raised a blue flame and shot it into the pit. Bang! Everything in the pit was incinerated, and not a trace of life was left behind. Xiaojin, are you alright? Ling Xiao asked the Golden Wolf King, who was still breathing. Master, I'm not dead yet, the Golden Wolf King replied reluctantly. That's good. Ling Xiao took out some spirit herbs, crushed them, and wrapped them around its wounds. He then threw a few healing pills into its stomach, and then put it back into the spirit beast jade to heal. Ling Xiao no longer hesitated, and immediately changed directions to flee. Since the other party already knew the route he was going to take, it would be a piece of cake for them to kill him before he returned to the sect. Ling Xiao had no choice but to change his strategy and take a detour. Although Lao Yuefan had been killed by him, he might not be as lucky next time. Ling Xiao didn't know that his decision had allowed him to escape a calamity. Chapter 247. Blazing City, Lao Family. Lao Yueran was examining Lao Longqiang's injuries, and he finally came to the same conclusion as the alchemist of the main family. Lao Longqiang was completely crippled. His spiritual sea had been severely damaged, and without an emperor-class expert to help him repair or a heaven-defying 6th-grade pill, Lao Longqiang was destined to be an idiot for the rest of his life. Would the Lao family have an emperor-class expert? Would the Lao family have a heaven-defying 6th-grade pill? This was obviously impossible. Even in the 8th-grade sect, the Purple Sky sect, it was impossible to exist. When second brother catches that brat, I'll make him wish he was dead. Lao Yueran gnashed his teeth. After Lao Yueran had Lao Longqiang carried away, he stared blankly at the sunset in the distance, his eyelids twitching. Could it be something happened to second brother? Lao Yueran thought uneasily. That's impossible. That brat is only a middle spiritual master. Even if he can kill people above his level, he's at most a high spiritual master. Although second brother's strength isn't as good as mine, it's not too far off. He should be fine. Lao Yueran comforted himself and walked back into the cave talisman. However, after a while he flew out of the cave again at an extremely fast speed. Lao Yueran looked anxious and murmured, "Second brother, please be safe." After flying for a while, Lao Yueran found a corpse on a barren mountain. Lao Yueran's eyelids twitched even more anxiously, and he immediately descended. Lao Yueran sighed after seeing the dead person. Fortunately, it's not second brother. However, Lao Yueran also recognized that the dead person was a direct descendant of the Lao family. He sent his subordinates to check, but he found that the dead person had no scars at all. His death was very strange. Forget it, let's find second brother first. Lao Yueran casually smashed the corpse into pieces, and once again rushed in the direction of the Purple Sky sect. 2 hours later, Lao Yueran arrived at the place where Lao Yuefan and Ling Xiao had fought. Lao Yueran looked at the hole that had been scorched by the flames, and his eyelids twitched even more violently. Just as Lao Yueran was nervously walking towards the deep pit, a bloody stench wafted over. Lao Yueran frowned and saw a small piece of rag. He immediately bent down and picked it up while shivering. After sniffing the blood, his eyes suddenly widened. Second brother. Goddamn bastard. I, Lao Yueran, swear to kill you. That's right. The rag that Lao Yueran picked up was left behind when Ling Xiao bombarded Lao Yueran with the cauldron. It was because of this that Lao Yueran concluded that his second brother had been killed. After Lao Yueran put away his grief and indignation, he chased after Ling Xiao in the direction of the Purple Sky sect. He had to kill him before he returned to the Purple Sky sect. However, he didn't find any suspicious traces along the way. He guarded the entrance to the Purple Sky sect for a few days, but he didn't find the murderer that Lao Langhua described. He couldn't help but wonder if the other party had perished together with his second brother. Lao Yueran knew that it was not a solution to continue guarding, so he once again returned to Burning Earth City. At the same time, he also sent people to the Purple Sky sect to inquire about the whereabouts of Ling Xiao. This also meant that Ling Xiao and the Lao family would have to settle things in the future. Ling Xiao took a detour back to the Purple Sky City. It took him half a month to cross the mountains and ridges before he once again saw the city gate of the Purple Sky City. Ling Xiao revealed a silly smile and shouted, "Hey, this young master is back!" Ling Xiao strode towards the Purple Sky City. Just as he arrived at the city gate, he was stopped by 2 guards of the Purple Sky City. "Pay the city entrance fee first," one of the guards said indifferently. Ling Xiao flicked his long hair, and a token appeared in his hand. He showed it to the 2 guards very ostentatiously. When the 2 of them saw the token in Ling Xiao's hand, they immediately bowed respectfully and let Ling Xiao pass. Ling Xiao patted the 2 on the shoulder and said, "Do it well." Then he strode towards the city. The 2 guards were so happy they almost fainted from Ling Xiao's pat. "Just now that lord told us to do it well." "That's right, he told us to do it well. Are we going to be lucky?" "It's possible. Just now, that lord took a fancy to the 2 of us and asked us to be his followers." "You wish. If that lord transferred me out of the position of guarding the gate, I would be overjoyed." Ling Xiao naturally didn't know what the 2 guards were thinking. Now he had arrived at the courtyard he had bought. "Who is it?" As soon as Ling Xiao approached the courtyard, Li Kuanghu's voice came out. As soon as the voice fell, a figure jumped out of the courtyard. When Li Kuanghu saw who it was, he was overjoyed and knelt down on one knee in front of Ling Xiao. "Greetings, young master." "Kuanghu, get up. There's no need to be so polite in the future," Ling Xiao said as he helped Li Kuanghu up. Then he noticed Li Kuanghu's strength and said in surprise, "Kuanghu, you broke through?" He really didn't expect that after he left for half a year, Li Kuanghu had actually broken through to a low-level spirit master. This made him extremely happy for Li Kuanghu. Li Kuanghu said respectfully, "This is all thanks to this young master helping me repair my leg tendons. Otherwise, Kuanghu wouldn't be here today." More than a year ago, Ling Xiao's crippled foot was cured by Li Kuanghu's 3rd-grade bone replenishing pill. At that time, Li Kuanghu was already a high-level mystic cultivator. Moreover, he had previously come to compete for the Purple Sky Sect's outer sect disciple quota. Tenbin wasn't worse than the others, so after more than a year, he finally made a breakthrough on his own. "Don't be so polite. Let's go out and eat," Ling Xiao said as he hooked his arm around Li Kuanghu's shoulder. He had never treated Li Kuanghu as a servant, but as a brother. This was where Ling Xiao's strength lay. It was also the reason why his subordinates who followed him in the future were all dead set on him. "Why aren't you walking?" Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask when he saw that Li Kuanghu didn't move. Li Kuanghu looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and said, Young master, you also broke through?" Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. "Yes, I broke through. But why do I feel that young master's strength seems to be stronger than mine?" Li Kuanghu asked again. "That's because young master is 1 level higher than you. Let's go. Don't grumble." Ling Xiao pulled Li Kuanghu and walked out. 1 level higher than me, doesn't that mean? Li Kuanghu's heart was in turmoil. His eyes were full of admiration as he looked at Ling Xiao. How old was Ling Xiao now? Not only was he a 3rd-grade alchemist, but he was also a middle-stage spirit master. No matter where he went, he would be respected as a distinguished guest. However, it was rare to see someone like Ling Xiao who didn't neglect both alchemy and cultivation. After Ling Xiao and Li Kuanghu went to the restaurant and drank to their heart's content, they once again returned to the courtyard. "Kuanghu, protect me for the next 3 days. Don't come in and disturb me if there's nothing important," Ling Xiao said and then went into the room. Li Kuanghu listened to Ling Xiao's words and didn't leave the door for the next 3 days. Although he didn't see what Ling Xiao was doing inside, he already knew what Ling Xiao was doing. After all, the strong smell of medicine often overflowed from the room. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Ling Xiao came out of the room, his eyes were bloodshot and he looked extremely haggard. "Kuanghu, go rest." Ling Xiao sent Li Kuanghu away and took a bath himself. He didn't do anything else and directly fell into a deep sleep on the wooden bed. When he woke up early in the morning, he was once again full of energy. Ling Xiao stood in front of the courtyard and looked at the tall tree in front of the courtyard. He couldn't help but think of Xia Xianxian. He didn't know how she was doing now. At this time, Li Kuanghu also walked out of the room and looked at Ling Xiao. Young master, are you thinking of the young lady? Yes, I don't know how that little girl is. Ling Xiao replied with his hands behind his back. Initially, he saved Xia Xianxian because he felt that her experience was similar to his in his previous life. Later, he felt that the little girl was quite likable and Ling Xiao also treated her like a little sister. But now, she was nowhere to be found. It's all my fault for not protecting her well, Li Kuanghu said guiltily. You don't have to blame yourself. This must be Xuanxuan's fate. You can't blame anyone. Ling Xiao sighed and said, Kuanghu, do you have any plans for the future? Li Kuanghu looked at Ling Xiao in confusion and then said, other than training and following young master, I don't have any plans but what? Just say it. I want to go home. Go home? No problem, you can go back whenever you want. Ling Xiao was slightly stunned, but he replied, young master, I don't mean anything else. I just want to go back to see my mother, and then come back to listen to young master's orders. Li Kuanghu was afraid that Ling Xiao would misunderstand that he wanted to leave, so he quickly explained. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, Kuanghu, don't be nervous. I cured your foot because I trusted you. Otherwise, it would be useless even if you begged me. I'll give you time to go back and see your mother. At the same time, I also have a task for you. Li Kuanghu heard Ling Xiao's words and immediately felt relieved. At the same time, he began to listen to Ling Xiao's next words. Kuanghu, go visit your mother first and then bring her to Meteorite City. That's where my family is. Take my token and find Lone Eagle. He's my servant. Ling Xiao ordered Li Kuanghu. Ling Xiao had been planning for Li Kuanghu to return to Meteorite City for a while. Although he had some strength now, he had not reached the level where others could look up to him. His main task now was to constantly improve his strength. Of course, while Ling Xiao was powerful, he didn't want his family to remain at their original level. After all, his future path would not be limited to this small northwest. He wanted to see more powerful cultivators and climb to the peak that his predecessors had been chasing. He really didn't want to stand at the peak of the world one day while the people around him were still struggling desperately at the bottom. Therefore, he had to think for their sake now. After Ling Xiao finished explaining everything, he took out a spatial ring and threw it to Li Kuanghu saying, these are the pills I refined in the past few days. They can help you break through to the middle stage spirit master as soon as possible. As for the rest of the pills, give them to my grandfather Ling Song to distribute. This spatial ring is a gift from this young master. I hope you don't disappoint me. Kuanghu will not disappoint young master's expectations. Li Kuanghu knelt heavily on the ground and said, the spatial ring Ling Xiao gave him was something that others could only dream of. It was difficult to obtain. In his heart, he was even more determined to work for Ling Xiao. Chapter 248. After letting Li Kuanghu leave, Ling Xiao was considering whether he should go see the great beauty Ji Beixin first. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still decided to make a trip to the city lord's mansion first. He must have left for so long, he was afraid that Ji Beixin would be worried. As soon as he thought of Ji Beixin's pitiful appearance, Ling Xiao couldn't wait to see her again. Just as Ling Xiao arrived at the city lord's mansion, he found that the entrance was locked. Why is it locked? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully, then went forward to knock on the door. However, after knocking for a while, no one came to open the door. Just as Ling Xiao was about to choose to jump in from the outer wall, the door was opened with a creak. Two outer sect disciples wearing the purple sky sect's martial uniform walked out. One of them said impatiently, who is knocking on the door here? Ling Xiao frowned. Just as he was about to take out the token to enter and exit the city lord's mansion, he saw that these two people were unfamiliar with him and had such an arrogant attitude. He could not help but say indifferently, I have something to request to see City Lord Ji, please inform him. There were thousands of outer sect disciples in the purple sky sect, so of course not all of them had seen Ling Xiao's face. Moreover, Ling Xiao was not the type of person who was famous for being flashy in the sect, and the two people in front of him were not the servants of the original city lord's mansion, so they did not know him. The person who spoke just now said again, "There's nothing here, City Lord Ji, quickly leave." The man waved his hand and said a few words. Then the two of them retreated and closed the door once again. This time Ling Xiao was stunned. Could it be that after leaving for half a year, the city lord had changed? Regardless of whether or not there was a change, Ling Xiao planned to investigate. Thus he went around the side wall and nimbly jumped into the city lord's mansion. Previously, when Ling Xiao cured Ji Beixin's foot, the relationship between the two of them quickly warmed up. Ling Xiao often came out from the sect to accompany Ji Beixin, so he had long since known the city lord's mansion like the back of his hand. Ling Xiao withdrew his aura and carefully made his way to Ji Beixin's boudoir. Just as Ling Xiao was about to knock on Ji Beixin's door and enter, he heard sobbing sounds coming from inside. "Miss, Lord Lu said that if you don't go over, he'll come over personally. You should hurry up." I know. Can you let me stay for a while? Miss, are you still waiting for young Master Ling Xiao? Don't be silly. Young Master Ling Xiao hasn't been here for half a year. His Excellency sent someone to ask around, and they said that young Master Ling Xiao has gone missing. I know, but I really miss him. If he knew that I became another woman, I think he would be very sad. I don't want him to be sad, but I don't want to see Grandpa suffer. Xiao Cui, what do you think I should do? I don't know what to do either. Forget it, you won't understand. Let's go. Just as the person in the room was about to walk out, another voice rang out. Who is it? Ling Xiao's body trembled, and in a flash he appeared in front of that person in an instant. He grabbed that person's neck and gently twisted it. Kacha! That person immediately died. Coincidentally, at this time, the people in the room walked out and saw the scene of Ling Xiao killing someone. Laugh. A delicate voice couldn't help but cry out. Don't make a sound. Ling Xiao threw the corpse to the side and immediately ran over to knock the servant girl unconscious. At the same time, he carried the woman who spoke and entered the room again. All of this happened in a moment, and no one was alerted at all. Exiner, what happened? Ling Xiao asked gently as he looked at the beautiful woman in his arms. Wasn't she Ji2's granddaughter, Ji Beixin? Ji Beixin really didn't expect Ling Xiao to appear at this moment. She immediately buried her head in Ling Xiao's chest and started sobbing. After crying for a while, Ji Beixin slowly explained the whole story to Ling Xiao. Originally, everything was caused by a Deacon Lu from the inner sect of the sect. Speaking of which, this had to start from half a month ago. Since Ling Xiao hadn't come to the city lord's mansion for more than half a year, Ji Beixin missed him more and more. She thought that Ling Xiao had already forgotten about her, and her mood had always been very low. Her grandfather, Ji2, also saw through her thoughts and tried to persuade her many times, but she was still depressed. Thus Ji2 came up with a rotten idea. He actually introduced a partner to his granddaughter. He thought that this was the only way to transfer his granddaughter's feelings for Ling Xiao and live a normal life. In any case, now that Ji Beixin's legs were healed and she was so beautiful, any man would probably not reject her. Ji2 didn't do this for himself, but for the sake of his granddaughter's happiness. After all, Ling Xiao had been gone for half a year, and there was no news of him. According to the news he had heard, Ling Xiao had died while out on a deacon mission. Ji2 had already confirmed that this news was true. A few of his friends had also died in that mission, so this news was definitely not fake. Therefore, Ji2 could only think of a way to divert Ji Beixin's mind, so that she could forget about Ling Xiao and live a happy life. Ji2's idea was good, but it also brought disaster upon him. The person Ji2 introduced to Ji Beixin was the grandson of his old friend, Pang Jun, Pang Yongsheng. Speaking of this old friend of his, he had some status in the sect. He held the position of an inner sect deacon in the Medicine Peak. His grandson Pang Jinsheng was also not bad. He was an inner sect disciple of the Black Rock Peak. He had just turned 23, and was already a high-level mystic cultivator. Therefore, Ji2 felt that Pang Yongsheng was a good match for his granddaughter. With this plan in mind, Ji2 brought his granddaughter into the sect to visit Pang Jun. Of course, Ji Beixin didn't know Ji2's intentions. She thought that her grandfather was bringing her to the sect to see the world and visit his friends, so she didn't think too much about it. When Ji2 and Ji Beixin arrived at Pang Jun's residence, Ji2 quietly told Pang Jun his intentions. Seeing that Ji Beixin's looks were top-notch, Pang Jun agreed to let his son meet her first. If his son had no objections, he would arrange for them to be engaged. Pang Yongxing was at the age of hot-blooded youth, and was shocked the moment he saw Ji Beixin. He never thought that other than their junior sister, there would be such a beautiful woman. When Ji2 and Pang Jun saw Pang Yongxing looking at Ji Beixin, they knew that there was hope. Just as the two elders were rejoicing, Lu Dong, an inner sect disciple of the Medicine Peak, suddenly came to visit. When he first saw Ji Beixin, he was also shocked by her beauty. It was also because of Lu Dong's appearance that Ji2 and Ji Beixin were in trouble. In the beginning, Lu Dong was extremely fond of Ji Beixin, so he definitely wouldn't snatch Pang Yongxing's wife. However, when he saw Ji2, he found out that Ji Beixin was actually Ji2's granddaughter, so he set his sights on Ji Beixin. Why? Because Ji2 had a feud with Lu Dong during the outer sect disciple selection more than 10 years ago. Therefore, Lu Dong wanted revenge. If Lu Dong was only an inner sect disciple, he naturally wouldn't have the guts to offend the outer sect deacon Ji2 and the inner sect deacon Pang Jun. However, things were different now. Lu Dong was no longer the grade 2 alchemist Lu Dong. He had just accidentally refined a grade 3 medicinal pill. Even though it was the lowest grade 3 medicinal pill, it allowed him to completely shake off the title of a grade 2 alchemist and successfully advance to a grade 3 alchemist. At the same time, he was also conferred the position of an inner sect deacon by the sect, and his status skyrocketed. Therefore, it wasn't that difficult for him to take revenge on Ji2's day. At that time, Ji2 didn't know what Lu Dong was thinking. He only wanted his granddaughter to marry Pang Yongxing as soon as possible, so that he could enjoy his old age in peace. Who knew that the situation would suddenly change? In just a few days, Pang Jun actually rejected the marriage between his son and Ji Beixin, and even strongly recommended Ji Beixin to be Lu Dong's 9th concubine. Ji2 was incomparably angry when he heard this. He didn't think that his old friend would actually change his mind. This originally wasn't a big deal, but his old friend actually wanted to recommend his granddaughter to Lu Dong as a concubine. This was what made Ji2 most angry. Ji2 flicked his sleeves and left, breaking off relations with his old friend. He had originally thought that this matter would end here. However, the real trouble had just begun. Lu Dong actually invited a few inner sect deacons to come together and present betrothal gifts to Ji2 to ask for Ji Beixin's hand. Shao, they are now in the hall forcing Grandpa, saying that if he doesn't hand me over, they won't let Grandpa be the city lord. They even said that they will kill Grandpa. Ji Beixin nestled in Ling Zhao's embrace and said delicately, "Don't worry with me here, no one can do anything to you. Come, accompany me to the hall." Ling Zhao didn't know that the Lord Lu, that Ji Beixin mentioned, was their Medicine Peak senior. Just as the two were about to walk out of the room, a disgusting voice rang out. "Sister Beixin, are you still not coming out? Do you really want Grandmaster Lu to invite you over?" He's the grandson of Grandpa's friend, Pang Gusheng. Ji Beixin nervously grabbed onto Ling Zhao's arm and whispered, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Ling Zhao gently patted the back of Ji Beixin's hand and pulled her out of the room. Just as the two were about to leave the room, Pang Gusheng, who was standing outside the room, discovered a corpse. His expression immediately jumped. Oh no, did Sister Beixin escape? Just as Pang Gusheng was about to break in, the door opened. Pang Gusheng saw an extremely handsome young man pulling his favorite goddess out of the room, and his heart felt as if it had been ruthlessly stabbed with a knife. "Who are you? Let go of Sister Beixin." Pang Gusheng shouted at the sudden appearance of Ling Zhao. Although he liked Ji Beixin, he didn't dare to fight with Lu Dong over her. After all, she was already a true disciple, and even his father had to respectfully address her as Grandmaster Lu. He didn't dare to fight with Lu Dong, but that didn't mean that he was willing to see the woman he liked enter the arms of someone else, especially a man who was younger and more handsome than him. "And if I don't let go?" Ling Zhao glanced at Pang Gusheng and said indifferently, "If you don't let go, then I'll break your arm." Pang Gushing's face twisted as he said coldly. You can try. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Pang Gushing was only a high-level mystic cultivator, and the kind whose foundation was not yet stable. This kind of opponent didn't even have the qualifications to be taken seriously. How dare you? Pang Gushing shouted and punched at the bridge of Ling Xiao's nose. Chapter 249. Pang Gushing was an inner sect disciple of the Black Rock Peak and possessed the earth element. His punch had a yellowish color to it. If this punch landed on the face of a normal high-level mystic cultivator, their nose would probably be broken. However, he wasn't facing a high-level mystic cultivator, but a middle-level spirit master. Ling Xiao frowned slightly at the incoming punch. A formless pressure swept towards Pang Gushing. Pang Gushing was caught off guard. He didn't hit Xunlian and was sent flying. A mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth. You're a spirit master. Pang Gushing crawled up and said in shock. Humph. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and ignored Pang Gushing. He pulled Bei Jisen's hand and walked towards the hall of the residence. Brat, I don't care who you are. I'll make you beg for death later. Pang Gushing looked at Ling Xiao's back and hatred rose in his heart. In the hall in front of Ling Xiao's City Lord residence, other than City Lord G2, there was also Medicine Peak's Lu Dong and 3 dignified middle-aged men. The one wearing the Medicine Peak's martial uniform was Pang Gushing's father, Pang Jun. The other 2 were Medicine Peak's inner sect deacon, Zhu Honglin, and Black Rock Peak's inner sect deacon, Fu Xiangzhong. G2, who was sitting in the seat of honor, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He clenched his fists tightly and stared at Lu Dong. Lu Dong, I offended you in the past, but you took revenge on me. Now that we're all from the same sect, do you really want to force this old man to report you to the sect before you'll let us go? If it was just Lu Dong here, G2 definitely wouldn't be polite. However, the 3 inner sect deacons were all helpers invited by Lu Dong. None of them were weaker than him, so he didn't dare to act rashly. City Lord G's words are wrong. Right now, I'm using 2 third-rank medicinal pills as a betrothal gift to marry Bei Xian. How is that revenge? Once Bei Xian and I get married, you'll be my father-in-law. Having a third-rank alchemist like me as your grandson-in-law doesn't seem to be a loss of face for City Lord Ji, said Lu Dong proudly. He had been sulking in Medicine Peak for many years. First, it was Chao Nan who suppressed him. Then, it was Ling Xiao who dared to contradict him. All of these made him extremely dissatisfied. He was the dignified eldest disciple of Medicine Peak. Yet his limelight had been overshadowed by 2 disciples who came later. He was extremely jealous. Fortunately, after returning from the Fire Valley, he regained the trust of his master Zhu Ruchang. Therefore, under Zhu Ruchang's supervision and teaching for a few months, he finally refined a 3rd-grade elixir a month ago, and was promoted to an inner deacon. After so many years of suffering, the bitterness had finally come to an end. Now he was going to enjoy the days of being respectfully addressed as master by others. At the same time, he didn't put G2 in his eyes. Although his strength wasn't as strong as G2's, he could refine 3rd-grade elixirs. Therefore, many people could put down their pride for 3rd-grade elixirs and listen to Lu Dong's orders. For example, Pang Jun, Zhu Honglin, and Fu Xiangzhong who were present. Lu had promised the 3 of them that as long as they were willing to help him marry Ji Beixin, he would definitely refine 2 third-grade elixirs for them for free. Pang Jun was also tempted by the 3rd-grade elixirs, so he rejected G2's idea of letting his son back out of marrying Ji Beixin. After all, his son's tenbin wasn't too outstanding in the sect. Only with the help of elixirs could his son quickly break through to spirit master level. In front of pursuing strength in women, Pang Jun and his son were more loyal to the former. Even if they had to give up many years of friendship, Pang Jun wouldn't refuse. Give up, I definitely won't let Beixin marry you, G2 said resolutely. G2, don't be stubborn. Deacon Lu is now a 3rd-grade alchemist. Your granddaughter won't have any milk powder by his side. Moreover, if there's anything you need in the future, Deacon Lu naturally won't just stand by and watch. For example, let him speak to the elders and transfer you back to the sect. It's better than being the city lord here. Peng Jun advised. Although G2 was the city lord, he was only an outer sect deacon in the Purple Sky sect. He couldn't enter the sect normally. In the eyes of ordinary people, being a city lord was a very glorious thing. However, in the Purple Sky sect, being able to stay in the sect to cultivate was much better than being outside the sect. Just the heaven and earth spirit chi in the sect was many times denser than this so-called city lord mansion. Moreover, one could go out and do things for the elders at any time and obtain more black crystals for cultivation. For a martial artist, these two things were indispensable. Didn't every martial artist pursue a higher realm, obtain the respect of more people, and a longer lifespan? Deacon Pang, I've been friends with you for many years. I didn't expect you to sell an old friend like me for such a small benefit. You're really loyal, G2 said sarcastically. Peng Jun's face didn't have the slightest bit of guilt as he said, I'm doing this for your own good. If I had a daughter, as long as Deacon Lu is willing, I would definitely send her over. If it sounds nice, G2 coldly snorted, then said, You can leave, I don't welcome you here. G2, it seems like you still haven't understood the situation. We came together to tell you that if you don't give your granddaughter to Deacon Lu, then your position as city lord will come to an end. Black Rock Peak's Fu Xiangzhong said impatiently. Are you threatening me? G2 suddenly stood up and said coldly. At the same time, he released a powerful aura towards Fu Xiangzhong. Fu Xiangzhong's strength was slightly weaker than G2's, so he was immediately forced back a step, his face slightly pale. G2, are you really going to disobey our orders? Peng Jun stood in front of Fu Xiangzhong and said. Peng Jun and G2's strength was on par, so G2's pressure naturally couldn't affect Peng Jun. G2 retracted his aura and looked at the few of them coldly. Whether I become the city lord or not, it doesn't seem to be up to you to decide, right? Do you really dare to take the initiative to remove me? He had been in the Purple Heaven sect for many years and knew that the dismissal of the city lord had to be decided by the Elders Guild. And then the order to replace him would definitely not be decided by a few inter-sect deacons. G2, your words are right, but you are also old, and your body is useless. If something goes wrong, you won't be able to manage the Purple Heaven city, and the Elders Guild will send someone else to replace you, right? Lu Dong took a sip of tea and said with a cold smile. When Lu Dong said this, Peng Jun, Fu Xiangzhong and Zhu Honglin had already sealed off G2's chance to escape. Once G2 didn't agree, they would definitely not let G2 have an easy time. You guys are going too far. Even if I have to risk my life, I won't let you trample on my granddaughter. G2 wasn't a person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He shouted loudly and grabbed towards Lu Dong. He knew that only by controlling Lu Dong would he have a chance today. Unexpectedly, Peng Jun was already prepared and instantly blocked in front of Lu Dong, kicking towards G2's day. For a moment, the two high-rank spirit masters fought together. At this time, Fu Xiangzhong and Zhu Honglin wouldn't be idle and immediately rushed into the battle circle. G2 couldn't do anything alone, and was soon seriously injured. He was captured by Peng Jun and the others. Kill me if you have the guts, or I will definitely not let you guys go. G2 shouted angrily. He never thought that Lu Dong would actually dare to take the charge of not killing each other, and let others capture him. He also knew that this matter definitely wouldn't be good. Ji Beixin quickly found out that G2 was captured. Lu Dong didn't immediately use force on Ji Beixin, but very generously let Ji Beixin go back to her room to tidy up, and then come to the hall to bow to the heaven and earth to marry him. In the hall, G2 had already been seriously injured by Peng Jun and the others, and was tied up tightly with a 1,000-year-old rope so that he couldn't struggle. However, just as they were patiently waiting for Ji Beixin to appear, they suddenly felt a powerful aura. Lu Dong and the others looked at each other, and Lu Dong said, Why don't we go take a look together? Peng Jun and the others nodded and walked towards Ji Beixin with Ji Beixin in custody. At this time, Ling Xiao also appeared in front of them holding Ji Beixin's hand. Ling Xiao. Two voices cried out at the same time. One of the voices came from the tied-up G2, while the other came from Lu Dong. Jitu never thought that Ling Xiao would actually appear at this moment. He thought that Ling Xiao was already dead. And now he really hoped that Ling Xiao would have a way to save his granddaughter from this place. Lu Dong didn't expect that Ling Xiao, who hadn't returned to the sect, would appear in the city lord's mansion. Furthermore, he was even holding the delicate hand of his future ninth concubine. Pang Jun ran to his father's side from behind, pointed at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Master Lu, father, this guy wants to take little sister Bei Xian away." "Yes, I saw it," Pang Jun replied, but in his heart he was wondering, how could it be him? This is going to be bad. Pang Jun and Zhu Honglin both recognized Ling Xiao. After all, the two of them were working under Medicine Peak, so they had a very deep impression of this direct disciple of the Peak Lord. They didn't have any misgivings about taking down Ji Tuesday. After all, Ji2's position in the sect wasn't high, and he didn't have any backing. However, Ling Xiao was different. He was the disciple of the Medicine Peak's Peak Lord. As inner sect deacons, they had to be courteous to him. "Quickly let go of Grandpa," Ji Beixing cried out in distress as she looked at the injured Ji Tuesday. "Ling Xiao, quickly take Bei Xian and leave." Ji2 shouted back. Ling Xiao ignored Ji2's words and looked coldly at Lu Dong. "I didn't expect eldest senior brother to be here. I wonder what crime City Lord Ji has committed to actually trouble eldest senior brother to come and capture him." Ling Xiao also didn't expect that the Lord Lu, that Ji Beixing mentioned, would actually be this despicable Lu Dong. It seemed like it was time to settle the grudge between them. Back then, Lu Dong had bribed Lao Fanqing to assassinate him. If it wasn't for that, Ling Xiao wouldn't have offended the Lao family and had to escape from burning ground city in such a sorry state. Lu Dong came back to his senses and said to Ling Xiao in disdain, "Ling Xiao, don't call me eldest senior brother. I don't have the qualifications to be your eldest senior brother." "Oh, when did eldest senior brother become so humble?" Ling Xiao said with slight surprise. Lu Dong laughed and said, "Don't you know that you're no longer a disciple of Medicine Peak? That's why I, Lu Dong, don't have the qualifications to be your eldest senior brother." "You're saying that I'm no longer a disciple of Medicine Peak?" Ling Xiao asked in a low voice. You're tuning in to the Echoes of the Heart YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.